actually came out today where you were asking Vlad questions about the Boosie thing, and it seemed like the whole situation was a little bit more.
All right, I think we're live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. Trying to go live on TikTok, and then we'll have a show. Oh no, I should change the. We're not talking about P2B today. Sorry, I should change that too. 1 second. I should have changed that before I started. Right? You can no vex from me. We need to talk about P2B today. Now Tinubu. Turubu. Not Turubu. Not Turubu they talk about today. Turubu. Turubu. Hey man, listen. If you're here already, thank you and welcome back to the Bia Paulo show. All right, we got our thumbnail up, so that should be it. This is the topic for today. All right, there we go. Okay. Well, now welcome to the Bia Paulo show. Let's go live on TikTok. Oh shoot! Oh no, I didn't change the. Oh shoot! I didn't change the title. See me, I got a little bit excited, a little bit too excited, and now I didn't change the title. Let me see if there has to be a way to change this stuff. Let me see. There has to be a way to change the title on TikTok. Oh man, make no vex for me. I forgot to change. All right, I'm gonna cancel. I'm gonna end. Make no vex. I'm gonna end on TikTok, and I'll come back on TikTok real quick. I had to do that. Make no vex for me. I had to do that. That was a mistake. That session was in error. We're gonna do it again. I apologize. We are going to do it again on TikTok. Let's do that. Let's do that again. All right, there we go. There we go. Now we'll have the right session on TikTok. There we go. We can come the press here, press there now. Spoil something. So we got that. We got that up. Make una forgive my clumsiness there. I got carried away and pressed the button real quick. A little bit too fast. I pressed the button a little bit too fast and I put up the wrong session. Now I think we have the right session. We're talking about Tinubu today. Hey man, welcome to the Bia Paulo show. Appreciate you guys for being here. Let's like if you're here. Let's like and share. Like and share if you are here. Let us talk about Tinubu. All right. Let's see who's here. Samuel, thank you for being here on TikTok. Thank you. We're gonna have a good show today. We are going to have a good show today. All right. Hey, we just want to have a thank you again. Thank you guys for being here. We just want to have a conversation around Tinubu today, right? We talk about Obi a lot. We talk about Atiku. I don't think I've even talked about Atiku. The only time why I don't talk about Atiku now when I've been hold my debate shows, when people call in and we have a debate, right? We have a debate on all candidates that we think are going to be on the ballot, Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu. But that's the most I've mentioned Atiku. I don't necessarily. I don't know, man. I just don't think Atiku will win this next election. I don't know if he has that appeal. I don't know that he has that appeal. But hey, what do I know? I just talk what I think, right? But hey, today Tinubu will talk about his first term. Is it a good first term or has he failed on his promises? And I'll be the first one to acknowledge. That some of the things, the promises when he promised, he don't do them. He has some of the promises he promised. He met them, like the fuel subsidy. He met that one. Which other one? He's saying go widen the tax net. He met that one. I believe when he talk, people understand what he mean, but he met it. He widened the tax net. The buying power. He's saying go reduce buying power, widen tax net. That's happening. So he has achieved that one as well. But he has failed in some other areas as well. Even though I don't think this was like a heavy campaign promise, right? Security. I mean, security should be number one priority, but I don't recall him saying anything about security during his campaign because Tinubu hardly said anything anyway. But the point is, security is somewhere that he's not doing very well. That's one area where he's not doing very well. I don't want to call it failure. I mean, I could say he has failed in that area, security, because every day for Nigeria, you go, one kidnapping or the other. You go, so they buy this person, they buy this person. Bandits do this one do that one, this one do this one. It's just a whole lot of stuff going on, right? So in regards of in security area, I don't think he has done very well. And even in the ones where he promised, where I'm also agreeing that he has met, like the fuel subsidy, right? Fuel subsidy and which other one did I mention that he the tax net, widening the tax net. He did those things, but he didn't create buffers for them. Like the tax now, that's a whole nother conversation, right? All the taxes that he has generated, how much has he generated and what have they used them to do? That's a whole different conversation, right? But that's a campaign promise. He said he will widen the tax nets. He has done that. But where is the proceed of the taxes? Waiting don't think I'm do. Why are these things? Hey man, I probably don't know where they are, but they have to be public somewhere. I've not searched, but the same way when they take, they publicize the tax where they want to do. Therefore, use that same means. They tell us, say, see how many trillion naira we don't generate. See where we don't put them. We don't put them here, we don't put them there. We don't do this one, we don't do that one. We are not seeing it, right? And even the fuel subsidy that he did, right? No buffers. You just remove the fuel subsidy without like putting buffers. Nigerians have been spoiled by using subsidized fuel, right? Years and years. Fuel has been subsidized. And then you come along as Tinubu and you remove it. You remove the subsidy, right? You didn't put buffers. Put buffers in place to help people, right? So now that too, that can also be, I mean, I don't know how you see it, but it can be a failure, right? Can be a failure. It's not a so good one. That's a not so good one. Make I set this my thing. Well, I don't know. It's looking wonky on my side. Make una bear with me 1 second. So Nami be promote, Nami be producer, Nami be host, Nami be this, Nami be that. So make una bear with me. Let me put this my layout to look good, look the way I want it to look. There we go. I guess almost there. Anyway, if you're here, let's please like and share and get more people here to join the conversation, and talk about Tinubu. And let's keep liking. We're gonna bring up guests. So if you'd like to join this conversation, feel free to request. But we're gonna bring up guests when we hit 5K likes. Right now we're at 1,000 likes. So let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here to join the show. All right. Make me read some chats before we continue. From YouTube, Ademola Afolabi. By the way, if you're on YouTube or Facebook and you want to join the conversation, you would have to come over to TikTok. You have to come over to TikTok and request. That's the only way we can get you on here. All right, let's get back to this. On YouTube, Ademola Afolabi says he said that he would recruit soldiers and feed them with corn. I honestly believe that he empowered the governors to pursue the security of the states. Mr. Ademola on YouTube, I don't know if you're being sarcastic with the recruiting soldiers and feeding them with corn. I don't know if that's a good, if you think that's a good thing, recruiting soldiers and feeding them with corn, because we've seen that literally they are being fed with corn. Literally, the guy that did the expose on the food with the soldiers they chop for war fronts, right? That guy is currently being charged for whatever, right? Free that guy. I don't know his name, but free that guy. What's his name? Free him, man. Let me know his name in the chat, please. Free that guy, man. You know, so I don't know if you're being serious about saying that he will recruit soldiers and feed them with corn. That's literally happening right now in Nigeria. Soldiers are not being fed well, from what we've seen. So, you know, you said, you continue by saying that he empowered the governors to pursue security of the states. Yeah, governors go pursue security of the state, but the federal government, don't they have some responsibility as well? No, the federal government, they're in charge of army. And our army system, we know say army, they operate in Nigeria too. So it's not like the army is used for only overseas. Our Nigerian army, they operate like they have full authority in Nigeria as well. So doesn't the federal government have some responsibility in that regard? Anyway, Mr. Afolabi, thank you for being here on YouTube. All right, make we go Facebook, see what they go on for Facebook. All right, Mashoud Suleiman, thank you for being here, by the way. You say, what about the students' loan for university students? What about state governments being able to now pay salaries promptly despite increase in minimum wage? What about governors and LGAs having more money for projects? I hear you, my brother, Mashoud. I hear you on all those things. If governors were not able to pay salaries in the past, are you blaming it on federal government? You're blaming it on the governors? Were the governors not receiving their monthly allocations? If they were receiving their monthly allocations in the past and they still could not pay salaries, then that's their problem. That's mismanagement on the governor's end, right? Imagine you running a business. Let's take Abia State as a company that Mr. Moshood, that you are running, and you're not able to pay your staff salary. Whose fault is it? Is it Kachi's fault? That's your fault. You need to go back to your drawing book and start looking at places where you go, maybe free up some resources, places where you go. Now make companies, they do layoff. When they see the money they add up again, you go lay off people. It's just what it is. So you cannot have millions of people working for you that are unproductive, and then you say you cannot pay them. People that are unproductive and you're still complaining that you cannot pay them. And come on now, that's not a good one for me. But I hear you on that argument. But and also thank you for being here. Igwe Abuchi, thank you for being here. Good evening, I greet you. Rich Minds on Facebook says he increased state allocation down to local government. We praise our governors while we criticize Asiwaju. Hey, I don't know, man, if we should be praising Asiwaju for increasing allocation. I mean, waiting for use the money do before. Is the money his own? If money enter the government, if government make revenue, is it not to use the revenue and do what the constitution stipulates? Should I praise Tinubu for disbursing money that he's supposed to disburse? Arguments get as ibio. Should I praise him for disbursing money that he is supposed to disburse constitutionally? I should now be clapping hand for him. Make I clap hand for Tinubu. Because in the disburse money when he's supposed to disburse. Was he disbursing government money when was he disbursing government money when he was not president? Is it his money? Was he doing giveaway to all the governors when he was just Tinubu not President Tinubu? Come on now. Anyway, Tony Olabode says he increased military's salary twice, and in history, I missed that text, that chat. Okay, twice, and in history of Nigeria, the security vote is highest. I don't know, man. All this money, increase money, increase money, increase money. Is that, I don't know why you guys are praising, like, why is that something to, like, why should that be a reason to say he has passed or failed? Why should that be a reason? Something that he's obligated to do. He's not doing anybody a favor by doing what he's doing. That's his job as president, right? That's part of his job as the president. Make I come the clap for him for disbursing money when not being owned in the first place. Now, wow. Hey, man, you guys are interesting over here, man. But I appreciate you guys for being here, though. All right. Dollar black market and power market unification. Okay. That's a good one. But my only pushback on that one would be, now the dollar don't go over 1,000 naira, right? I don't see Dangote is doing a good job, by the way, but I don't see how he's putting in more work to bring more investment into the country that would make that dollar money, make the dollar rate to come down below that 1,000. You would agree with me that the naira to dollar, regardless of the idea of unifying the power market or whatever, that one is a good idea. However, I think you would also agree with me that it's not a good look that our naira, you have to bring 1,400 of our naira to buy $1. You would have to agree with me that that's not a good look. Before you do them, again, that goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? When he removed the fuel subsidy, he didn't put like buffers. He didn't think it through, like put buffers in place to help people, to alleviate people, because Nigerians have been used to this subsidized fuel, right? Also subsidized dollar, right? So when you say you want to remove it, what were your plans? What were your plans to buffer the effect of that removal of whatever subsidy, right? What were your plans? You just wanted to do it because you can? That's not a good strategy. That's not a good strategy. But anyway, let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here to join the conversation. We're at 2,500 likes right now. Let me see. No one is requesting just yet. But let's see. All right, no one is requesting just yet. All right, we want to hear from Tinubu people. Make una come, make we hear from una. Make we hear from una. Not be only when I talk about OBL of una go run. Come. Yeah, it's a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a this one. It's a that one. It's a this one. It's a that one. Well, hey, man, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. All right, let's keep reading the chat here. Aro Bunagu, okay, Arosi, my brother from Facebook, he says pass. Okay, we would like to know why. We would like to know why it's a pass, though. That's why we're here. Floating the naira, Rich Minds, I think I've talked about that a little bit. I just had my pushback on that one because he didn't necessarily show a lot of strategy when he removed the subsidy on the dollar or whatever, right? He didn't show a lot of strategy in that regard. He just removed it just because he could. He didn't say, okay, we're going to invest in this area. We're going to invest in our manufacturing so that our manufacturing will begin the export. We're going to invest. That money, with that subsidy, where would they come out from dollar? We'll go invest them inside manufacturing so that maybe our steel will begin the sell steel, to international market. Because that's the only way you can bring the dollar rate down. That's the only way you can start bringing that dollar down, by manufacturing at scale and exporting. That's the only way, because when you export, that's how you get dollars into the country, right? So if you don't export, you're still exporting at the same rate. And that's why I say shout out to Dangote, right? Dangote is the only scale manufacturer right now exporting at scale that I can think of off the top of my head. But we need more of that, or more of those. And Tinubu didn't show a lot of strategy when he removed that subsidy on the dollar. And on the fuel as well. He didn't show a lot of strategy in that regard. Because imagine you being used to buying fuel at 200 naira a liter, and now fuel is 1,300. Come on now. That doesn't show a lot of strategy or leadership, good leadership. That doesn't show a lot of good leadership. But Rich Minds, I hear you. Oguntoye Olarinwaju Henry, say pass. Yeah, saying pass is good. It's subjective. Let's make it objective by talking about why you think it's pass. It's a pass. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right. We're at 2,900 likes. Let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here to join the conversation. Let's see our chats on TikTok. Yem Soul King says reason they are praising him for giving us our money back is because his predecessors did less. I mean, I can see what you mean there, but still, you know, reach to praise person now for still giving people their money back. You want to make a follow they praise you for giving people their money back. How about you don't give people that? How about you leave the money as is and use that excess money to invest somewhere that will be more productive, like manufacturing. We have steel industries. I believe there's one in Ajokuta. I don't know where that Ajokuta is, whether not Ajokuta is, but wherever Ajokuta is in Nigeria, he could invest in it and revive that steel. Like not just because we've had other governments in Nigeria also say the same. We are going to revive it, but actually revive it and make it work, and start exporting steel. I don't know the capacity of our iron ore in Nigeria. I don't know. I mean, for them to have built, hey man, Nigerians, man, our leadership in Nigeria is something. I would assume, for them to build a steel manufacturing place, I would assume that they saw a huge deposit of iron ore somewhere, right? You would think that that's how normal people would think, right? Because right now I think it's in the Congo, there's a huge deposit of iron ore. China is right there now, currently investing there, like crazy investments in the Congo right now. Building rail lines that's going to take the iron ore. They are mining the iron ore and then shipping it to China to go do whatever. I think it was Australia that was before, like the number one of iron ore. That had the most iron ore in the world. But right now, it'd be like Congo don't overtake them because of this current discovery of the deposit of the iron ore in the Congo. China has gone there, investing a lot of money in there. That's how you do it. So let's say there is now excess money. Why can't Tinubu, the strategist, put that excess money into manufacturing? Tinubu, the strategist that knows how to fix Lagos, that knows how to fix everything. Why not put that excess money into manufacturing? Because now you've already removed the subsidy you had on the dollar. What are your plans outside of that? Outside of removing the subsidy on the dollar, right? What were your plans? Are you just removing it just because you said it as a campaign promise? Did you just remove it because, I said it, so I'll do it? That's not how people will get sense or brain cells inside their head. They do something. You do something strategically. Okay, if I'm going to remove the subsidy on the dollar, I need to work towards making sure that even if the dollar go up too much, it no go day too bad. It did 400 before. Bad as it bad, it go just day for 500. How do we make that happen? Tinubu doesn't, by the way, he doesn't have to think about how to do it. But he has to come up with the broad idea of, if we come out this subsidy from dollar is currently at 400. I don't want it to go past 500. That's why you have advisors. That's why you have finance minister. That's why you have economic minister. That's why you have this one minister. Those people should be the smart ones to say, okay, Oga, the money now where we don't come up from subsidy as well. Make we invest time inside our steel. Make we begin to mine this iron ore where they for here, so that we go begin to export them to China. Or we go to manufacture the steel locally. We already have a steel plant. Let us start manufacturing it local. This is what I would think. Strategist. Tinubu, the master strategist. He and his people cannot think about this simple concept. Not to share money, and we should stay here and be clapping for him. Not to stay here, they clap for them. Saying they share money. You carry a load of people surround you, then he's the strategist. He share more money. These are simple ideas, simple concepts. Let me make a quick search. Let me do a quick search here. Let me make a quick search of iron ore deposit, Nigeria. Because, I mean, whoever built that Jokuta steel should have found iron ore. Why are you building a steel plant if you don't have iron ore, like in large, in large quantity? Okay, Nigeria holds over 3 billion metric tons of iron ore, primarily located in Kogi, Enugu, Niger, Zamfara, and Kaduna states. Over 3 billion metric tons. I mean, that's substantial. That's substantial. That's for sure. That's substantial. But now the Ajokuta. Where is Ajokuta? That is the where is Ajokuta? Now make a bust on a brain. Now let me see. Where is Ajokuta in Nigeria? I don't know whether Ajokuta is in Abeokuta, but let me see. Ajokuta has to be a place, right? Ajokuta. It's a town in Nigeria. What state is it in? Oh, it's in Kogi. Okay, so they located it somewhere that is strategic. So, okay, I'll give them that one. Ajokuta is in Kogi, and Kogi is like the number one place where the iron ore day for Nigeria. So it was strategic. It was strategic. I give them that one, right? I give them that one. It was strategic. However, I'll go back to Tinubu and his strategy people. You remove subsidy from fuel. You remove subsidy from dollar. You didn't have any plans. You just float them. Oh, but inshallah, let's see what will happen. Let's remove it and see what will happen. Eh? Let's remove the subsidy and see what will happen. By God's grace, it will not go too high. By God's grace, this thing will not. The rate will not go too high. You see what I'm saying? And you want me to clap for Tinubu for sharing money that he's obligated to share? Man, Nigeria, we're not too smart, though. Nigerians we are not very smart. I'm not even going to lie to you. People are literally telling me that Tinubu, literally, that's why I'm seeing a lot of comments here. People are literally telling me that Tinubu has increased the money that he's paying governors. And I should be excited about that because you're excited about it. We are not smart. Nigerians are not very smart. I'm not going to lie for you. Mediocrity with a cheer for mediocrity. What stopped him from planning, saying, okay, if I remove this subsidy from gas, from fuel, if I remove the subsidy from the dollar, I don't want the fuel price. Tinubu doesn't have to come up with the how. All he has to tell his advisors is, I don't want the fuel price to, right now it's at 200 per liter. I don't want to make it go reach 300. If it go 300, you are fired. I go find person way better pass you. If the dollar go past 500, you are fired. I go find person way better pass you. What stops him from doing that? And then he hires people that are actually smart to come and do it. But we should cheer for him for sharing money to the state governments that again, it's not even going to be accounted for still. We should be clapping for them. We should be clapping for them. And I should be clapping for them with you because you're excited about stuff like that. But when I say Nigerians are not smart, I'm Nigerian, obviously, right? But I mean on average. This one even past average. This one past average. This one past average. Most Nigerians are not very smart. That is the truth. Because if most Nigerians are smart, we'll not go date the predicament we did. We'll not go date the predicament we did. Celebrating mediocrity. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Tinubu, they share your money and you're excited. I should be excited with you that he's sharing money. His obligation in the first place. So, hey, man, hey. I'm Nigerian, but you know, when I say most, I don't follow for the most. So that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't follow for the most. Because I cannot sit here and I didn't this is live. I'm thinking about these things off the top of my head, like literally off the top of my head. And you're telling me that you're paying these people millions of naira every month and they cannot think about these things that I'm thinking. And Tinubu, the master strategist, cannot also say, okay, I'm going to remove the dollar price. I'm going to remove I'm going to float the naira. But you, I don't know who the finance minister or who the economic advisor is. But you, Mr. A and B, Mr. AB. Mr. AB, you are the economic minister. I'm going to remove the float the naira. Naira is currently at 450. If this naira reach 500, You no go get job, oh. Can you do it, Mr. AB? Mr. AB say, yes, I can do it, sir. And Mr. AB has not done it so far. And we are cheering for Tinubu for sending money to states. Are you kidding me? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. 001 saying, are you door pass? How can I be the door one, man? How can I be the door one? 001. How is that I'm the door one? Huh? How is it that I'm the door one? How is it? How is it? And you're the one cheering for Tinubu sending your money to state governments that the money is not accounted for. But I'm the door one. I'll take it. If I'm the door one, I wonder what you are, man. If I'm the door one, I wonder what you are. I can only imagine what you are. If I'm dull, what are you, man? What are you? Hey, man, mastermind, my Ghana brother. My Ghana brother is here. Tinubu, good first term or failed promises? Let's talk about it. Let us talk about it. Anyway, Simon Templar, he said Kogi. Oh, yeah. Okay, Kogi. Yeah, I know we are Ajokuta day, but thank you for telling me where Ajokuta is. And it's a good spot, by the way, to locate the steel plant, right? But I'll tell you even one better. I'll give you another one that is better, another location that, it's good to have the plant there, so it not going to be too much hassle, right? However, you have to export it, right? Because if we have that steel, the iron ore, in large quantity in Kogi there, would Nigeria be able to use all the steel, all the ore, all the steel, right? So now you have to have a rail line. Kogi is, I don't know. Kogi, they're close to Akwa Ibom or Lagos. I don't know. But wherever it is, right? Whichever one is closest, you need to have a rail line that would transport the manufactured steel now. So that you can export it. Transport it somewhere to where we have a seaport so that you can export it. That's how you get the money. That's how you get the dollar. You see what I'm saying? That's how you get the dollar. I'm thinking of these things off the top of my head. I know study any finance course. I know go any finance school. I know do any economy school. The only economy what I do for this my life. Now for secondary school. After secondary school, I go do engineering. Nothing concern me with economy again, right? I'm just talking based on like basic things that you would expect somebody who actually went to school to study economics should know and know better, right? Hey, man. Hey. But I'm the door one. I'll take it. And that makes my point still, right? If I'm the door one, then imagine what the average Nigerian is, right? If I'm the door one, imagine what the average Nigerian is, right? Anyway, skin to skin doggy. Today, they cost me. Today, skin to skin doggy. Make I blow on. Make I blow on for skin to skin doggy. Today, you're not costing me. What happened now? You're telling me where we have iron ore deposits in Nkalago. Okay, Nkalago in Enugu. Thank you. I believe Nkalago is in Enugu. I'll think so. But on Google says Unsude. So Unsude is where we have the most deposits. I don't know. Maybe we have some deposit as well in Nkalago. But yeah. Anyway. Simon Templar also says the iron core in Itape in Kogi is of lower quality. Okay. Old English says invest in corruption. It is more productive and profitable. That is the best way. I don't understand what you mean, Old English. Investing in corruption is more profitable. Hey, man, people are interested, man. Ike Mora say you lack history and political experience. You are not making sense. The ball stops at Tinubu's desk. I don't know how I'm not making sense, but we're not talking about all of that. I believe in my head what I said makes sense. That and I think any right-thinking person would also agree with me that if you're removing fuel subsidy, you should make plans so that the impact or the effect of the removal will not be too heavy on the citizens. Any right-thinking person would agree with me, but for some reason you say me, I'm not making sense. No problem. Again, if I'm not making sense, what does it make you? You. That means you. I don't know, man. What does that make you if I'm not making sense? Hey, man, let's not even get into that. But Nergy02 says soldiers' morale is high at the moment. Soldiers' morale is high at the moment, and a hungry person can't fight. Okay. Nergy02 says, so you judge the whole institution by one person's submission, and you run with that from what I know. Which person's submission are you referring to anyway? Thank you for being here. All right, let's get back to Facebook. I think we see YouTube. YouTube, we have Ojane God Time. Anyway, he says, happy Sunday to you, my dear friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Make we talk about Tinubu today. We've passed 5,000, so feel free to request if you'd want to tell us if Tinubu has passed or if Tinubu has failed. Feel free to request. Let's talk about it. All right, I see my brother Mastermind requesting. Just give me 1 second. Make I read these chats real quick from Facebook. All right, Rich Minds. I'm just gonna call you Rich Minds. He says, talk about mass road infrastructure ongoing in every part of Nigeria. Now you're coming. Now you come. Now you come. You talk about this now. Now you come. Mass road infrastructure ongoing on in every part of Nigeria. Yeah, make we even blow horn. Make we blow horn for you now for bringing this one up. But before, when you say he's sharing money, should I be excited about Tinubu sharing money, waiting for invest in manufacturing? Should I be excited about Tinubu sharing money? Now you come. Yes, the mass road infrastructure, I can see it. Everybody can see it. Even person when they see where go feel them. And I'm not going to sit here and dispute that. Right? I can see it. Everybody can see it. Anybody with sense go agree with you. Say mass road infrastructure is ongoing in every part of Nigeria. I can agree with you with that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, no, no. I agree with you, my brother or my sister. And then you went ahead to say it is easy to criticize and be the smart one when you're outside the kitchen. I'm a Nigerian. What kitchen are you talking about? Where is the kitchen? That kitchen is too hot. I'm not going to lie to you. That kitchen is too hot. Nigeria is too hot. I'm not going to lie to you. And I mean that oh my goodness. Metamorphose, oh my goodness. How do they talk that English? I mean that not literally, opposite of literally. I don't mean it literally, Anyway, Rich Minds, I don't know what you mean by it's easy to criticize. It's our job, it's our duty as citizens to criticize the government so that they can go do better. If you don't want to criticize, now you sabi. That one, now your own. That's your own. That's your problem. All right, Mr. Prince Adebo Wale says you need to understand the budgetary language around the fuel subsidy and the forex. What is the English one I want to speak? Leave the English, my brother. Well, what we know is that they come on subsidy. Leave the English around it. They removed subsidy, they floated the naira. Before, they were subsidizing the dollar. That is literally what that floating the naira means. So they've removed the subsidy on the dollar. So let's break it down so that everybody go understand. Leave the big English. So now the money that they were using to subsidize that dollar before, where is it? Why didn't they use it to invest in production, manufacturing that would also make that dollar not go crazy? Because they didn't have any plans for the dollar. That's why the dollar naira now is 1,400, 1,500. That is the reason. It's simple. Any person who sabi economists go agree with me. So all this English one I won't speak. You're not going to bamboozle me. You bamboozle me, with that. I get sense inside my head. You're not going to bamboozle me with that, with all that English. Come on now. Yam Sokin say metaphorically. Metaphorically. Thank you, my brother. Hey man, thank you, Yamzogi. Say metaphorically. Don't mind me as I be the word now because I did live now. It didn't know one going to come out from my mouth. But anyway, let's bring up our first guest for today. Mastermind, my Ghana brother. Let us hear your thoughts. Welcome back to the Bia Palo show, man.
I've been in Nigeria for so many years. My parents are still there. They give me updates every day. I'm someone who talk to a lot of people in Nigeria, and you see, I'm gonna give Tinubu a 15% over 100. You
15, I be
understand?
50, 15 or 50.
15% over 100.
So you
You
mean
see,
1-5? Is it 1-5?
1 5.
One
Yeah, 1
five.
5.
15.
1
Okay.
5.
15. Okay.
Yeah, you see, not all policies are gonna work. You understand? But as a good leader, you must see that this is not gonna work.
Mm.
And you what? You take that policy off. You can tax people that don't have.
Yep.
That like you can tax people that don't
You
have.
can't tax poverty. Yep.
Yeah, like Nigeria is like most Nigerians are poor. Like you can tax poverty. Nigeria has the least middle income in most of the countries that are powerful. Like
Yep.
Nigeria has the least middle income. If you have a wide range of middle income, then you can tax. If you take Nigerians are entrepreneurs, like entrepreneurs. And most of these entrepreneurs are not like strong, like they don't make enough money. They are
Yeah.
day-to-day people.
Yeah.
And day-to-day people, you want to tax day-to-day people?
Yeah.
You're gonna send people from being poor to let me not use the word DEATH.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one. Number two, this electricity issue, you promised that if you don't solve this thing, you should be kicked out. So what changed?
Some people make excuses and say, "Oh, you need to listen to the whole video." And the other part of it is or was he said, "If I don't solve electricity problem, don't vote for me for 4 years unless I have a good excuse for you, right, or a good reason for you." What is the reason? Now, what is the reason, right? What is the reason you've not been able to solve that problem you promised to solve, right?
You didn't give any reason.
Yeah.
Right now, Ghana is having light issue. There's a little bit of downside of the light now, but the government gave a reason. We are redoing this stuff.
Yep.
If we leave this to go as it is going, the light you are enjoying now might not last you another 15 years.
Yep.
So we are taking the piece now to solve that issue so that in the future you can what? Enjoy.
Enjoy it. Yeah.
And give us 7 months. We will clear all this out. Because most of those machines and everything are what? Are old. So they need to what? Bring in the new ones.
Yep.
So there's a reason to it. So people are ready to feel it now before that time what? Before it becomes a bigger problem.
Yep.
That's one. Number two, when I say you don't tax poverty, in Ghana, there are some taxes that you have to pay, but there is no imposed tax like the way Tinubu is taxing Nigeria. Like you have I have to tax you because you're making money. There's
Yep.
a general tax for everybody. You understand? And let me take you back to Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo bought a tax on Ghana where if you transfer any money from one bank to another or one mobile money to another mobile money, you have to pay 10% tax on that. Bro, that kicked him out. He had 26% vote
Yeah.
just because of that. Like
That's a very bad policy though.
they kicked his whole party. Like
Yeah.
people now go to vote. They don't even know who they are voting for. They just know that I'm not voting for this party.
This party, yep.
So there are some policies that can ruin you
Yep.
if you are in a country with people who understand how those things impact them.
Yeah.
And number three is you don't just hold people's neck, remove what survived them, and say you want to let go. That's what the removal of fuel subsidy did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was in Nigeria when fuel was 32 naira. Fuel got to 64 naira.
Yep.
Unluckily for me, I was not there when it got to 200 and those stuff.
Yeah.
But the issue is, I knew what you should know that fuel is one of the driving this thing in driving power
of
in
Nigeria's
economy.
economy, every economy, but specifically in Nigerian economy,
You
because
understand?
we don't even have electricity, we don't have power, so everything is powered by fuel, right?
Yeah. So imagine.
And the irony is, Tinubu was on the street when this fuel subsidy was wanted to be removed at the time. He was on the streets, protesting. Oh, it's too much. This, that. I know, right?
I am
And
Tinubu.
yeah,
Tinubu can take off the subsidy as he wants,
Mm.
but you must always have something to choke that place.
a buffer. Yeah,
There must be a buffer zone. Like,
yeah,
okay, if I remove this, it's gonna get to, okay, let's say if I have 200, I'm removing the subsidy, it's gonna hit like 700, and I'll be like, bro, can you keep it at 400?
yeah.
Keep it at 400. A little rise will not impact these people
A
too
lot.
much.
Yeah,
A lot, but they'll feel it, but they need to stop this. We need to balance this, like,
yeah.
so that, yeah, at least you can say, oh, I want to remove 30% subsidy. Not all. Like, I'm going to cut the subsidy into two. I'm not going to pay full subsidy. We're going to increase fuel, but we'll take some of the subsidy away. And now that he has taken the subsidy, what is he using the subsidy to do?
Yeah.
If you say road, I'm not going to
And let me
take
respond to that, because I see a chat from Facebook that kind of that relates to what you just asked. What is he using the subsidy money he removed for? Rich Minds on Facebook says they were borrowing to pay subsidy that time. Please understand this. Now let me also respond to this borrowing. Now let me agree with you that they were borrowing to pay these subsidies. So where is so because some people would also argue that the subsidy money is now what they're paying, using to pay the governors extra. So where is this new extra money from that he's paying these governors? Where is it coming from? You cannot say something with one side of your tongue and say another thing with this. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Where is the subsidy money? What is it being used for?
I asked my dad one question. I said that, why is it that Nigeria is just going day to day? My dad said the best people who can adjust in this world are Nigerians.
Absolutely.
Nigeria, if petrol should move from 1,500 today
We would adjust.
to 10,000 naira, Nigerians will adjust.
We would adjust.
And the government, I've seen that you guys are very good adjusters.
Yep.
And they know that we can keep. You see, one thing you don't allow your government understand is that you can adjust to poverty. That's the biggest problem you can have as a civilian, like
As a citizen.
population.
And when I criticize, someone now tells me it's easy to criticize. When I sit down and talk about it, someone tells me, oh, it's easy to criticize. What do you mean? Because you want to adjust doesn't mean everybody will adjust with you.
I don't blame people when they say those things, because I believe our IQ are different.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you see as pain is somebody can see it as enjoyment.
Absolutely.
You understand? It's when I get to the United States that I knew that what some of our father did was what is the name? They really caused a lot of pain to us.
Yeah.
But I still defend my dad, saying that if my dad didn't take that route, I wouldn't have been the person I am today.
True.
That's my mentality.
True.
But that is not another person's mentality.
True.
So, but one thing I just know, that Nigerians adjust to everything.
Yep. Sadly.
And the moment you start letting your government understand that you can adjust to anything, then you know what governments will do. They'll squeeze you until you have nothing left.
Absolutely.
The Ghana government tried it, and it destroyed that. It destroyed that party.
Absolutely.
You can ask any Ghanaian today that what happened to the National Progressive Party. Like they lost the majority. They lost over 30-something seats.
Yeah.
Because now people weren't voting because they want to vote for the other person. They are voting because they want to vote against you.
Absolutely. Well, Mastermind, my brother, let's round up by concluding, or in conclusion, because I know you said you're giving Tinubu a 15%, but let's just round up on that in that regard.
I think Tinubu shouldn't be given the second term because the best you can get from a politician is the first term.
Absolutely.
He knows he will come to you for another term.
Absolutely.
You see that second term,
Absolutely.
you give them that chance, bro. Just look for your own knife or your own rope, because there's going to be a lot of pain to come.
Absolutely.
And I am sorry if Nigerians give Tinubu another chance, I'll be here to continue to discuss, and I'll be enjoying my life.
Absolutely.
Right
We'll go continue the discourse. Absolutely.
so,
But thank you,
thank you
Mastermind.
very much.
Appreciate you
Thank
for
you
joining.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you again, Mastermind, for joining. And yeah, it's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. You know, you criticize, people say, "Oh, you're not supposed to criticize." It's easy to criticize. Why shouldn't I criticize? Why shouldn't I criticize the government or my government, Nigerian government? Why shouldn't I? Make I just sit down, they look at the government, they carry us, they go where we no, and I should just sit down and not talk about it. Hey man, stop playing. Stop playing. NYC PC TV, we will bring you up right now. And thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. But if you want to just mute yourself for 1 second, make I just read some chats real quick and we go from there. All right. Nuruddin on Facebook, Nuruddin Olufemi Oludeji says, I don't think this man understands the dynamics of Nigeria system. You can't stay in Ghana being given false and incorrect information for you to decide. He's just saying things out of unprofessional. The reforms are not easy. We got on English for they try with the English so that it go easier on me to read your comments, right? But I think he expressed that when he joined. He lived in Nigeria for many, many years. His parents still reside in Nigeria, so he definitely is still in touch with Nigeria. And he's someone that I know on TikTok, and we've had so many conversations. So I know where he's coming from. I think he has a good insight. He gets some things when there was an argument we were having one day. I have to say this, right? I think it was about Ojukwu and Gowon. When I said Ojukwu was higher in rank than Gowon at the time, he corrected me. He told me, that's not correct. And I looked at it on Google, and he was right. So he definitely has a good understanding of Nigerian system or Nigerian politics, Nigeria at large, because he's lived in Nigeria for many years, and he has interest in Nigeria, obviously. Otherwise, he's not going to come here. They follow me. They talk, right? But I hear you, Mr. Nuruddin, for sharing your thoughts on that. Anyway, let us go back to the queue here. NYC PC TV. If you want to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much.
And what's your name so that I'll go address you by your name? NYC.
My name.
Your first name. Your first name. Just your first name, please.
Debo. Just say Debo.
Debo. All right, Debo. Thank you, Debo, for joining. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on your show. And before I miss this, I have to commend you.
Oh, thank you.
Consistency.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the topics you've been bringing up.
Appreciate it.
It's so educative. With your guest, I have to commend you. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
When we're looking at this topic, it's we have to. There are different lenses to it.
Okay.
We might look at it as an APC supporter. We might be looking at it as an opposition.
Yeah.
We might be looking at it as a patriotic Nigeria.
As a Nigerian. Absolutely.
As a Nigerian.
And every other thing in between. And every other lens in between. Yep.
Yes, and maybe from the angle of the vulnerable, the general masses who are feeling the pain.
Yep.
So our responses would actually be different. But I'll be talking from the angle of a patriotic Nigeria who really like, the growth of the nation.
Yep.
I will score Tinubu 60%. The reason being that we haven't had it this good in the inception of our country, Nigeria, because military rule have really, really damaged our system, and this is the first time we're really feeling what it means to have a government in place. And I know people will not be satisfied. I'm not APC. I don't do politics.
It really doesn't matter which party you are affiliated with. It really doesn't matter. We just want to have the conversation.
Because it has become a trend now. When you try to say something positive about the government, people like to tag you. Like
don't worry about it. Now me and you they talk, and if you followed me long enough, you would know that I don't care about tagging you or you be APC supporter. That's why you talk. I don't care about all of that. I just want to have conversations.
And I rate you too well on that.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
On this fuel subsidy and the forex thing we're having, I think that's the best thing Tinubu need to do at the point. because Buhari has driven us almost to our grave with the way they were borrowing and printing money
Yeah.
just to shock the system and make us appear rich to the rest of the world. Nigeria is broke. We are broke since Jonathan time when this Tinubu administration, Tinubu himself and his team, stopped good law from removing subsidy. That could have been the best time ever
Yeah.
to remove subsidy. But these people,
And Tinubu too was
politics
involved
play.
in that, right? Tinubu
Yeah,
too
it
was
was.
involved in that, yeah?
It was because they have their agenda. Everything is politics. They just want to get there. They want to keep that car to their chest
Yeah.
just for them to get their hand on the power. But I believe government should be whoever is patriotic enough, you should bring that card out and let's move Nigeria forward. But they
Forward,
head
yeah.
it back and stop that man from taking out the subsidy. That could have been the best time.
But
And
let me come in here, right? I agree with you. Removing the fuel subsidy and the dollar subsidy, right? Whatever you want to call it, floating the naira, right? I think it's the best thing that has happened to Nigeria. I think I agree with you on that. However, he could have done it strategically. That is the part where because of his bad strategy or implementation, it's now overshadowing the best idea that you just mentioned. I don't know whether you agree with that.
Yeah, I understand. I agree on completely. I agree with you. What I see is there's the disconnect between our government and the masses. You know, our government are not too close to the masses to even tell them what is involved. I can tell you, Buhari drained the country to its last zero, like before he left that place. And when this administration saw that, there's nothing for them to back on, that's the only approach they can give. But without even thinking deep how they're going to go around it to bring succumb to people, to bring relief to people when this whole thing happens. But when you look into the, what's it called? You look into the country's account and you see that there's nothing in there. So how do you want to live? How do you want to sustain? So you have to be drastic. You need to have that audacity to do some things, which I credit Tinubu for doing, even though he failed to provide, and he even provided some succumb anyway. But it's the way those succumb came, because people always like to politicize everything. The governors, the senators, they like to politicize everything. So he introduced the LNG thing to bring gas, buses, supply buses to people for easy access to school, but people still politicize all these transportation means and all of that. But in short, because I don't want to say too much and take too much time, but I see that we are going the right path. The earlier guest who spoke earlier, I know he's a Ghanaian, but it cannot be as passionate as we Nigeria.
True.
Absolutely. Saying that leaders see that Nigeria will adapt. It's not leaders. Leaders don't see that we adapt. It's just a system, because we have been so much militarized. We just believe, okay, let's just go. We're going to survive. We have to survive. It's not about our leaders understanding that that's the dynamic of Nigerians. No.
So you think it's a mentality thing, because we've gone through military dictatorship, so we're kind of nobody want die, nobody want because nobody want problem.
You are right. It has been shaping a lot of things about us.
I see.
And even you, that's why I commend you, because sometimes like this, people are afraid to come out and talk. Because you even now we're in a democratic era, right?
Yeah.
You still feel some kind of way, because even the democratic leaders still have this trait of this militarization.
Yeah.
They bully you, they do things, if you say too much to the government, they'll find a way to take you out of the system.
Yeah,
that's
but
the military
but
system.
let me bring it back, right? Let me bring the conversation back, right? You said something as far as Nigeria is broke. I don't know if you mean it's still broke, Abi was broke. If you want to clarify that, please.
It was during Buhari. But
so how about now, though?
Nigeria is not broke now.
All right, so and I agree with you. Nigeria is not broke right now, because
what I see that the government is doing is they try to ramp up all the resources they can to set up in the right motion.
I see.
There's no development cannot come without infrastructure.
Absolutely.
We need to build roads. Our roads have been so
Road is
bad for
road is
decades,
one
for
thing.
years.
Road is one thing,
One thing.
and I love that
One
he's
thing.
building those roads. He's even building new roads. This is not be like renovating or Benin or a road. Like he's building new roads. I love that he's
Building
doing
new
that.
roads
However,
that can stand test of time.
yeah, let's talk about the money when they give the governors now. Do you think it's a
Okay,
good
now-
idea to be giving these governors these extra money rather than maybe using that money to maybe invest in manufacturing in Nigeria? Which would you
Okay.
say is the best or a better strategy?
I think, Mr. Kashi, I have to be sincere with you.
Yeah.
The federal government, the gap we have with the gap from the federal government to the local is far. It is only the governors and the local government, the counties, the local governments that can bring that dividend of democracy to the grassroots. So even if the federal want to do anything, it will still be seen like, oh, it's for some people. But you feel the sense of belonging when these things are happening in your locality. So
Not really though. Not really though. For instance,
Okay.
the dollar subsidy when it come out, right? Everybody uses dollar. No be governors don't governors cannot in any way make dollar be be felt more in for their citizens. Every Nigerian uses dollar, right? And you remove the subsidy on the dollar. So why didn't you use that subsidy money where you come out from dollar? Why not use it in some other area of of economy like manufacturing, so that Nigeria can now maybe, like I was talking about steel earlier, like iron ore. Why not invest that in somewhere else that can now start manufacturing, like Dangote is right now, right? That can now start manufacturing and exporting and bringing in dollar to the country, right? Why not do that instead?
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Kashi, let me tell you something. The money is imaginary. All the money we're saying, oh, government has been putting money to keep the dollar float, subsidize for fuel. It is imaginary money. There's no money anywhere.
No.
These people keep borrowing. I mean, Buhari administration, they kept on borrowing to shock all these loopholes to make us look like we're good. And they are still the same people. Just imagine Nigeria is subsidizing for gas, for fuel, and our neighboring country are enjoying it. These people will bring empty barrels, get money from government, take the already subsidized fuel to neighboring country to sell at exorbitant prices. And these are the corruption that are going on with the subsidy. People are not really even feeling it. What Nigeria said we are consuming daily during the fuel subsidy, it's not the real numbers. It's not the real figures. But the moment the moment the subsidy is stopped, and we started seeing what is right. But come to your question. If we tell the government to use the money, even though the money was formerly imaginary, but now we are seeing the feedback. Because where are we seeing the feedback? Because Naira is up now, we got people sending money home more from diasporas.
I wouldn't say
Because
more.
now-
I wouldn't say more, but we've always had
it
people
has
sending
increased.
money.
Yeah, but now it has increased. It has increased because now what you can buy with 1,000 naira before, it's now 2,000-3,000. So you have to send more dollars.
I see what you're saying.
You
That
see
makes
what I'm
sense.
saying?
Yeah.
You need to send more dollars.
I see what you're
to back
saying.
home. And now we can shuffle in our what's it called, our bank. I don't want to call it bank, treasury with this fund coming. So if we ask the government to now build us manufacturing companies or industry, government is going to fail.
Not
Because
build
that is
per
not the
se,
way.
just invest in it.
Okay.
Just invest in it.
If government investing in it, it still boils down to having government putting people from the same system to manage. And we've seen this several times back in the days.
So
Even,
what is your
back in the days we used
are you
to-
saying that we are lost in that regard? Like it's never going to be possible? It's a dead end? Is that what you're saying?
It's the only thing government need to do, right? It's just like what they did with Dangote.
Yeah.
If people are willing and they are ready, let government put all those facilities in there for people to go and access. Dangote access the fund from CBN to finance his refinery when he needed money. So let somebody else other people got that capacity to stand up and access all those facilities too,
All right.
and build infrastructure and build those industries.
Factories,
Because
yeah.
if we ask government to build us iron ore like a
No, again, I'm not saying. I never
People
said
will bring it
government.
down.
I never said government should
Okay.
build it. I said invest in
Okay.
it. Invest in it.
If
Work with private
they
people. Invest in it. Yeah.
they have to invest in the figure. Just like let's take you for example.
Not
If you
necessarily
got,
a figure. You can. Dangote could be the person that wants it, right? And if you
That's what I'm
invest in
saying,
it
like,
and
I'm saying,
Dangote
like,
use it, takes
an
over
individual
it.
like you.
Yeah.
An individual like you, if you have interest in this iron and you have all the technical know-how to bring it back to limelight, and you can access this fund, the fund is there, you take it and let it work in, bring in people, experts that won't jeopardize that organization.
Absolutely.
Because we have this policy, if it's run by government funding, people will bring it down in no time.
Again,
So,
I think you
best
keep
thing
saying
now
the same
is-
thing, but I'm not saying this. I'm not of the same opinion that government should be running that business. That's not what I'm saying. I'm of the opinion that government should invest in it. Investing
like
in
what
it
they
could
did
be
with
like a
Dangote.
bailout, like stuff like that.
Yes,
It could be
yes,
like a
yes.
bailout, stuff, whatever it is. But investing in it,
And
that's all. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Mr. Kashi, you know one point.
Yeah.
Our governors, even our local government chairman, they are not utilizing the opportunities they have right now. I'm happy that some of the eastern states are taking, like this power generation.
Yeah.
Lagos is also doing the same thing.
Ogun State
There's
is also
autonomy
doing the
for
same
all
thing.
of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's autonomy, but
Yeah.
these governors are so lazy. Everything is politics. The moment they step in, they're thinking about second term.
Absolutely.
All they think about is bringing appointment and doing all of that.
Absolutely.
Why can't you just bring in people from afar to help you work on this? Let's because that's the only place that I'm seeing Tinubu fail with this power generation. And if you find out this power generation thing, autonomy is with governors.
Absolutely.
They
Well,
can
Mr.
do it.
Debo,
They have the money.
we need to move forward now, but I appreciate you for joining. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Garcia. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. Thank you for coming back. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Debo. I appreciate you. I believe we agreed on a few things there, and we disagreed on a few as well. But again, thank you. That's how we run the show here. We come, we agree, have conversations, agree, disagree, and keep it moving. It's what it is. We no come here to fight. We no come here to do bad boss. It's just what it is. I have my opinions, and they are strong. They are very strong. And I expect you to have your own opinions too, and I want you to have strong ones as well. And you bring it here, and we talk about it. Anyway, let's get back to this. Make I solve TikTok puzzle. I don't know why they are giving me this puzzle, but let me solve it so that they'll leave me alone. All right. I think they've let me alone in the meantime. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Make we continue to like and share. And if you haven't followed me yet, feel free to follow. Let's read some chats, some comments in the chat here. CJ Okonkwo says on YouTube. CJ Okonkwo on YouTube, he says, security, economic growth, external investments, just a few. Hello, Kachi. It's great to join you again on today's show. Great show this thus far. Keep it up, brotherly. Thank you so much, Isaac Nice. I appreciate you. CJ Okonkwo says only power generation. Wow. He also goes further and says, why weaken a nation due to a few individuals in the process of doing that? I'm trying to understand where, but thank you, CJ Okonkwo from YouTube. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, make we read some chats on Facebook, and then we go from there. Amadi Michael says, don't mind the gullible ones. And you're responding to someone who says, or who said, it's easy to criticize and be the smart one. Who is the gullible one? How is criticizing making me or anybody criticizing gullible? How does critique make somebody gullible? Sometimes when I go call one insult person, when I no go even put the insult where, so that the thing go pain the person. Sharpen your insult, sharpen them where, so that when you strike them, the thing go cut my heart like this. You go pain me where. Sharpen that your insult. How does me criticizing make me gullible? Please, how does me criticizing make me gullible? How does me criticizing make me gullible? I don't understand that, my brother. But anyway, thank you for being here. Make me read some chats on TikTok. I am D Breeze says, what governor is defiantly business? She owns multiple entities, including the Who owns military? Hey man, make una dey help me with una chat so that I go fit dey read am well, make you dey make people they feel understand them, right? All right. On John says Tinubu has run out of ideas, borrowing massively, subsidies gone, borrowing to fund elections campaign. I don't know that he's borrowing to fund his election campaign, but I definitely know that he's borrowing, and he's borrowing a lot. Anyway, and if he's borrowing also to do this giveaway when they give governors, where some people want me to they clap hand for him. I don't know. I think it's ridiculous. But anyway, thank you for being here. Ianu says government is not in business. Government is not in business. I guess you mean government is not a business. Government should be seen as a business, actually, because now profit and loss at the end of the day. That's why you have account and finance minister. Finance minister is there to do the balance the account every month, every year. That's what. So government should be run as a business. If Nigerian is run as a business, if Nigeria is run like Dangote business, Nigeria go dey prosper. So I don't know what you mean. The government should be run like business. It should be run like a business. Anyway, thank you, Ianu, for being here. Let's see another chat here. Onjon says, Tinubu said he is Buhari and he took over from himself. So Tinubu has failed for 4 years. All right. I mean, absolutely. But yeah, saying someone failed is again subjective, but would need you to come here and tell us why you think he failed. What are the objective metrics you're using to measure his failure? That's what we want to talk about. That's what we want to talk about. But I appreciate you guys for being here. Let's keep liking, let's keep sharing. And if you haven't followed me yet, this is a good time to follow. All right, we bring Mr. One Man. And Mr. One Man, I've not had a good experience with you ever since I started hosting my shows. I hope that today will be that different. I hope today will make a difference. I know they're here to do shouts and all that good stuff. I'm here to have a conversation with you. I hope you understand it. I hope you followed me enough to understand that that's what I'm about. I'm not here to fight with you. Yeah, I'm here to have conversations with you. And I'm not going to let you do a submission. I don't do submissions here. You give me your why you think or what you think if this is a good first term. I'm going to push back. If you say I failed promises, I could also push back. Even though I think he has failed in a lot of areas, but I could also push back. That is the ground zero of my show. So if you want to unmute yourself and let us have this conversation.
Oh, all right, thank you for having me. So those are the parameters of my conversation too. I'm not here to it's good. We can agree, we can disagree without being disagreeable. I think that's the go-to term. So. Well, thank you for having me. You know what? What really gravitated.
What's your name, by the way, so that I can address you properly? And thank you for joining.
You can just call me Woman. But you can call me Wale if you want my real name.
Not like your first name. First, Wale is good, Mr. Wale.
Yeah,
thank
Wale
you for joining. Yeah.
So yes, actually, what really gravitated me towards your platform is your conversations with Chioma, somebody that I rate so excellently. So that's why I really used to listen, and then of course I started listening from there. But
all right, but one second, Chioma started. Obviously, she has started. She's now a co-host, pretty much a co-host yes. on my show. But when I started this show, Chioma wasn't a co-host. I don't think she started. She joined the very first day that I started hosting shows. We got to know each other on TikTok here, and that's it. But I hear you on that, and shout out to Chioma. She's very brilliant, and she's a co-host on my show. But I appreciate you for also mentioning her. Yeah.
Yes, no, I was just saying that's when I reassessed your platform. I was somewhat dismissive of it prior to your partnership with Chioma, but that's just based on I didn't sufficiently pay enough attention. But let's really go to the topic at hand. So.
All right. And I appreciate you for joining again. I know your name, your username, One Man. I'm only saying this because you're trying to belittle what I'm doing here by saying you were dismissed.
Never.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I hear you when you say you came back to the show or you started paying back attention to the show again because you saw Chioma on the show. But again, when I first saw you on my show, it wasn't because Chioma was here. Chioma just became a co-host. She's always been coming to my show, but she just became a co-host on the show. So please don't belittle what I'm doing here by saying you are dismissive of it.
Let me clear up that space so we can go fully into the conversation.
Yes, please.
When I first encountered your platform, I was somewhat dismissive of it because I formed the erroneous conclusion that it was one of those Biafra setup, something. But I've been following Choma, and I know she's a proud Igbo woman, but she's not a silly Biafra something. So when I started listening to your conversation, then I realized there's more nuance to what you're doing outside of just ethnic jingle. So
I see.
that's more on me than you. But let's just abandon that and go.
I hear you, and I'm going to move forward after this. I was never here to. I've never have I come on this platform, TikTok, to say anything about to bring divisiveness on the different ethnic groups we have in Nigeria. So when you say ethnic jingles, it kind of cuts across like that. I've never been divisive in that regard. I always, when I want to talk about anything ethnic, it's about my tribe. And it's about how Igbo people can progress. I never put any other tribe down because I want my own people to progress. So make we they use the English correctly so that it no go sound like, what it not really is. But let's ignore all of that and just move forward, please.
Oh, all right, let's move forward. So the scorecard for Tinubu, 70%. So let's kick it off from there.
Okay.
In fact, that's a conservative underscoring. Maybe I'm subliminally being affected by the relentless wave of criticism, but a detached assessment of Tinubu, that could probably be the baseline, 70%. Some people rate him higher. Let me say one thing that there should be no controversy around. Tinubu is the most reformative government we've ever had in the history of Nigeria.
You mean this government?
Yes.
Okay.
So and we're 3 years in and a bit. The most reformative, the wave of reforms. I'm not saying they're good reforms. I'm not saying they're bad reforms.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the reforms. This is the first person that have really attempted to reshape that country. Whether you are saying it's succeeding or not, a whole raft of impactful things. Rescuing the financial autonomy for the local government, that's one of the most impactful things.
Okay.
This infrastructural development, one of the most impactful things.
Okay.
The students self-taught, just a whole raft of so many things. So many things.
Okay.
And when we're talking about infrastructural development, there's so much going on in that country right now that it's near impossible for anybody to deny that they are not seeing it.
Yeah.
But
when you look back in Nigeria, right, this is the highest cost of food has ever been in Nigeria. So when you say we'll get into that, but when you say he's the financial autonomy of the LGA, the infrastructure reform, the student loan, and a whole other reforms that we could list on and on, right? Those things, how are they helping the cost of food in Nigeria? Like, this is literally the highest that cost of food on average has ever been in Nigeria. I don't know whether you agree with that, but this is what is happening in Nigeria right now.
Yes, I agree, but there's a proviso and there's mitigation. So what leads to that is really the thing.
Okay.
And by the way, the price of food is crashing quite heavily, and the minimum wage has quadrupled. But let's say that as a baseline.
Okay.
Nigeria is now entered into.
You said what led to the high price of food, right?
Yes.
Do you want to tell us about that?
Well, what are the factors? A good amount of what's led to that is the logistics cost. So what's led to it's all wrapped around the petrol narrative and the dollar narrative. Those are the two propellers that has introduced inflation somewhat into the economy.
Okay, but whose fault is that, though? Isn't that Tinubu's fault? He removed the fuel subsidy. He removed the subsidy.
You are too sophisticated now to say that. Now you can't say you are too educated to say that.
Let me rephrase. Tinubu removed the fuel subsidy. Tinubu removed the subsidy on the dollar, and that's why the dollar price and the fuel price currently is high. So I'm not going to say it's his fault again, but he did these things. So that's why the effect of the cost of food is high, right? So who's to blame for that?
All right. So that's a good question. So if who is to blame for that is the excesses of that country from independence till date. So that country has been living off a free check. Do you know that the education in Nigeria is probably the cheapest in the world? So there's a cost to it. So who insulates that cost? Do you know that food in Nigeria prior to the something was the cheap electricity in Nigeria is one of the cheapest in the world.
That's not
so
correct.
There's a cost.
That's not correct.
It is now. It is.
That's not correct.
It is.
That's not
Come
correct.
on now. If you
A unit of Lagos,
yes.
a unit of
yes.
what's it called? A unit of electricity or whatever, kilowatt and all that in Lagos, in some areas in Lagos, is as high as 10,000 naira. A unit.
No, you have to dollarize it. If you're talking international comparisons, then you have to dollarize it.
Yeah, I don't have the exact figures, so I definitely can't. Definitely can't compare. But do you, so that we can compare it?
Well, no, I have the because I live outside of the country.
Okay.
I'm vested and invested in the country. So,
all right.
so
let's do the dollar. Let's do the dollar one of the one that we can. For electricity is going to be a little bit too complex right now.
Let's do petrol.
That's easier, right? What's the cost of petrol right now in Nigeria, right?
All right. The cost of petrol, but I'm not in Nigeria, but broadly they are telling me it's about 1,400 thereabouts.
All right. Let's say 1,400.
Yes, the cost of petrol where I live, which is in England, is about £2 something.
Is it a liter or a gallon?
A liter.
A liter. All right.
Yes.
£2 in England.
£2 something. About £2.20 thereabout.
All right. And £2 would be £1,500, 3,000 naira.
No. It's about. It used to be 2,000 to 1. It's about 19 something. I can check for you now.
So £2 is 2,000 something. Is that what you're saying?
£1 is about 2,000. So £2.
So 4,000.
£2 something will be about 4,000 something naira.
All right. So let's say a liter
in the United
of
States is $5.
It's not a liter though. It's not a liter. It's not a liter. It's a gallon.
They do per gallon. Okay, let's do per liter. Yes.
All right. That gallon now might be four. That 1 gallon is 4 liters, right? If you divide that $5, let's call it $4.
Oh, no, let's stay with the one that we know. Okay, we do liters in the UK. They do liters in Nigeria. It costs about 4,000 to 5,000 naira to buy in the UK.
Let's use US.
Naira.
US actually uses dollar. Let's leave the pound because the pound now will need to do another conversion and all that good stuff. Let's use the naira to dollar. In the US, the average.
But I don't know the price. Do you know the price in the US?
The average is about $4.19. So let's call it $4 right now in the US, right? $4 for a gallon. A gallon is about 4 liters. So that means 1 liter is about $1 in the US. These are just rough estimates. So a liter of fuel in the US is $1, right? Which is 1,400. A liter of fuel in Nigeria is the same 1,400. So why does that make sense? Like, how is that a positive in your opinion?
I'm not sure about those figures, but
no, you can use your phone. You can use your phone.
No, because I'm using the phone with you now. But I'm not. I don't want to get too bogged down.
It's okay. Yeah. Just use your phone and Google. We have time. Use your phone. Google average price of fuel or gas in the US. Google will give you the answer real quick. And then do what is...
Don't worry, I've got my laptop right here. I can just go now.
Okay.
But I don't really want to bog down too much on that particular because there's a whole raft of other things that I wanted to speak
on.
But
it would be nice to talk about it too, so that we can compare and contrast, right?
So how much are you saying? How much is a liter? Let me just go to liter straight away of petrol.
They don't use liters in the US.
No, don't worry. There's something we do the calculations and give me a figure in America. Oh, all right, it should bring it up. Now, they don't use liters in America, like I said. Oh, okay. It says it ranges from $1.08 to $1.26. So,
let's call it $1. Let's even bring it down to $1. $1 for 1 liter. Well, I'm being very conservative, right? $1 for 1 liter, right? Of fuel in the US, right? And then Nigeria, 1 liter is 1,400. Dollar to naira is 1,400. So it's pretty much at the same, which it's actually in reality it's higher. But I'm saying it's pretty much 1 liter in Nigeria is the same as 1 liter in the US. How is that a positive?
Well, look. Let me just say this. The 1,400 now is an anomalous sort of price. That's a price that's coming within the last 4-6 weeks thereabout. So what's the mitigation? You know the backstory of that. What was the price of petrol prior to what spiked it up.
All right,
it was about.
Let me even help
hold
you.
on,
What
let me just
has
make
been the
one point
lowest?
now.
No, let's not even forget about what spiked it. What has been the lowest fuel has cost in Nigeria since Tinubu became president? Let's start from there.
It was hovering round about the 700 and something mark thereabout before the spike.
700
before
naira.
700-800 naira thereabouts.
Let's call it 800
naira
before
the spike.
All right, yes. 800 naira. How is that a positive for the average Nigerian? 800 naira for a liter of
what do you
fuel.
mean? How is that? So how much should they be selling petrol in Nigeria?
When Buhari, which in my opinion was the worst president Nigeria ever had, when Buhari was president, it wasn't 800. So why shouldn't I be able to ask that question? Why is it wrong for me to ask that question?
All right. So sorry. Bring somebody else up. I have to go and attend to something.
I see your child here talking. Maybe you need to attend to your child. That's okay. But feel free to request, so we can continue this conversation. And I really appreciate you joining, Mr. Wale. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. Make we bring AJ. And hey man, before we bring another guest up here, and shout out to Mr. One Man, because now One Man what takes a beer. Every time he comes to my show, before he could just come I don't want to use any bad words, but he just wouldn't, stick to what we're talking about. He's always like going off on me, like saying Sabi me before and me and they fight, But I'm not here to do all of that. I just want to have conversations, right? That's all I'm here to do. But I appreciate you for finally understanding what I'm really about. I'm not here to cause any division. I don't get time for that, right? And we shouldn't have time for all of that division. Division they help anybody. It does actually. Division they help somebody. They help the politicians. In them they help. It doesn't help us as citizens. So if you want to be divisive, that's okay. But this is not the platform for that. And I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here to join the conversation. All right, make we bring Mr. AJ. Make we bring Mr. AJ up.
Kachi.
All right, AJ, thank you for joining. And no vex for me. I don't forget your name again. You go help me with your first name, please.
No, you can call me AJ. It's okay.
All right. AJ is somewhat of a name anyway. Otherwise, I know they like to call people with their usernames, but AJ is somewhat. AJ could be Anthony Joshua. Okay. AJ could be Anthony Joshua. So let us stick with that.
So we are going to have a big box in the ring.
Thank you, Mr. AJ, for joining. Let us talk about this. Yeah. What do you think? Tinubu 2027, good first term or failed promises?
For me, actually, I believe it's a total failure.
Total failure. Okay.
Total failure. Yeah, of course.
And why do you say so?
Okay, because honestly, I think policies are meant to have an impact on the quality life of the citizens, right? Policies are not meant just for the sake of making the policies. Yep. Just to say, I'm bold enough to make a policy.
Yep.
What? If you are bold enough to make a policies, that policies are affecting the citizens negatively, then that means that policies are no good, and the government should rethink about that.
Yeah.
Right? For instance, all this subsidy removal, all this forex stuff, and all these monetary and fiscal policies.
Yep.
At the end of the day, I'm talking as from the perspective of a common Nigerian, not politicians, not those who support politicians, but as a common Nigerian, he didn't see any impact on his life.
Yeah.
All he sees is that a lot of, purchasing power of the naira has gone so low. Yep. The quality of life of that citizens becomes so, so terrible. And the level of poverty, people in this, just when Mr. Tinubu take over power, there is increase of about how many percentage poverty? They say now there is about 140 million Nigerians that drifted more into poverty. So if the policies are really good, are really positive, then people should come out of poverty, not to, drip much into the poverty.
Yep.
Actually, sometimes this argument that some people bring with big grammar, I always like it the way you say, don't give us big grammar and jargons. Because
we need to break it down. Because now beer parlor we there. Everybody is welcome to the beer parlor. We know be only people where they're very educated, where they come the beer parlor. So we need everybody to be carried along, right?
But last time we protest that you must have a parlor for people like us. You know, even you, I know you don't drink, but so I think you see, if you said okay, the policies are good, then people should improve. They should see
Yeah.
improvement in their own life,
Yeah.
right? But take a common Nigerian now. You know, this argument that somebody will say the price of fuel is even cheaper in the US or in UK or whatever. It doesn't really make sense.
What
Because
is the minimum wage in the US? What is the
Yeah,
minimum wage in
exactly,
Nigeria? It doesn't make. That's why I was asking the previous caller, Mr. Wole, how is that a positive? I wanted him to say something so that we could go into him, right? But he had to go anyway.
correct.
But yeah.
Correct. Because for instance, in the UK, how many hours will you take you to have a full tank?
Yeah.
What of in Nigeria? In Nigeria, a civil servant, let's imagine you are taking your salary is 200,000 a month, right? And you end up spending 50,000 a month for electricity.
Also, what is the GDP per capita in Nigeria? What is it? GDP, because GDP per capita is pretty much how much the average person earns, right? In the country,
it's
right?
about 1,000 in Nigeria currently. I think it's about 1,000.
And how much is the GDP per capita in these countries that you want to compare your fuel price with, your energy price with?
Exactly. In the UK, I think it's about 56,000 or so. So I think that the argument doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Even the argument of local government autonomy, right? I always see people bring it, but that local government autonomy is a pure. You know why I say that, Kachi?
We missed you. We missed you shortly there. You said the local government autonomy is a pure what?
It's just deception.
Deception.
It's not real. And the reason why I said that is that section 162 of the Nigerian Constitution is still in that constitution. And you know what the section said? It mandates states to maintain a joint state and local government account. And the Accountant General of the Federation must remit that money to that particular account. So you said, okay, now local government had their autonomy, but that section of the Constitution still exists. It has not been expunged. It has not been removed from the Constitution. And they can't do anything. For instance, Accountant General cannot go anything against the Constitution, correct?
Yeah.
So actually, that local government, and if you take it further,
so you're saying it's unconstitutional?
No, I'm not saying it's unconstitutional. I'm saying it's just on paper. But in reality, the local government doesn't have any autonomy because of such kind of orders.
I see what you're saying.
And imagine as well, who are those conducting local government elections? They are still state electoral boards.
Yeah. And
those state electoral boards are still controlled by the state government. I can give you an example of my state. When we had local government election last time, the governor just wrote the list. People came out to vote, but there is nowhere to find the election materials. So at the end of the day, there is nothing like autonomy, right?
Yeah.
So I think in a real sense, these policies are not helping matters.
Yeah.
And they are making Nigerians, having difficulty.
Yeah, I can argue though and say some of them are really helping. When you say it's a total failure, I mean something has to be a total failure if everything is totally bad. But that's your opinion.
Yeah,
but I can only argue and say like the NEL, I think it's called NEL fund, the student loan stuff. Some people are benefiting from that. There are some policies that people are actually benefiting from. But in general, overall, these policies, they are not necessarily like the tax reform on that one. Definitely, you can't tax poverty. You just can't tax poverty.
Kachi,
but yeah,
Kachi, the biggest problem of this government and their supporters is they are not being honest and sincere. They will always come and talk and say there is this. But if you look at it critically, you realize it's just like kind of propaganda. Even the NEL fund. In Nigeria, how many students do we have? How many students in Nigerian universities graduate every year?
I don't know the number, but it's a lot. It's a lot of students.
Yeah. And what's the percentage of those students that can access that loan?
I don't have that number either. I
did a little research about that, but it's just I can't remember the exact figures right now. Okay. But it's a very small percentage of students that can access that.
Are you saying they can't? The rest can't access it because they are not eligible, or what is the problem?
No, no, because the funds are limited. The
Ah,
money are
I
so
see what you're
limited, right?
saying.
It's not like an open fund that whenever you want, you can access
I
it.
see what you're
Every
saying.
year there is a particular number.
Amount, I
So because
see.
of that,
Huh.
exactly. So because of that, not many of them can access it. But even if they access it, in a Nigerian situation, you will see someone who's a PhD that doesn't even have a job. In Nigeria, right?
Yep.
Talk less of someone who just graduated. When will
Yep.
he get the money to pay back the loan? It's not like, we shouldn't be like zombies. Our
Yeah.
government shouldn't be like zombies just to be copying what is happening in the UK, in the US.
Yeah.
We should develop our own way
That works for us.
yeah, exactly. So I think these governments are really, and if you take every sector, for instance, I heard you are discussing about how the government should have an enabling environment, right? So that, for instance, private businesses can thrive.
Yeah.
But how? No security,
Yeah.
right? For instance, me from the region I came, we have a lot of big farms. Now they can't go to those farms because of insecurity. Some people want to have like a manufacturing, factory and stuff like that, but they can't because the cost of production is so high
Yep.
that it's better to go and import from China and
Yep.
produce in Nigeria.
Yep.
But if to say you have a cheaper electricity, and stuff like that, you are going to create your manufacturing
Yep.
companies here, and you're going to employ people, and it will have a multiplier effect.
Absolutely.
Correct?
And that's the point I was trying to make when I said the government should invest in these things, but the other caller thought I was saying government should run the business. No, government should not be in the business of running like businesses. No, maybe oversight or
exactly.
something, but not like actually running the business. But I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you see, let me give you an example. For instance, there is this woman rapper, right?
Yeah.
That is a textile that produce it in Kano, right? They produce the same quality. But if you go to China and import the same quality, you are going to sell it like half of the price of the cost of producing it in Kano.
In Kano.
But imagine if you can produce it in Kano in the same price. That means you are going to employ your people. You are going to have so many economic multiplier around the city, right?
Yeah.
So there is no way you can just come and say, even it's just sometimes, the way people talk about stuff, all these policies, they will say, even this project, you said, oh, they are constructing roads. Instead of constructing roads, why can't you, do something, a better project than maybe a road?
Yep.
Let's say maybe constructing an electric power station, for instance.
Yep.
That can make a lot of stuff. So I think, like one caller said, the best term of a politician is first term.
First time, yeah.
And we have seen what this first term is really doing to the common man.
Yeah.
So I don't think if we go for the second term, I don't know how it's going to be.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. AJ, thank you so much for joining.
Last thing, I just hope the government do listen to criticism.
Yeah.
Like, not like how some people are telling you shouldn't criticize, and it's just
it's
we
crazy.
hope the government will listen to the criticism and improve, because
Absolutely.
we have no country like Nigeria. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Mr. AJ, for joining. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. I mean, yeah, he, in his opinion, he's a total failure. Even though I think he has a lot of failed promises. Even the ones where he even do, Seth. The promises where he keep, like the removal of fuel subsidy. He just removed it just because. I said it, so I would do it. It wasn't strategic. The dollar removal, the dollar subsidy remover, he just did it because, I talk him, so I'm going to do it. He didn't have any strategy, and that's why we're in the mess that we're in. And, Mr. Wale, one man, when I said the price of food that is up is Tinubu's fault, he said, why would I say something like that? I saw it from that perspective. Why would I say it's Tinubu's fault? But I can objectively say it that Tinubu caused these things to happen by removing the dollar, the subsidy on the dollar, and not having any strategy to make sure that the dollar doesn't go so high. By removing fuel subsidy and not having any strategy or solid strategy to make sure that the gas price doesn't go high, I can objectively say that's Tinubu's fault, you see? But anyway, let's keep the conversation going, and I appreciate you guys for being here. We are 22K likes. Let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here to join the conversation. If you haven't followed me yet, this is a good time to follow me. Click the follow button. It's up here somewhere, and let's keep going. Before we bring the next guest up, let's read some chats here in the comments. and then we go from there. All right, we have Fantasy Pro Communications from YouTube. He says, lower taxes is a start for allowing businesses to thrive. Absolutely. Totally agree. CJ Okonkwo says, AJ, you got it. Ejiofor Chris on YouTube, he says, this one man. All right, we're not going to read that. All right, CJ Okonkwo says, that's an argument one man can never win, okay? What is the national minimum wage in the USA? Absolutely. And I didn't want to just throw everything at him, right? That's why I asked him the question. Is that a positive? Make we hear the next thing when we go talk before we start to talk about minimum wage, GDP per capita. You're comparing the fuel price of a country. That's the richest country in the world. The richest on a very good day. America is the richest country, in terms of GDP and all that, right? On a very good day. China could be there tomorrow, they fluctuate. But on a very good day, US is the richest country in the world. They compare their gas price. Where them, they also complain, they're also complaining. Them we get money like, say, tomorrow, no day. They're still complaining. They compare them with Nigeria, where the minimum wage now 70,000. What's the GDP per capita in Nigeria? Maybe less than $1,000, right? Or around there. You're comparing that. Come on now. That's not that's a very bad faith argument. But it's an argument, regardless. Whether a good faith or bad faith, it's an argument. But let's read some chats here on YouTube. Babatope Olatunji Benga from Facebook. He says, poking on things that are beyond government control is disingenuous. The fundamentals of our distorted economy that's being corrected should be left on beer parlor discourse. Let me see. On beer parlor discourse. Students now stay in school and the lecturers no longer go on strike. Our debt repayment to income was near 100% by 2023, but is down to 40%. The economy had entered recession by the World Bank projection for 2026 is 4.6%. If the economy is not well structured, we can't even solve our basic problems. My brother, I hear you on all those ones, but you don't have to throw shade on the name of my show. You can make your point without calling this thing. Hey, man, we are on the Beer Parlor show, man. And shout out to the Beer Parlor, man. Shout out to the Beer Parlor, man. This is where we have real discussions unfiltered. Nigerians come here, they share our thoughts, they have fun and go away. But I hear you, man. Students are in school now, no strikes, lecturers are being paid, all that good stuff. It's good. It is good. That's one side of the economy. We are talking about even the students now where they for school. When are they for school? Are they buy fish? 100 naira. You go see fish, full fish, you go see full fish, 100 naira. They fit cut meat for you, 200 naira. 200 naira meat for you. You go get like 5 pieces inside that 200 naira meat. If you be woman, they fit give you like 6, 7. All these people they sell meat, then they like women too much. But if you be woman, they fit cut 6 or 7 pieces. 200 naira meat, what they tell you, right? 200 naira meat, what they tell you, right? You go in and cook better food, chop, they all right. 200 naira, you go see food. 150, you go see food. 200 naira, you go see good plate of food, depending on where you go. Sometimes I wonder, these students, I'm talking about the students, because you mentioned students are in school, no strike, all that good stuff, right? It's not about being in school. How are they faring? How are they faring in that school that they are, right? Because I don't know whether they still sell food 500 naira. I don't know whether 500 naira food still there. Imagine a student. Yeah, you want to see that kind of money they chop. Some students will not sabi cook, because not everybody sabi cook, right? I'm talented enough to be able to cook, right? But imagine students will not sabi cook. Do you know how much 500 naira is to chop 500 naira, and this is just one meal? 500 naira times 30, right? I don't know what the math is. 500 times 30 would be what? 5,000, 15,000. That's one meal. If now only one meal per day you do, you don't blow 15,000 naira for 1 month. Then if now 3 or 2 meals you do, now 30,000 per month. How many people get 30,000 naira? When I did school, people don't even see 5,000 naira. It can't be now. How many people get 30,000 naira just for food? You never pay transport, go school, going and coming. Now, with gas fuel price is 1,300. Come on now, we want to make these arguments, but we don't want to see the thing holistically, right? We just want to say, oh, students are in school. This thing, the strike, no day. Lecturers are being paid, this one, that one. But we're not looking at it holistically. That now you were there disingenuous. You're telling me that I'm disingenuous. Meanwhile, you're the one that is disingenuous. You see what I'm saying, my brother? But hey, let's stop calling names. Talk about these things. No, I know they yab my beer parlor name. No, they yab that name. Anyway, let's get back to the show. And let's keep liking, by the way, and sharing and get more people here to join the show. All right. Anselm, we'll go bring up Anselm here. You can make your argument without like trying to throw shades and stuff, right? You can just make your argument without trying to belittle what I'm doing here, man. You don't have to do that. It's not necessary. But it's all good because it doesn't get to me. It doesn't get to me anyway. So it's all good. Have fun with it. All right. Anselm, thank you for joining.
Okay, thank you, Kachi. Good evening from here.
Thank you for joining, Mr. Anselm. Thank you.
So let me just get straight to the topic.
Okay.
We're asking based on his promises.
Yep.
And I think the answer will be two-way for me, because if I should rate his delivering based on his promises, I think I will give him a pass. But where we can be making argument or debate is the effect of the promises which he actually fulfilled. Understand? Because if I should rate his that is whether he delivered based on his promises, I can give him 7 over 10, 7.5 or 8 over 10, based on I said I would do this thing, and I'm doing it, or I did it.
Yeah.
Understand? So, but the effects of that promises is what we can debate. Understand? So, and if we should debate it factually,
do you want to debate them? Or do you want to debate the effects? Do you want to debate the effects?
Anybody that,
Okay.
Yeah. So
make we debate the effects.
If you should talk about the effects of, okay, thank you. If you should talk about the effects of his promises, which is a fuel subsidy, Naira unification, I think these two things is why so many things is high now. If you should talk about it, then I don't think if there is any way you can do it without the price of things going up. Because even within that 2023 that he came to office till now, even people that did not, like, we are not the country that are stable, understand?
Let me tell you how you can do it. When you say there is no way you can do it without price of things going up, let me tell you how you can do it. So that price of things no go up. No, Mr. Anselm, you know how.
Let me just say this one, then you tell me.
No, just hear me out. Let's focus on this one. You say no way you can do it without price of things going up. You can do it in phases.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. He could have done it in phases. Okay. Phase 1 will go come out 10%, so that you no go there too hard on people. Phase 2 will go do maybe 20%. Phase 3, you can do it in phases. That's one way to do it. So when you say there is no way to do it, there are ways to do it actually, in reality.
Okay, do you know, Kachi? Do you know that the time the man came into office, there was no provision for fuel subsidy? I don't know if you know that. Like he become, like, the time he went to us, or the time they give him the files and he go through everything, he realized that there was no provision for fuel subsidy. And me and you know that Nigeria have revenue problem. Yeah, Nigeria is a rich country based on resources, but we have revenue problem. If you can agree with me,
when you say we have revenue problem, what do you mean? Like we're not generating revenue?
What we are generating is so poor for the population.
So where is Tinubu getting this money, this extra money where they're saying they give governors? Where are they bringing them from?
No. Even the amount they are giving governor, for me, is still poor.
I hear you. But rumors have it that he has increased it.
Yeah,
where is he bringing that extra? Where is he bringing that extra from?
It's from the revenue. Understand? But me.
So it doesn't sound if Tinubu can find extra money to be giving governors, it doesn't sound like we have a problem like that.
We have a very big problem. Just watch our budget. A country of 250 million. Just watch their budget and compare it to other African countries that we feel like.
Let's stop. And the comparison is good, but let's focus on Nigeria, right? I'm saying, if you're making an argument that Tinubu, that we have a revenue problem, but Tinubu somehow is able to find extra money to be giving governors, where is he getting it from?
Okay, can I answer you? So
Yeah.
now, like I was trying to make the argument of the fuel subsidy that there was no provision for fuel subsidy, which means if he should continue, understand, he has to start his government with borrowing to subsidize. And we all know in Nigeria, for you to reform anything that you, any policy or any sector that you want to reform, there will always be a pushback. The Nigeria that I know, there will always be a pushback. Even that face you are saying, it sounds good. It sounds good. Understand? Do it in face. It sounds so good. But people will actually take advantage of that. I know the Nigeria that I'm staying.
So you're saying now that he has removed it in totality, that people did not take advantage of it? Is that what you're saying?
People actually, exactly, immediately he even now announced it, people took advantage of that.
So why do it then?
Hello, you say?
So why do it? If you do it this way, they'll take advantage. If you do it the other way, they'll take advantage. Why do it?
Because it's necessary.
So why not do it in a way that will not hurt the people the most? If regardless of how you do them, they go take advantage. Why not do it in a way that will not hurt the people the most?
Kashi, me personally believe that if he had said to do it 10%, 4%, he may not even be able to do it.
No,
Based
I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. But anyway,
okay, good. I'm just saying based on my own what I believe or from my experience of how Nigeria are doing things. Understand? So I believe that he may not even be able to do it. Understand? So now, price of things actually, like I said, the two things actually cause the price of things to go up. But even if we check from 2023 to 2026. Even countries that did not remove fuel subsidy, understand, price of things have also went up. I don't know if you are getting me.
I'm getting you. But our own is due to mostly policies, bad policies by the government. Other countries have their issues that they're dealing with, but our own is primarily due to the bad policies.
Exactly. Because why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? We are making a reference of the time you were in school that you are using 200 to cook food. Understand?
Not necessarily 200, but they use 200 buy meat. But they use 200 buy meat. Yeah.
Buy meat. Yeah. Exactly. You are using 200 to buy meat. There was a time in Nigeria that you can use 20 to buy. There was a time you can use 10. So now.
As every other country, by the way. By the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, let me just give this instance. I traveled to Ghana in 2024. Understand? Just a travel. Then fuel was 5 cedis. But I think now it's 13. Are you getting my point?
Okay.
Now it is 13. They didn't even do anything, but it have rise to 13.
Inflation is a worldwide thing. It's not specific to Nigeria. So I don't know the argument you're trying to make. I'm saying the current one where Nigeria they deal with is due to the policy of Tinubu. I'm not making this up. Tinubu removed fuel subsidy. That's why our gas price went up. It's not because of inflation. It's Tinubu that did this one.
Yeah, I agreed. Like I said, I agreed.
So let's stop comparing it to Ghana and every other country, yeah?
If you are comparing, no, I'm not comparing to. I'll just give you an instance, understand? So if you are saying about how much 200, how far 200 can go for you that year, understand? You should also be talking of how hard it is to get 200.
Yeah.
If you are talking of,
you need to put it. You need to put it in context. You need to put it in context because hear me out, Mr. Anselm. Hear me out. Make we know the struggle in mic. Hear me out. When you talk, I pretty much allow you until I have to interject. Please stop struggling the mic. We need to put it in context. I was responding to somebody who said that teachers are being paid, lecturers are being paid on time. Students are in school and there are no strikes. And I was saying he needs to look at that situation, this education thing, holistically. Because those students that are in school now, can they eat? That's where I now say 200 naira food and all that good stuff, transportation and all that good stuff. I was saying we need to look at it holistically. So don't bring what I said in context to something else and use it for a different argument. It's not necessarily fair. That's what I was just trying to say. But if you want to round up actually, so that we go move forward.
Okay. Well, the point I was even trying to make about that is that because I have like from time let me say, during my primary school days, understand, I always know how hard things have been, understand. So what I'm just saying is that people actually can feed if they are doing something, because things go up, the price of things go up. So also the price, like now in Nigeria, to make 50,000 is not as hard as it is before, understand. People
Okay.
that are doing hard job, I always use hard job as a instance because it's something that I
And then
did
to spend it
very
is
well
not
before.
as is
Wait.
also very
let me
easy.
let me just
All right, Mr. Ansem, we're
pardon.
gonna if you keep doing this, wait. I don't know why you keep doing wait. I'm interjecting for a reason. When you say to make 50,000 is easy to make, to spend it is also easy to spend right now, because before you
Easy
buy,
to spend, exactly that.
but not be so it be before. To make the
Exactly.
50,000 before they had, and to spend them, they that easy, because fuel price back then was maybe 200 naira per liter. If you get a pass my neighbor, you buy 2 liters, 400 naira. That one go carry you for the night, maybe. I'm saying because I've been get a pass my neighbor for school. You get how you go tweak the generator, this thing, the gas, this thing. It go last you for a long time. But now you're making 50,000 easy. 2 liters of fuel don't already chop inside. Even the I pass my neighbor now, self is in the hundreds of thousands. Then I pass my neighbor was 10,000 naira, 7,000 naira. So stop making these excuses, my brother. It's not
Okay,
not
let me
necessarily
round up.
apples for apples. But
Let me
yeah, we
round
need
up.
to
Let
move
me round
forward
up.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, let me round up. Well, for me, if we should be talking about the ASO strike that have not happened since he came into office, I think is a good bonus to him, because then people were not even talking about whether school fees or whether you can feed. They were kind of 4 years course, you'll be doing it for 7 years. 4 years course or 5 years course, you'll be doing it for 10 years because of ASO strike. So I think I have to give him his flower based on that side,
Okay.
because it's not easy, or it's not easy. Every government have tried to solve that ASO strike. If it is easy, they would have solved it, but this man were able to manage and solve it.
All
So
right.
you can talk about the students, their welfare or their well-being. Yeah, it have always been like that. Like I said, to get that money is not as hard as it is before. So inflation happens all around, understand. So
Yep.
for that this thing, but for insecurity, no, I will not agree with anybody that he has done much on insecurity, understand. Even though I can also make some argument about that, but I can't, I will not do that. He have a kind of fail on
All right.
insecurity. But infrastructure, I can give it to him, because this government, I haven't seen any government since I started following politics have undergone this kind of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And my point earlier was that our revenue is poor. So if you want to be doing this kind of infrastructure, there is no way you will be depending on revenue. You will have to borrow. Understand? So we have to borrow. Even the country we are looking up to, they are borrowing. I'm not even talking about Europe. I'm talking about Africa. They are borrowing massively to fund their infrastructure, because if you don't do it now, it will even be more harder in the future. You have to do it now. And the argument of Coastal Road, Lagos Calabar, is already in Nigerian plan. It's not a new plan. This have been in paper for more than 30 years, I think more than 40 years. So if you don't do it now, when are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Understand? So all this thing is something that needs to
I'm
be
not
done.
against it, by the
Based on
way. So I
infrastructure,
don't. Yeah, I agree with you on most of these things you just said. Now, I'm not against the coastal road.
I will give it. Yeah, I will give him to him based on infrastructure, because I'm
All
sure
right.
there is no state in Nigeria currently that is not experiencing one federal government infrastructure or the other. So
Yeah,
for that
and that's
one,
why when the last
I
caller
think
said
about for
it's a
security.
total failure, I said, you can't necessarily call something a total failure, because you have to look at it well, because
Yeah,
he's not failed in every area. Some areas he has failed totally.
For insecurity,
All right, Mr. Ansem, you know
and
Sabi
the way
how to drop
they are
mic, so
handling
we'd have to move.
insecurity
All right.
is a no-no to me.
All right.
So
I go mute you, and also have to drop you. You know Sabi how to leave mic. You they like overtalk person, and it's not making for a good show.
Kachi.
All right.
All
All right. All right. Thank you, though. I appreciate you for joining. All right. But make una know how to concede the mic. Leave the mic alone when the host is talking. Stop over talking. It doesn't make for good conversations. But I appreciate you, and I agree with you. Infrastructure, I say infrastructure. Infrastructure, you can give it to him in that regard. He's doing definitely very well in the infrastructure side. Some areas he's doing very well, but some of his policies are not working. And Mr. Ansem said 50K is easy to get. Now, is that supposed to be a positive? That 50K, what can it buy? That 50K, when me I've been in school, 50K go buy you generator, 10K, or you get some substandard one, you go buy maybe 7, 8K. I pass my neighbor. You go still come house, buy fuel inside that 50K never go half. Oh, you go buy like maybe 5 liter of fuel, right? That time itself, fuel price was 65 naira. You go buy 10 liter, 650. You never still enter half of the money. Oh, you go still buy food. Provision for the month. That time they use like 10K, 20K, go market now, buy provision for maybe a month or the whole session self. Top and bag of rice, how much? Right? Bag of rice then, small bag of rice that time, maybe, I don't know, 5K, 7K, I don't know, but it was definitely cheap. So when you talk about the 50K then and 50K now, 50K now, what do you want 50K do? 50K the full tank, motor tank. 50K, your tank never full. So, when you want to make these kind of arguments, you need to come correctly so that we'll go and make the arguments where I make it strong. Anyway, hey, let's move to the next guest here, Mr. Bam Bam. Mr. Bam Bam, bring Mr. Bam Bam up.
Celebrity beer parlor, beer man.
I never thought celebrity yet, but yes, we are working.
It's been a long time. How's everything?
Good. How about you, my brother? It's been a while.
I'm good. Thank God. You know what? Number one, I want to plead with you. Just try to give me exact time you gave AJ. That's number one. Number two, I'm always happy to come to your platform. Your platform is different from any other platform. Anything you said, maybe you're against or you support, is your belief. That is what you believe. It shows that
it's not belief per se. It's my opinion, but kind of similar.
That's what I'm saying. That, like, it's not because you hate someone or because you like this person. Or no, it's your belief that this is my own opinion on issue. And when you have your opinion on issue, it's and you see another person's opinion, you are open to a lot of ideas, and that's how we can grow.
For the record, I don't hate Tinubu.
That's what I'm saying. I don't hate Tinubu. If we are not allowed to air our opinion, we cannot grow our nation.
Absolutely.
It's not possible.
Absolutely.
Now, let me start by this way. I want you to take me on, ask questions, but I would like to ask some questions.
Absolutely.
Number one.
Absolutely.
I want to talk about the achievement of Tinubu, and I want to talk about what I feel is failure. That I'm angry about it. I will tell you. That's all first. Right. Let me start by achievement. No, let me start by the failure. Number one, failure is when you remove subsidy. You told us that people are being defrauded. Some people are stealing the money, the money that is meant for subsidy. Some people are now, after you remove the subsidy, why don't you bring out the people that have been spending the money, that have been laundering those money? Why don't you put them in jail? So we can see them that these are the people.
And future people go take careful, right?
Yes. So we can see that these are the people that have been changing our country.
Yep.
Why don't you do that? That is number one. Now, number two, you know that your policy will affect a lot of things. Why don't you introduce price control? Why don't you see, one of the things that masses, one of the things we can benefit as a government, those are the social welfare. Something that go directly, you see, policies of government throughout the world will never benefit some individual directly.
Yeah.
What benefits individual directly are social welfare that people got, like subsidized bus, like if you are not getting job, you'll be paying so a month, monthly. You understand? Now, what am I expecting Tinubu to do after you remove subsidy? Get a database. If you are not working, okay, you are getting so a month every month because we don't have money. That's number one. That's what I'm expecting him to do. Now, in terms of security, I'm angry. I don't know. In fact, somebody like me, when one guy was kidnapped, the student, I said, I don't understand the type of NAS we have. We are supposed to shut down our institution. We should make sure that until that guy is released, before we can, those areas. Then, when we talk about the issue of accountability, if we said, okay, this money is so please, and somebody squandered our money, let us get our money back.
Yep.
Let them face the wrath of law. Those areas. So those are the areas I'm holding Tinubu accountable, because the only reason why we can benefit from policy, if another government come tomorrow, when there is no social welfareism, there is no how we can benefit, like subsidized bus, like payment for somebody that is not working, like, you go to hospital, government is going to pay 70%, you're going to pay 30%. Those are the things that are going to benefit you. Like, the only thing, I'm going to tell you, the only thing that benefited the masses now in this regime is student loan. Do you understand? So now, that brings me to student loan. Do you know that if Tinubu had not removed subsidy, we would never get student loan? Now, prior to Tinubu,
By the way, I don't know that the subsidy is directly related to the. I don't know that the subsidy is directly related to the student loan. The student loan, from my understanding, they kind of created a policy from the importation money, some money where they get from import duties. Now we have that student loan they come from. So I don't know that it's directly related to the subsidy, but I hear you on that, but I don't know that it's directly related to student loan. And just give me 1 second, make a shout out to people who gift me from YouTube. Kulata from YouTube, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. You say your opinion may not be informed. I don't know why you think my opinion may not be informed. Whether you're referring to me or the guest, we don't know. But if you want to talk about this, feel free to come over on TikTok at the Beer Parlor Podcast. Also, CJ Okonkwo from YouTube, thank you for the £2. You say your opinion might be biased. I don't know, again, why you think my opinion is biased, but would like to hear from you. Come to TikTok at the Beer Parlor Podcast and let's talk about it. But yeah, let's get back to the show. Mr. Bam Bam, you were talking about the student loan, being tied to that. If not for the subsidy, we wouldn't have the student loan. Again, I pushed back and said, I don't know for sure that is directly related to the student loan. The subsidy is directly related to that. But if you want to go ahead in that line of thought.
Okay, thank you. I will explain.
Yeah.
Now, I'm from Osun State.
Okay.
So sometimes around Jonathan stroke Buhari regime, I know about 12 states in Nigeria could not pay their salary. You understand? So I'm trying to explain to you where the money comes from. So they could not pay salary. If you see any state government that is carrying out a capital project, they all go for bailout from federal government. They borrow from banks. Do you understand? That is the fact. Now, before Buhari left government, Nigeria is now printing money. We are not generating any funds. Our fuel has been used to borrow money up front.
Yeah, I'm agree with you. It's ridiculous to me, but I'm shaking because I don't want to interrupt you. That's why I'm shaking my head. But yeah, I agree with you, my brother.
If we should continue that way,
yeah.
And do you know, maybe I don't know if I have time, I will explain how the subsidy works for you.
Go ahead, my brother. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
This is how it works. Now, NNPC and the people that are there, they will tell government that, okay, we are going to use 400 gallons of petrol this month. And that 400 gallons of petrol is supposed to come in at the rate of 200 naira. Now, government will say, 200 naira, my people cannot pay 200 naira. Okay, I will pay the 150. My people will pay 50. Do you understand? So, NNPC will go and bring the fuel. They said they are bringing 400 though. They will now go ahead and bring 200 liter. Out of that 200 liter they brought into the country, government has already paid them for 400 liter. Out of that 200 liter, like 100 will be empty vessels, nothing there. And they've collected money for 400.
Yep.
Now, the remaining 100, when it get to this country, the big men, they will hijack it, they will take it to Benin Republic, neighboring things. At the end of the day, out of 400, we have 20 for us, Nigeria. Yeah. So there will not be anything. So those people, they are making the money.
Yeah.
So there is no money. There is no fund in the pocket of federal government.
Yeah.
But nobody has the political will to do it. Let me tell you something. What happened during Jonathan regime is just pure politics. Tinubu knew that. He just is looking for a way. If Jonathan has had the courage to stand his ground, Nigeria will have been better than this.
But you cannot say what happened during Jonathan is pure politics and then the one where Tinubu do is the best one, because I can also
I'm
argue.
Not saying, no, I didn't say that. I'm not saying what Tinubu did is. I'm saying they know that what Jonathan did is the best.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So they deliberately, the protest of the thing is just, Nigerians were misinformed.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying what anybody. Now, what I'm not saying is, after that happened, we now started printing money. We don't generate any fund anymore.
Yeah.
So when they now said, okay, subsidy is gone. When subsidy is gone, it's not that we go and remove money from subsidy. No, we didn't remove any money.
Yeah.
But from that moment onward, we no longer pay for anything. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The money the little revenue we are getting that we are supposed to use for that fund is now in the pocket of federal government. Now, the federal government now said, okay,
this is how the sharing formula will increase. The minimum wage will increase because we have funds. Now, before now, the minimum wage we cannot increase our minimum wage. That is why we cannot sign any agreement with ASU. We cannot sign any agreement with ASU. We cannot sign with NASU before now. But now, we no longer pay subsidy. Those money, we will use it to sign agreement. That is why they could sign agreement with ASU and listen. And I want to say something. Do you know that when workers receive their salary, whether you like it or not, it affects other people indirectly, those artisans. That is why the workers will be able to patronize artisans.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That is why workers will no longer say, oh, how do I want to pay school fees of my kids now? How do I want to buy this? How do I want to buy that? Before, when you work in August, you'll be expecting your salary in December. Nobody, nowhere in Nigeria. I'm only explaining the benefit of subsidy so that people can understand. Nowhere in Nigeria that anybody is waiting for next month to get his own salary. They got their salary as at when due now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing, but I wouldn't sit here and like say that I should congratulate Tinubu for doing that. Yeah, that's what the government should do. Government should not be owing people salaries. Tinubu, again, me and you go agree, that guy was he's just the worst president Nigeria has had. The guy really didn't know anything about governance, and that's why in his time, government was owing salaries. That's not what should be done. In other countries like maybe US, you go, here's an old salary, not because they don't have the money, but it's because of some maybe budget never passed and stuff like that. It's not because they don't have the money. But during Buhari's term, whatever the reason was, it was just because of inefficiency. So it's different. If Tinubu is doing it, why should I sit here and say, oh, he's paying salaries? Can't you see? I don't want to glorify him for doing what he should be doing. That's what he should be doing. I don't know if that makes sense, though.
Yeah, I get you, but I will explain something.
Okay.
There is nothing you can do if you don't have funds. If you don't have the right revenue. Has anybody sit down to ask, why did Tinubu said funds, revenue from NNPC should go directly to federation accounts? Do you know why? Because there are some shady deals. Everything that is going on, funds are not coming to federation account. There's nothing Buhari can do. Buhari cannot do more than what he knows because the funds are not coming in.
So why didn't Buhari make the funds go directly to the federation account then? If you say there's nothing he can do.
That is where we are. I mean, the capability to do as a president that, okay, I have the boldness to do this.
All right. I think we've deviated enough. I think we've deviated enough. But let's get back to the topic. You've listed a few things that you think are the failure of Tinubu's government. You mentioned subsidy removal. He didn't remove it the right way. Policy, or he should have, jailed, maybe sent people that were people who have been steal the money for subsidy in the past. You should have sent them to prison. He said you could have controlled his policy. Like the policies were good, but he didn't have like control in terms of price, because the price now and they affect people. And you also mentioned security. Let's talk about the achievements.
Now, the achievement number one.
Yeah.
Somebody said, AJ said the local government autonomy is not working.
Let's also leave what other people said. Let's just stick with what you think.
I want to give you instances. Go to Agege local government. I gave you a reference. Go to Agege local government. Go and verify. Write it down. Verify what is going on in Agege local government.
Okay.
Agege local government, the chairman of Agege local government is the son of the speaker of Lagos State, Obasa. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Go to that local government. The local government is doing better than some states in Nigeria because the local government, the chairman confesses that he received his fund directly from the federal government, and he was able to do even what the federal government was supposed to be doing. The local government is doing it. The local government is giving funds to his local government, indigenous of that local government, who does not have job.
Again, why I didn't comment on it when Mr. AJ said it, because I don't have enough information to speak on it. But I'll take you guys' word for it. Maybe I need to go do my own research. I know that there is some. I know that there's been some talk around local government autonomy. I know that there've been a lot of talks around that. I've not necessarily gone deep to go understand if the local government has their own separate account where money they enter inside. I don't know that for sure, but I hear you.
Do you know that the civil servant that gets 70,000 monthly, even though the money is not enough for them, do you know that they don't care? They don't even bother themselves about, I want to pay school fees of my kids anymore. Somebody is criticizing now where the money for left from came from. When Olukayode came in as EFCC chairman, they recover about 100 billion naira. So Olukayode went to President Tinubu that, President, let's use this fund for net fund, part of your net fund I want to do. Now, the president agreed. The Olukayode released 50 billion. And federal government from his concession fund that from subsidy released additional 50 billion, making 100 billion to start net fund.
Okay.
Then the money grew to 200 billion to start net fund. So if anybody said net fund is not receiving money, that person, they are even
nobody said Nel Fund is not receiving money. Again, I think it was AJ. He said the money that the Nel Fund has in budget, and you compare it to the number of students that are enrolled in Nigerian universities right now, that the number of students dwarfs the amount that is actually in the fund. Like,
that's not true.
Again, I don't know. That's why I didn't speak on it. But you're saying it's 200 billion. 200 billion might sound like a lot of money, but when you divide that 200 billion by maybe 50,000, I don't know what school fees is, but when you divide them now, you go see say too big like that.
Presently, more than 1.5 Nigerian students have get student loan. Presently,
1.5 what?
1.5 million Nigerian students.
Okay.
Have gotten student loan presently. Go
and
verify.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
That is number one. Now, if anybody that apply for student loan, maybe next time I will explain how they can apply and get it, because some of the universities, their tenure, the time of the school is not the same. So when you finish your term, you cannot apply. You have to apply when you are in the section so that you can get your funds. And when you apply for net fund, you have to apply for stipend as well so that you can get your stipend.
All right.
And the loan is interest-free loan. You are not getting. That's by the way.
All right.
Now,
we need to actually move forward. So if you just want to give one more achievement so that we can move forward.
One of the reasons why I'm supporting Tinubu is the issue of decentralization of power from central, which is the only thing that can help Nigeria. The power is to concentrate on central. And I can bet it with you, by the end of 2031, Abuja will be less interested. People will still want to go there, but the agitation that I want to become president will not be as it is now.
And what's this policy? What's this policy called? You said he's trying to remove power from the central. What's this policy called?
Yes. Now, number one is the issue of local government autonomy. Local government autonomy has returned power back to locals, to the people that holds the power. Because they will be the one to deal with a lot of local government, and the federal government don't even know that they exist. They only know that they have 774 local government. That's number one. Number two, the issue of Southwest, Southeast Development Region is to coordinate with your local government with the funds you are getting to develop your region. That is number two. Number three, the issue of state policing. The issue of state policing is to remove the absolute power from the federal government. Give it to your state. So you coordinate with your local government, you coordinate with your region, you coordinate with your state to govern your state. That's number three. You will discover that our, the power like security, Tinubu has broken them into pieces, like the military. Now, the police academy has been divided across all regions in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The army recruitment are divided across all regions. We have one in Abakaliki, one in Oshogbo, and one in Kaduna. Then the Nigerian Aviation School, NDL is going. We have a lot of things like that.
Let me say this, right? I agree. These things are good, but how much does it cost to relocate these policies where they talk now? How much does it cost, like in reality, compared to how people are experiencing life, like day-to-day life, right? So when people are experiencing day-to-day life in a not so good way, all these things would not necessarily mean a lot to them, right? If a bag of rice is, I don't know, maybe 50,000 naira right now, right? And the minimum wage is 70,000. The day-to-day person, I don't know that relocating the military base to Abakaliki or wherever, I don't think that one concerns that person, right? I don't know.
Say something?
Yeah, if you want to use that and also so that round up so that we go move forward, yeah.
Do you agree with me that what we are experiencing today, whether Tinubu, anybody that has been president, is as a result of the decay in our system, in the political system? this thing you are saying, you might not see the result now, but if you really want to live as a country that we all desire, all these steps are necessary to put us in the right direction. If we really want Nigeria to be safe, Nigeria for ourselves, we need to return power to local government.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Regions should be able to develop their region.
I definitely agree with you.
So that is my point.
I agree with you.
We are not going to see it in the immediate effect. And lastly, I want to quickly to say something about US, Nigeria, this thing. My brother, there is minimum wage in every country. There is minimum wage in Canada. Minimum wage is 18.5.
Okay.
Now, when you are earning minimum wage, there are some things you are not entitled to.
Like fuel.
Now, like so many things.
Like fuel.
I can tell you.
Like fuel. You're not entitled to buying fuel.
No, let me explain. What I'm saying is this.
Come on now, let's not do that. Come on, my brother. Well, let's not do that. Like rice.
What I'm saying is this.
You're not entitled to buy rice. Like a car.
What I'm saying, no, it's not. I'm not talking about rice.
Like a car. Like a car.
Yes, like a car.
So someone earning minimum wage in Canada cannot afford to buy a car. Someone earning minimum wage in Canada cannot afford to buy a car. Is that what you're saying?
Let me hear you something.
Is that what you're saying?
My brother, it might look funny, but I will tell you that this is what I experienced. I'm in the system. I saw it. I know what is going on. When you are earning minimum wage, there are some things you will not be able to.
Like what? Like what? Name that thing. That's why I'm giving you things. Like what, though?
Like the car you mentioned.
So someone earning minimum wage in Canada cannot afford to buy a car.
Then you have to double your efforts.
You're not very correct.
Living here. I'm living there. You have to double your. Nobody.
You're not very correct.
My brother.
You're not very correct. So how do they get to car? How do they get to work? In minimum wages in Canada, when you're filling out your application, they ask you, do you have reliable transportation to come to work? What does reliable transportation mean? I mean, bus, yes, but for the most part, they mean a car.
I agree with you, but go and do your findings. If you are
come on now.
Wage, you should be able. If you are earning minimum wage, then you will be doing more than 2 to 3 jobs.
Come on now. Okay, so why can't the people doing any minimum wage in Nigeria? Why can't they be able to do those 2 to 3 jobs to end those?
That's another conversation entirely.
Right, absolutely.
That's why I said I agree with you.
Absolutely.
But I'm telling you for a fact.
All right.
I'm telling you for a fact that if you're any minimum wage, go and verify.
All right.
If you want to lie.
There's nothing to verify, my brother. There's nothing to verify.
Yes, if you're any minimum wage, whether you take it on loan or you will be able to be doing. That is not necessarily correct, my brother. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you for joining. Verify and no problem.
I appreciate you for joining. Appreciate you for joining.
I will not tell you what is not. I'm in the system.
Absolutely.
If you are any minimum wage, you want to have those things, you have to do 2 to 3 jobs to keep up.
All right, let us move forward, Mr. Bambam. And I appreciate you for joining.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, Mr. Kulata, thank you so much for the gifts on YouTube. You sent me $5, and even though you're disagreeing with me, but you're gifting me, and I appreciate you. Let us read what you said. You said the host wants to keep populist policies at the cost of spending 97% of revenue on debt servicing, printing naira, and mortgaging future oil earnings. My brother, not correct. I've said here fully with my full chest that Buhari is the worst president ever in Nigeria. Buhari has been the worst. And everything you listed here, now what did Buhari do? Buhari mortgage our future oil earnings. Buhari was printing money anyhow. Buhari was, spending 97% of revenue on debt servicing. Absolutely. That's what Buhari was doing. So I'm not a pro of these things that you listed here. I agree with all these policies where my brother Bam Bam just lists, but there could have been better ways, like the subsidy. Even Mr. Bam Bam agreed with me. There could have been better ways to go about the subsidy removal, to buffer the effect. You can't just wake up and say, oh, because I said it, I will do it. Think about the people. And now look at how cost of living has skyrocketed in Nigeria. Cost of living has skyrocketed in Nigeria because of you not strategically removing the subsidies on both the fuel and the dollar, right? So how is that a populist opinion or populist policy? Anyway, thank you, Mr. Kulata, for the gift of $5. And again, you said you sent me another $2. You said state governors started owing salaries under GEJ. I agree with you again. I agree with you again. State governors were owing salaries. And again, those guys didn't know what they were doing because, again, government is like business. If you don't know how to run a business, then you have no business running a business. So because Tinubu now, under Tinubu, there are no old salaries. Under GED, I believe Peter Obi was governor, but I know you're talking. I know you're talking about on average. State governors were owing salaries. I know you're talking about on average. Some governors at the time were not owing salaries. I don't know who this Lagos governor then was. I don't believe that person, whether it was Fashola or whoever, I don't believe that he was owing salaries. Peter Obi was not owing salaries. So you have people that don't know what they're doing in government, and now Tinubu is in government, giving them excess money, too much money, and still they're just paying salaries. That's their bare minimum. That's the only thing they're doing. And we should applaud Tinubu for doing his job as president, and also applaud the governors for doing their job. Come on now. But Mr. Kulata, thank you. You said the country was bankrupt, 3 billion net reserves. I don't know, man. I don't know who bankrupt them. No be APC bankrupt now. Anyway, Mr. Kulata, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the gift of $2. I appreciate you. All right, let's get back to the show here. We're gonna Mr. OK, if you want to unmute yourself, please. Let's talk about it.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. I greet you.
Palo.
Yeah, Pierre Palo. I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah. I will talk about the good first time of Tinubu. Yes, I will support that the first time, the time we are today, is he has tried. And I'll just give my point, what I've seen. Tinubu is one of the presidents I've seen that he loves Nigeria so much. And I will explain that.
Okay.
Why I say he loves Nigeria. If Tinubu want to make money, as other presidents have been doing, he will not remove the subsidy, and he will not float the currency. That is where all of them make money a lot, because they will sell the dollar to you, whatever they want. If they sell 200 naira for you today, tomorrow they sell for another person 300 naira. Those who go and resell the money, the importers, the real people that want to use that money will not get it.
All right, but now that he has removed the subsidy on the dollar and the fuel, how is that helping the average Nigerian? How is that helping the average Nigerian?
Thank you. I will go to that straight. You now, even though you that in America or wherever you are, with your ATM card, if I want to travel now to America now, which I used to do, I don't need to be looking for the traveling allowance. I'll just take my ATM, and when I get there, I will slot it in. That's one of the place that is better for everybody. The students in abroad, they don't need to sort for money anyhow. They will die. No, you get your money instantly. If you apply, and if I want to buy a goods now from abroad now, I have LC, under 24 hours, the money will get to my supplier. But before, in a year, you won't get it.
So how is this related to subsidy removal?
Subsidy removal, when they remove the subsidy, all those money that they pay for nothing they are receiving, it go to federal government accounts, and they use all these things for all these things I'm talking about. Now they are buying whatever the crude they sell out now. The whole money will go to federal government instead of NNPC to share that money. This is the first time. Before government, none of the crude money will go to federal government account. The NNPC will share it, and will still tell government that you are owing me. Today, if they send 1 liter of crude, you go to federal government account. So all the foreign currency is going direct. It's not passing anybody's hand. So for that reason now, whatever Dangote is buying as dollar, I will buy. And you don't need to know anybody.
But I don't know. But your argument makes sense, but it's not necessarily related to the fuel subsidy. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hear you on that. Him making sure that every revenue that the government gets, goes straight to the federal government account. That's a good policy, but I don't know how it take concern the fuel subsidy.
Let me tell you, the first subsidy, the federal government, they don't need to pay any money to anybody. What that government is getting is in government pocket. Okay, look at when this man came in, the first 6 months, most of the international airline, ceased from coming to Nigeria because of the backlog of the amount they couldn't get. This man paid $7 billion in the first 6 months. You can think of where he get those money. He didn't bring anything out for his pocket. It's part of those money that he's also to pay to one family or two money for other family that he gathered. Today, all the international airlines, they are coming to Nigeria.
Okay. Make we move forward from the subsidy. What other things would you say? You said Tinubu loves Nigeria and that's why he removed the fuel subsidy. What other things would you say? Yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying is that assuming he didn't love this country, he will stay with the subsidy and we get his own money too.
Yeah. Let's move away from the subsidy. Let's move away from the subsidy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at other area that is doing, maybe some people don't know it. Today, if you travel out, if you travel anywhere in Nigeria, you will see a major project going on. Sokoto to Lagos. In fact, recent time I traveled to Benin for over many years. I don't even drive. I just drive from Ishagamu Exchange to Ijebu-Ode. I was surprised what I saw there. Everywhere, and I see that with the way this man is going, assume he wants a second time at all cost. He won't remove subsidy, he won't float the naira.
How about security? What do you think about security? Do you think he's also doing his best in regards to security?
For security, what I will say is that when you look at it, from time, our people play politics with many things, people's life. Look at majorly the Southwest always safe because the indigenous themselves, if I see any of my brother trying to play prank with other people's life, Yoruba man, I will report him. But other people, when they're hiding their people, yesterday we heard that the Air Force gunned down, bombed some village. What happened is that the terrorists are running to that village to hide. That will not happen in Southwest. So majorly our people in those areas are encouraging those terrorists. You know them, you are hiding them.
So you think the federal government has no there's nothing the federal government can do about this hide and seek security issue?
In fact, I used to ask myself that this phone we are using, the communication company know where everywhere everybody is. How come the people will be asking for money? You will not tell people where. It baffles me a lot.
So who is in charge of the security agencies, though? Who is in charge of?
It's government.
Tinubu's government.
But Tinubu cannot. It is Tinubu government. But my brother, I know he's spending a lot of money in that area, and things are changing. I will tell you where it's changing.
Not necessarily. I mean, what we're experiencing now in Nigeria is not too different from what we experienced back then during the Bring Back Our Girls era. I think it was 2013, 2014, 2015. But it's not so different. It could even be worse right now because then we didn't have these headsmen, bandits. We didn't have all these groups now where they enter people farms. Literally, they desecrate people farms. Like the last caller, Mr. AJ. He said they have a lot of farmlands, but nobody won't go farm because of security. Yes. So it wasn't this bad.
Okay, let me tell you the little changes. I can see a change in the security. Got the military and security, they are dealing with those terrorists now than before. Why did I say that?
Okay.
It is before. All those emirs could have come out that they are killing Muslims, they are killing their brothers. But because of the little interference of Trump, they keep quiet. So the military too have the means to penetrate. Today, as I'm telling you, they've ransacked all the Sambisa forest. Nobody there. But the little that remain, they're inside town. Do as I seek. But they've ransacked most of the forest today because the America have opened up and people that used to guide the terrorists have shut their mouth.
So you think that Tinubu's government is doing the best that it can, but the people are just complicit.
He's doing and he's trying his best because he loves this country. A lot of things what he's doing, other people won't be able to do it because they want people to say, hey, we will vote for a second time. If you think of second time, he won't be doing all this what he's doing. But think of he loves Nigeria so much.
I think he's thinking of second term. That's why he's doing what he's doing. You don't think so? I don't think it's the opposite.
No. If you think it, he won't do it because all of us, it affects all of us. Just like, and we know it surely affects us one way or the other. But today, I'm a businessman. I can tell you a little, which are benefits. You understand me? My products, whatever I produce in Nigeria, if you have a good product, my brother, and you are sincere, the sky is your limit.
Okay, absolutely.
You
but
take your money.
But I don't know the cost of living on the street right now. They're easy. I don't know if you're in Nigeria, but cost of living right now for Nigeria, no, they're easy.
I want to tell you a secret.
All these things that you're saying, they are good on paper. However, the people that are actually on the streets buying food, I don't think they agree with you in this regard.
My brother,
yeah.
I want to tell you a secret. These people you are talking about, which I'm included, that maybe Nigeria is poor. Those the salary earner you talk, majority of them are house owners.
I never said Nigeria. I never said Nigeria is poor. I don't know. Did I say Nigeria is poor?
You talked before, say maybe those Nigerians, they cannot buy fuel, they cannot buy rice, they can't buy this.
It doesn't. Yeah,
those people you are looking at,
yeah,
my brother, they were rich. And do you know why I say that? I'm also in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria.
Okay.
You understand me? I travel. In fact, I can't live anywhere than Nigeria. Because it's in my country, I always find my way. If I do little thing, I will rest of mind. If I'm build house now, I don't need to borrow money.
All right.
I don't need to buy car, I don't need to borrow money.
Yeah, make we not leave the conversation. Just give us your last assessment on Tinubu 2027. Good first term or failed promises.
Okay. That's if Nigerians allow Tinubu to come in second time, before the end of second time, it will have the solid foundation of what is laying. Now, the foundation is laying now that for you to steal government money, nobody said they go steal am. My brother, you will try. And by doing that, you can see two of his ministers. I'll be the first humanitarian. They get rid of that woman, they collect money from her. With other ministers too, they don't just do anything wrong.
All right.
Look at what look at what the internal affairs minister is doing.
All right.
Look at what aviation minister is doing.
All right.
All of them are
Mr.
putting on their best.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to need to move forward though. I appreciate you.
So thank you so much. And I pray for him, for God to give him good health and long life. And you too.
All right.
God be with you.
Thank you.
Nigeria will progress.
Absolutely.
Nigeria will continue to progress. By the grace of God, all the people in the diaspora, they will be feeling to come back home. When Nigeria is good.
Absolutely.
We that is here now, we believe we can survive. That's why we stay.
Absolutely.
And those people that they believe they can't, but God will bring them back to you and strengthen them.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
God bless
Okay.
Nigeria. God bless President, Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria too.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll need to move forward though. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining. All right. Make we bring another guest up here. Mr. A-Town Lag. Long time no see. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, long time.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the issues, obviously, where I belong.
Absolutely.
I always like to point that out. Some of these issues have been flogged, so I'll try not to dwell too much on them.
All right.
I'll just be specific. But I want to start, by saying, I mean, at least attack the question straight away.
Yep.
Good first term or failed promises? I'm saying good first term, and I'll say why. And I'm not going to go too long. Some of the points have been made already. First thing I want to say is, and this is going to tie into my argument, is that pain does not always mean failure. Because when we look at it, people tend to use that, to quantify failure. The fact that things might be tougher, or that we're necessarily in pain, doesn't mean a policy failed. So I want to put that out there. Now, there's also one thing I want to clarify, because this ties into it, because people use it a lot, and you know how we use data. We can use it to push any agenda whatsoever. The multidimensional poverty that is being quoted, and you can also fact check or research it, because people use it a lot. The 140 million that is always talked about, that 133, it's like 133 million, right? From the MBS is the official number. And guess what year that was in? 2022. You can check it. 2022, who was president? That was Buhari. So it really reflects that. So because people will make it seem like.
So what's the figure now?
From like 20 million to 100.
So what's the figure now?
It's not. They're estimating it, but it's not out yet. There's no official figure, but they're saying maybe 140 million. So realistically, you would say you're moving from 133 to 140 million. But people make it seem like you're going from like.
If you're going from 130 to 140 million people in poverty, how is that a positive?
No, I'm not saying it's a positive, and that's why I guess you didn't hear what I said. I'm
just
saying
I missed that,
the way it's made to seem is like, yes, we went from like 20 million to now 140. Like
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the estimate is 140. It's not out yet. We don't even know.
Okay.
They're saying somewhere around because of what's happened with fuel and all that. So 133 to 140, and it gets to my point. When I said pain does not always mean failure.
Okay.
And what I mean is with the policies that this government tried to put in place. It's like. I don't think the government ever said that they're coming to turn Nigeria to America or Dubai. What they said was, hey, country is bleeding. We need to turn things around. And keyword.
Not necessarily. Around. I don't think Tinubu said we are coming to turn things around. He said things like I'm continuing Buhari's whatever. He didn't say anything about turning things around.
That's based on that. You're looking at the politics side. When we talk about the governance in terms of their agenda, what they're coming to do. The point was to come and fix it.
Where was this policy side or the agenda? Where was this one discussed? Where we miss her?
The APC 8-point agenda now.
Okay, I guess I missed that one.
Look at
all right.
Technical things. Yeah. So, but I mean, I'll expand shade. So basically, what I'm trying to say is now they came in and said, we're servicing our debt with pretty much everything we have. We're borrowing money to fund subsidies. The banks are saying we're not going to give you money anymore. We're basically heading for doomsday. How do we fix it? We can't. There's nobody that can come in and turn things around to the point where we'll go from that to Nigeria being like in a solid position. It's a gradual process. If you're bleeding, you have to gradually improve it, and that's why I'm talking about the reforms. So these reforms now, and again, you can check it.
And I agree with you. If you're bleeding, you have to gradually, improve and stop the bleeding. It's not like an automatic thing. You go tie a bandage and, you go to drip small over time, you go reduce and all that. I definitely agree with you. But would you agree, though, that his policies, he could have done them better, like in a better way, not the drastic measures he took. Like for instance, the subsidy on both fuel and dollar. Do you think that he could have done that in differently?
So I don't, again, my opinion, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe he could have done it differently. I know what you mean by differently, like, a gradual, a gradual phasing of the, subsidy.
Or maybe buffers.
You can't do
or maybe buffers. Or buffers.
Yeah, if you do that, the reason why I say that wouldn't have worked is because if you do that, it's really another subsidy, and corruption will always find its way to eat into it anyways. The only way to attack this corruption in subsidy, if you do a root cause, is to remove it. Don't give room for people to create another way to get another form of corruption into. Because now, let's say you put a buffer or whatever, right? People are just talking about the fake numbers that they bring in. How do you also remove the bunkering? Because it will always happen. Because if price of fuel is cheaper in Nigeria, people will always have an outlet to go sell it, and that's why they will go to kind of Benin Republic and all these other countries, because it's more expensive over there, and Nigeria is capping that cost by subsidizing.
So you mentioned bunkering. I'm trying to understand how the bunkering ties into into the subsidy removal. How does that tie into it?
So the thing is, rather than sell it to Nigeria, right? Our consumption is higher because they're also selling outside.
Oh, you mean
Nigeria.
bunkering? I see what you're saying. I thought you meant the crude oil bunkering itself, not like. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Sorry, I guess maybe I used the wrong word. Yeah, but smoggling essentially, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But basically, subsidizing more than we should because they have an outlet to sell that fuel because they can sell it at a higher cost. And that's why all the neighboring countries were benefiting from it, because Nigeria subsidizes it. And this, I mean, it's like I'm getting it for 500 naira. I can sell it for 1,005. If I go to a Nigerian filling station, it takes about a week or 2 weeks or whatever before it's sold. I can go straight to the next country, sell that tanker immediately, get returns on my money real quick. You're creating a market for it, and when there's a market for it, the corruption is not going to go away, especially in Nigeria where we know corruption is a big issue. So that's why I mean, if you think you can gradually phase it out, you end up in the same spot that we're in. So
I definitely see your point in that regard, right? You could also bring in another form of stealing again into the government. I see what you're saying in that regard. However, don't you also consider the people? Like, again, this is me just sitting down here, right? That's why he's the president. He has smart people who he hires as ministers and this and that. Why wouldn't he have an idea of, say, if I will remove this subsidy, but I do not want the price of fuel to jump from, say, 400 to 1,500. What can we do to make sure it doesn't go to that point? Do you think just removing it and not having any plans at all to make sure that the people don't feel it so bad, it's not a possibility? Is that what you're saying? That there's no possibility of that happening?
No. Now, yes, there are things they could have done to cushion the effect. Right?
That's what I said.
Social
buffer.
Programs.
That's what I said. Buffer, right?
Yeah. And those programs, some of those programs actually exist. I don't know if you're aware of is it the vulnerable whatever? I'll have to research it. If anybody knows, they can check it up. Where they go to vulnerable homes where people register and then they give them funds. You can, fact check it later. I'm not saying it's efficient or the best, but these things actually do exist, right? It's not as if they actually didn't do anything. But in terms of capping the price, we definitely can't cap the price.
I mean, that takes us back to the subsidy, right? Yeah.
Yes. So we can't cap it because we also want, for example, the investors, the Dangotes and the likes to, be open to invest and not hope that and not think that they will invest.
But there could be some sort of control. There could be some sort of control. Say you're not going to make more than, let me say, 50%. I'm just throwing this number out there. You're not going to make more than 50% of profit on this product, just so that the people no go feel this effect. Isn't that some sort of strategy? You're not capping it per se. You're going to make profit as a businessman, but we don't want you to over make this profit. Make the people no cry because it's going to look bad on us anyway.
Yeah, but these things are there. We do know that. It's reasonable.
I don't know that they're there. That's what I'm asking. I don't know that they're there.
I'll explain it to you. Because if you look at those importing fuel and the price that Dangote was selling it, there was even a time that Dangote was undercutting them in order to, of course, he's a businessman. He wants to gain, the market, right? The landing cost of imported petrol was higher than what Dangote was selling it. So if Dangote what's the word? Is trying to cheat us or whatever, his price won't be lower than the landing cost for importers. So you get what I'm saying?
Say that again. You said the landing cost was cheaper than what Dangote was selling?
No. Was higher than Dangote's cost. So, for example, they were getting it for was it 800, 900 or 1,000, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
While he dropped it lower than that.
Yeah, he did that. I remember.
If he was gouging us, his price would be higher than what it costs to import fuel. That's what I mean.
And we don't know the figures of these people that were importing it too. We don't have the numbers. We don't know what their profit margin was.
It's available.
PPR, no. I'm saying the profit margin. The profit margin. Do we know the profit margin?
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the profit margin here. So if the government can,
that's fair.
Yeah, if the government can say, okay, you're a businessman, we know you go make profit, but because the government has access to these numbers, right? Me and you will not know, but the government should have access to these numbers. How much are you importing it? How much is it the landing cost, like you said? What's the actual landing cost? We don't want you to go above this percentage in terms of profit. Make your profit, but don't make too much, so that the people no go too feel them.
Okay, I'll correct you on that one. They actually know that one. For the landing cost, that is actually known. I thought you were talking about Dangote, like his cost of production.
For both of them, the people who import and Dangote's production cost and all that, the profit margin. What is your when let's say you produce it, you pay your workers everything. Your production cost is 100 naira. The profit now, you're now selling it for 200 naira. That means you're making 100% profit, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying profit margin. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that's what the landing cost is how much it gets here, not how much they are selling it. The profit is anything on top of that.
That's what I'm saying. The profit margin that the business people who import it. I think we understand what we're saying, but there's a little bit confusion here. But what I'm saying is the profit margin of the people, the business people who import, and the profit margin of Dangote who produces in Nigeria. Cap that profit margin at say 50%. Don't you think that would be somewhat of a way to buffer this crazy, ridiculous cost of fuel or energy?
Yeah, it will help, but now we're going into socialism, and private enterprises don't like people restricting their profits. But I hear you, like social welfare, trying to help people. They can do that. It's not necessarily ideal because again, for an industry where we've been suffering, right? We don't have refineries. We finally find somebody. He spent $25 billion. And he's the only one that can do that, right?
He did get a lot of subsidies, by the way, from the government as well for that $25 billion. Yes, he did. He did a good thing, but he did get a lot of subsidies. So if the government is also asking you all the subsidy we give you, how about you just put this profit for this percent? That's not necessarily socialism. That's also business. Give me, I give you, right?
I completely understand you, right?
Yeah.
But we have to face reality. Nigeria is in a situation where we don't have refineries and we're looking for a way out, a solution. Now, if we had 10, 15 refineries and people flocking to Nigeria saying, oh, business, and one other thing, and I'm not trying to deviate, refining business has always been a low margin business. Just to give a quick history, and I don't want to deviate. Shell in the US they used to be the largest refiner. They started, divesting, and Valero became the largest refiner because the margins are so small. You see that in the gas stations, right? It's really not the gas that they're selling that they rely on.
Not the supermarkets,
to the station to buy food and all that thing. Yeah, so nobody wants to touch refining. So if Dangote comes in and we start making it tough for him, what does that say to other investors that want to come in? So that's what I'm just saying, like, that's where the pushback will come from. But I hear you that, to help
and I also hear you in that regard as well. But I don't know that the Nigerian price is the Nigerian price of production of or refining crude oil is like the lowest in terms of world standard. There are countries that sell petrol way lower than Nigeria. So what are they doing that side?
Yeah, but they do subsidize. They subsidize.
So every country that sells lower than Nigeria subsidizes
not
their
every,
theirs.
but most of them that are lower, they subsidize. You can check it. Most do subsidize.
So let's remove the most. Those other ones, when they subsidize their own that are lower than Nigeria's own. Okay? Why can't?
Most because I don't know. I would have to research.
All right, me, I would have to research it too.
Iran. Okay, let me tell you the ones I know: Iran, Iraq, Saudi, all the popular ones. They all subsidize. So I don't know which ones don't. That's why I say most. But the ones I know, they subsidize.
All right, so I don't know either. Me, I'm going to need to go do the research. Yeah, absolutely. That one is on me. Yeah.
This one, I'm certain on this one.
Yeah.
I'm even interested in knowing the ones that don't subsidize that are cheaper than Nigeria.
I will. I go do my research on that one and maybe get back to it on some other day. But let's keep the conversation going though. Yeah.
Okay, so now, I mean, with that said, right, and I think we agree that yes, government should do things to help the people. But what my point is, because of the situation that we were in, the government has had to dig us out of the hole, right? And that's why I'm saying the first term is good because we see signs. Now, things were rocky at the beginning, and they said, you know what? It will be rocky. Dollar was spiraling out. Fuel was initially high, and they were like, we had to do this. It will come down. It's not always going to be like this. And it started coming down. Rice was high. Those things were high. It started coming down. Now, is it the lowest it can be? Probably not. But the fact that it went up and started coming down, that shows progress. That shows that it's working. That's why this is not a failure. Now, if it kept going up and it kept going up, that's when you say these policies are failed. This thing is not working. You don't know what you're doing. But if somebody does something, it ruffles the environment and says, there's going to be a little instability, but it will stabilize. And now we'll start seeing growth. And also, I think we've talked about it before, our GDP grew by how much consecutively? So these things show that they did something right and are doing something right.
Okay.
If those numbers weren't there, we'd say, okay, maybe they failed and we're heading towards a recession and all that. But those indices don't show that. So that's why I say, it shows it's a good first step because they've laid the foundation. And I think the only way they can go is up. Things are going to get better. Okay. And that's why I say, but again, that's why I clarified it. Pain is not the,
does not translate to failure.
That people might be in pain, but pain does not translate into failure.
Yeah.
Look at all the top big economies in the world today. to get to the point that they are right now, they had to go through this transitionary period. There was a little bit of pain to end up in this period. Now, I want to add another thing.
Yeah, before you add that other thing, let's talk about security.
Okay.
Security in Nigeria now. We know what's happening in Nigeria. You know, there's if no be kidnapping, na bandits, na this one, na that one. What would your opinion be on that one? I mean, you've already said you agree with me anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no disputing it. I don't like to make excuses. You know, are they doing what they can? Yes. Can they do much better? Yes. We do know that there's a little bit of politicking there. It's politics. They did it to Jonathan, and he caved. We know that, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's all politics, but we do know those numbers came up, you know, because it's an election year and all that. But again, I support him. I'm not going to give him excuses. My own is, regardless of that, you know, you still have to, you know, stand up to the challenge. So that one I'll give to you that, okay, yes, security is one of the setbacks.
Absolutely.
But does it make the term a failure or failed promises? No.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and someone said it earlier that it was a total failure. And I also made that, you know, pushback that you can't necessarily call it a total failure. Some areas he has failed, you know, some areas he's doing well. Like in infrastructure, you cannot, nobody with, you know, their reasons well would say that he has failed in infrastructure. Like you see the developments going on all across Nigeria. But in terms of the economy, that side, it can be subjective. To you, you might think it's working. To me, I can see it and say, I don't know. Price of food food on average is just ridiculous. But anyway, if you want to give us your final,
economy one.
Okay, go ahead.
Real quick. Yeah, people say it's not working, but the thing is, I think what people should be saying is, how much of an improvement do we need to see in order for this common man to feel it?
The people have to feel it. The common man have to feel it.
Yeah, but
regardless of how you say the GDP has grown consecutively for 3 years, regardless of how much you say, the common man has to feel it, because the last 3 years that you're talking about, the price of rice was not where it is right now. Okay. So when you're telling them, oh, the GDP has increased, you're saying,
Okay. Yeah, so but here's what I'm getting at, and that's what I was saying. That what we should be debating is, how much of that improvement do we need for the common man to see it? And here's what I mean. If your improvement is not higher than inflation, you don't have a net positive, right? So why would you necessarily expect, you know, the common man to see? It doesn't mean you're not growing. And here's what I'm getting at. The meaning is, do we need to get to double digit GDP growth? Because right now, you know, 4% or whatever, you know, but to say that they're not feeling, you know, it's like we're getting there. We might be crawling.
They're not feeling it.
But we need to be running.
The people are not feeling it. That one is a fact. That one no be like, subjective stuff. Like cost of living in Nigeria it's cost of food stuff in Nigeria is over the roof right now compared to the past 3 years you were talking about that the GDP started increasing.
So you know, and this is the last one on this, so I won't keep dragging it. The reason why that also happens is we have to look at where we're coming from. During the great the 2008 financial crisis, when Barack Obama came in, they always blame him that you were crawling. It wasn't easy to grow that fast from that Great Depression that we had, but it was consistent, and that's what led the US to get to that level where he now started growing.
And that's why Barack Obama, you know, you have to give a lot of credit to him, right? He did things that grew the economy, like took the economy to get to where it was. It was slow, but people saw it eventually, even before his tenure ran out, right? This is 4 years. We are approaching 4 years now, Mr. Itanlai. We are approaching 4 years now, right? Obama did bailout of I think GM at the time. I think he did bailout of the GM at the time. Where are those bailouts? When I was giving my monologue at the beginning of this show, I hear you. But when I was giving my monologue at the beginning of this show, I was saying things like this subsidy removal. It's not bad. It's not bad. However, even the dollar subsidy removal, it's not a bad idea. I definitely agree with you. However, when you do things like this, you have to have smart economic advisors that will tell you, okay, now we don't commot this dollar. Or Tinubu himself will tell his economic people, I don't want this dollar to go past 500 naira. What do we have to do? It's at 400 right now. I don't want it to go past 500 naira. What do we need to do? Okay, we can bail out. That's a bailout. We can. Why is the dollar at 1,500 and 1,500 right now?
No, they actually did that, and you know, I'll send you the. I'll send you this because there was a time
if they did it, then it's not working.
I'll send it to you.
If they did it, it's not working. But my point is, and you would agree with me. This one not even something to agree or disagree. The way to keep this thing going is to bring more dollar into the country. And how do you do that? Now, manufacturing. You need to invest in manufacturing. And I looked at it actually before we started. Ajokuta Steel. I don't know the technicalities of Ajokuta Steel. If he come out all those subsidy money, put them, dump them literally for that Ajokuta Steel with the wheel that people always say Tinubu has the wheel. Ajokuta Steel probably would have been functioning by now. And
Personally,
he got to bring dollar into the country.
Government should hands off all those kind of things.
But Obama did a bailout, and you just agree with me about the bailout. Why are you saying?
That's the US. That's the US.
Why are you saying government should hand off? Government has to be involved somewhere or the other.
No, I mean
invest.
I'm talking about that steel, Ajakuta Steel that you're talking about.
GM is a private company too. GM is a private company. Ajokuta Steel is a...
I'm saying for Nigeria, it's kind of like our refineries. Things like that, I don't want the government to be involved. It's always like a bottomless pit. They end up wasting money.
I hear you. I hear you. But my point is, a smart economic advisor would have said, okay, for us to bring in more dollar, we need to invest in manufacturing. Ajokuta Steel is just one that I can rub my hand off. They call it low-hanging fruit. It's the one I can just... But there could be others that I don't know about, right? So you could have invested that money into manufacturing in Nigeria. That's how you get the dollar into the country.
I agree with you. And I'm sure there are others. And I don't speak on things I don't know because I definitely don't know all the manufacturing going. That's why I don't want to say anything about it. The one I know, I would say, and I will round it up with that because more people, I don't want to be selfish because we can go for 10 hours today. It's infrastructure, the road network. I want to emphasize, and I know you agree with this because you know the importance of this. Because a lot of people say, "Now road we go chop." Actually, now road we go chop. Because if you look at the interstate
road is directly tied to money. A lot of people don't understand this. Road is directly tied to money.
Yeah, because the interstate in the US is what opened up logistics. If you look at how the interstate works, that is why Amazon trucks and all these things are able to go to every nooks and corners. We don't even have enough roads. We need more and more roads to connect every corner in the country. So when people think that road is not a big deal, in my own opinion, it's a big deal. Forget the
roads are tied to money directly
and all that. Yes. There are hotels that will be built along those roads. There are, things will pop up. Areas that people didn't want to build houses before, they'll start building houses. So it's like a long-term vision that they have. And that's why I give this government credit. It's not short-term. They're looking at long-term. Now, understandably, and I know people will always say it's elitist because it's not affecting you. No, I understand that, the common man that is suffering will say, look, it's not working for me, but I think it's for those that understand that, it will eventually. You might be feeling that pain. It's tough to tell a hungry man that, this is the best way because he never chop. Waiting you they tell him now. But it's still in our responsibility to let them know that we need to do these things. It will eventually get there. The rest of the world that is enjoying today, their grandparents, they sacrificed, they did all these things to make it to where we are now going there.
Absolutely.
To, reap the benefits.
Absolutely.
We don't want to.
But if you want to help me round up on this, thoughts so that we can move forward.
I'm rounding up now. I'm rounding up now. Yeah. So we don't want to say, oh, let's get our own subsidies or benefits now so that our grandchildren will deal with it. No, let's fix it now so that our grandchildren will pray for us and say that we made that decision to build a greater future for them. Because if we keep on say subsidizing and borrowing money, they will swear for us that what were we looking at that allowed the economy to collapse and return to the likes of Venezuela and all these things.
Absolutely.
And with that said, I'm positive that things will be good for Nigeria. It's not about, whatever. We all want the best for Nigeria. I think these guys are doing the right thing. Even you might support somebody else, but I think they're on the right track. And I'm very sure if and when he wins, I'm positive he will win.
All right.
That we'll start seeing progress in the second term.
Sounds good.
So
make we move forward.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Itan. I appreciate you for joining. Thank you so much.
Always.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Mr. Kulata on YouTube. Thank you so much for the $5. You said F for security, D for fiscal policy, F for budgeting, A for monetary policy, B for infrastructure, B for aviation, D for agri, A for education, C for foreign, and A for interior. Okay, that's a fair score. It's a very objective score. At least carry A put for security. Absolutely. Everybody will agree that security they good for Nigeria. Any rational person I'm not talking about fanboys here. Any rational person, whether you support him or not, but if you're rational, you go agree, say security is F. So let me call your name right. Kulata J5V on YouTube. Thank you so much for the $5 and thank you for the for the scorecard. And you also said incremental removal failed in the past. Opportunity for special interest to ruin governance. Shock therapy was needed. The country has adjusted. This guy, you just said, Kulata, you just said this thing as if not telegraph. I mean, a telegraph. Should I telegraph? Did they call that telegraph? Yeah. You just said now like a telegraph. Increment. Thank you so much, though. Thank you so much, by the way, for the $5. You said incremental removal failed in the past. Opportunity for special interests to ruin governance. Shock therapy was needed. The country was adjusted. The country has adjusted. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate you. And you said F for power, absolutely. And you're being very rational and objective with your scorecard. F for power, absolutely. Because Tinubu say, if I know solve power problem, don't vote me again. So and he has failed. Power has not changed. I mean, some people might say it has increased successively for 3 years, but hey, the average Nigerian goes say where you see the light, you know. So F for power, absolutely. I like how you did it. The interior, I agree with the A for the interior because things don't, especially in these when they call them immigration, these immigration things like getting passports and stuff. They've digitized that in so many ways, and it's looking really good. The foreign affairs, you gave him C, D in agriculture, A in education. I can also agree with the education on too, because there's student loans, there are no strikes, there are no teachers and what do they call them? Lecturers are getting paid when they should be paid. You also gave him a B in infrastructure, which that one too. They very I think you are conservative in that area, because in infrastructure most people would agree that he's doing really well in that area. So absolutely, B is still very conservative. You say monetary policy, you gave him an A. I don't know, but it's what it is, right? But thank you, Mr. Kulata, for the $5, and thank you for your scorecard. Appreciate it. All right, make we go to Mr. Popcorn. Mr. Popcorn, I've been seeing your chat. I know they ignore you. Now the way the request they come, what take bring the guests up. So I apologize for the wait, and I thank you for your patience. But I wasn't ignoring you, Mr. Popcorn. Thank you for joining. If you want to unmute yourself, let's talk about this.
Okay, Kachi, because I think I was one of the first person that came here before you start bringing people.
I'm sorry about that. Maybe now oversight. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks again for your opportunity on here.
Yeah.
Let me correct something, Kachi. The first guy that spoke here, Mr. One Man or whatever.
One choice.
He lied a lot, and I don't like why.
Okay, all right. Make we ignore Mr. One Choice, but let's just, if you want to say some things he said without calling his name, so that you know go bring, a lot.
Okay, let me correct. Okay, let me correct some narrative.
Yeah.
First of all, there's a false information.
It wasn't even one choice. It was one man. Sorry, you're right. One man. It wasn't one choice. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I live in the UK, and he claimed to live in the UK as well. And he doesn't even know the price of petrol in the UK. First of all, UK petrol as of today, above fuel yesterday. Is petrol is £1.54. Not even, but it was said over £2. No, the price is here is £1.54. Texaco and other big names are selling like about £1.58, £1.60. £1.60. Not even up to £2. When the Iran war was in the peak, it was nearly £2, but it came down. But it's never up to £2. It's never up to £2. That's first of all. A lot of things he said. Anyway, I'm not gonna go, but a lot of things he said. Like I was doing my fact check when he was speaking. I'm like, why would people just come here to lie? Why would people come here to mislead the public? Why would people come here to like bring propaganda, necessary propaganda?
Yeah, Mr. Popcorn, make we leave Mr. One Man. Now my guy, make we leave my guy. Let's go to the topic, please. Yeah.
Okay. This government here, I'm an importer. I used to be an importer from the UK to Nigeria.
Okay.
But the moment Tinubu came in power, my capital, my economy collapsed. Why? Because of the increment of clearing, custom duty in Nigeria. The container you used to clear with 3.5 million naira jumped from 3.5 to 9 million. Now it's about 15 million naira to clear for the 5th container. That's affect me. That's affect so many people I know. As a common man, when this guy was claiming, Emiloko is my tone, people thought. I know this guy. I know this man since 1993. I know he'll never be a good leader. I know who he is. I know his character. Character-wise, I mean, if Nigeria was in the same country, somebody like Tinubu can never nail any government office ever because of his track record.
I mean, some people would argue that he was the best thing that happened to Lagos. So good can be a little bit subjective, right? So
that's to them. That's to them. I grew up in Lagos. I know he was the worst governor in Lagos State. He came after Buba Marwa. Buba Marwa was a military governor. He came after Buba Marwa and destroyed almost everything Buba Marwa did for Lagos State.
What things would you say he destroyed in Lagos?
Okay, in his tenure, let me start for security. In his tenure, broad daylight and robbers should rob the street and block street. I grew up in Sulere, and anybody who knows Sulere will tell you what happened in Sulere. Countless time in Aguda Market, in Akilere, before Operation Sweep. There's a special squad called Operation Sweep before they came in place. Buba Marwa, Lagos, when the previous governor left Lagos, which is Sir Michael Otedola left Lagos State. Lagos State was very, very in a very messy state. Then the military governor came in, Buba Marwa. Lagos was one of the most dirtiest place ever in Nigeria. Everyone was smelling if you go to KJ roundabout, it's a dump of dirty. Most bus stops. Get to my 12 everywhere. Buba Marwa came and restored Lagos and cleaned up Lagos and introduced the special squad, which they call Operation Sweep at the time. Security came back, law and order. There was a very heavy riot in Idiarabo between the Yorubas and the Hausas. Buba Marwa came in person. He moved there in person to quench the crisis.
So you're saying Tinubu took over and things went bad?
When Tinubu took over, Buba Marwa as a military administrator, he was actually building low housing estate. Some are in Iogba, some are in Ojota area. What Tinubu did was renaming all the places the guy built. That's what he did. Then I was a trader, I was a businessman, my family have a business in Lagos Island. In Tinubu era, the so-called touts, called area boys, have power all over Lagos State.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Now, when Tinubu come with these area boys, Abero thing, become epidemic
every
for
part of
Lagos.
Lagos. This guy empower Agboro, every part of Lagos State. Lagos, everything become insane. So to me, he was a bad leader, and he could never be a leader because again, he's a man with a questionable character.
But let's talk about things that are quite objective in his current administration as president. I know you would also say that. I know you would also say he has failed. But what are those metrics that you're using to judge him as a failure?
For me, he failed woefully to me because you came here and claiming it's your time, Emiloko. The first mistake he did was remove the first subsidy. And the first subsidy is the beginning of the current problem we have in Nigeria today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I believe in government should remove subsidy, but when you're removing it, you have to have alternative.
Yep.
You have a plan. If he had used the money from the subsidy to build new refinery, if Dangote can do it, why not federal government?
Federal government, right? Yep.
If it took the Dangote 24 hours to build the refinery, why not federal government to do the same thing?
Yep.
Nigeria is an oil producing state. Every state in Nigeria is supposed to have a refinery.
Not really. Every state, that would be overkill.
What are you talking about? It's affordable. Every state in Nigeria, because collect your allocation, then refine your state. Every state, at least every political zone in Nigeria is supposed to have a working refinery.
The oil not there everywhere, as you would know. The oil is only concentrated more in the south.
Is there oil in the north, but there's transporting crude oil to the north?
I think there's a refinery there in Kaduna, right? I think there's a refinery in Kaduna.
That's what I'm saying. So is there oil in Kaduna? Why are they transporting oil there? Is there oil in Kaduna? That's the point I'm making. Yeah,
I hear you. But I think there's a refinery in Kaduna. That would be my response to why are they exporting crude oil there. That's my response to that.
That's what. No. From what he said, I'm encountering for what he said. He said there's no oil in that area. So there's no oil in Kaduna. So they shouldn't bring a refinery in Kaduna as well.
I see what you're
If there's
saying.
no oil
Okay.
there.
Okay, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
So
I see
I'm
what you're
trying to
saying.
encounter what you said. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So me, as a layman like me, who've lived in the West for over 2 decades, I see how things work. The first thing, any policy you're making as a government doesn't not impacting the common man on the street. That's rubbish.
Yeah.
Any policy, any change, anything that is not affecting the local business, the local economy, the local man on the street, is absolute nonsense.
Yep.
For instance, what I thought this government would have done when they came in was remove subsidy, remove tariff in perishable food. What's it called? What is it called? What's the word again? Essential goods. Remove subsidy or even put little revenue tariff on essential goods. But what did they do? They include. Because I used to import the essential goods to Nigeria. That's why I used to import.
I mean, I think you're speaking from a place of from a selfish space. I don't mean selfish disrespectfully.
No.
I'm saying because it's a business you do. You want them to remove tariff from your business.
No. That's not, okay. Let me break it down for you. That's not true because now, first of all, in economy as Nigeria, the basic thing the masses need is food, medication, accessible transportation. That's what that's what it helped the economy again to thrive.
Yep.
Food. Yeah, it should make food available. It should make healthcare available. Then security. Another thing, another mistake. That's what I'm saying. They fail woefully. Like they would have invested more money in agriculture.
Yeah.
They would have invested more money in agriculture, security, and education.
Yep.
Now, look at the level of our healthcare system. If the people are not healthy, who is gonna do the farming? Who's gonna go into the construction work?
Yep.
If the citizens are not fed well, they're not healthy. I mean, who is gonna do those stuff?
Yeah, but let me just bring you back to the removal of tariff from essential goods. Essential goods are good, and essential goods are good, right? They're great for the economy. People need those things like medicine, like you mentioned, food and all that good stuff. But also, if you had invested in manufacturing, like you've also said, agriculture, these things, then it will reduce the importation because importation does not help any economy.
Exactly.
You would agree with me on that, right?
I 100% agree with you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Now, when you remove a subsidy in petrol, why not put that subsidy in agriculture, which every country I've been to, every country I know today is doing.
That's my argument. That was my argument with Mr. Ethan Live too, right? You remove the subsidy. Why not invest it somewhere else?
Yeah, why not invest that subsidy? Why not that subsidy removal? Why not put it in agriculture?
Yep.
That would have improved our economy today, and that would have made some of our jobless youth have a job today.
Yep.
You can actually make agriculture very, very enticing by pumping money into that. Then a lot of youth will see there's money into this place, then people will go there.
Yep.
Let me give you an example. Netherlands, Holland in Europe, Netherlands GDP is generated by agriculture.
Absolutely.
If you go to Israel, their GDP is boosted by agriculture in Israel as well.
Yep.
So, but why do we keep on neglecting agriculture every now and then?
And our own agriculture now, security don't go spoil them. The small agriculture, what would they do? Say our insecurity has damaged that sector.
They always focus on oil. Now, another question is this. All the money that's been borrowing, where is the money being invested into? Where are you investing the money? Peter Obi said one thing, and the people don't listen to that guy. He said he's not against borrowing, but are you borrowing to consume or are you borrowing to invest?
Yeah, make we no bring Peter Obi. Make we no bring Peter Obi inside this one. Now Tinubu with the face today.
I just use that phrase. Okay. Because being a businessman, if I go to the bank, if I go tomorrow morning, Monday, I go to Barclays Bank today to ask them for a loan. They want to see my proposal. Where am I using the loan for?
Yeah.
Before they give me that loan, they're going to ask me what are you using that loan for them to know if you are going to be able to pay that loan.
Yeah.
They'll ask you, let's see, where are you taking the loan to? Which business are you investing the loan into?
Absolutely.
I mean, Nigerians are really suffering. Nigerians are suffering. So, and this guy are asking for another 4 years. Why are we giving you another 4 years? Why the first 4 years you haven't done nothing to me? Because the so-called infrastructure they're doing, for me, I think they're putting the right peg on the wrong hole to me, because
Not necessarily though. Not necessarily.
I'm just saying to me, because I was in Nigeria last year. I see things they're doing. I'm like, I don't believe in what they're doing, because the most important road in the country, you abandon it and building a new road.
What would you say that road is? The most important road in the country? Which road is that?
Lagos Ibadan is one of the most important roads we have in Nigeria.
Yep. Yeah.
And for more than 15 years, that road has been in a bad shape.
Yeah. But this new coastal road, it should also serve that purpose, no?
No, because it doesn't link. This is what people. That's the argument a lot of people do, but they don't even understand the importance of Lagos Ibadan. Lagos Ibadan connect almost everywhere.
Everywhere.
Lagos
When you say
Ibadan
everywhere, what do you?
everywhere.
Everywhere where?
If you're going to the north, you're going to. If you're going to Nigeria, anywhere you're going to
Lagos
Nigeria,
Ibadan cannot take you to the north though. Lagos Ibadan is going south.
No, they take you there as well, because it linked to Ilori and what have you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Lagos Ibadan links you everywhere.
I see. Maybe I don't know exactly, but I know Lagos Ibadan goes. I know the one where goes south. I don't know the one where they go up. Okay.
Yeah. Do your research. Lagos Ibadan is the most important road, the most important major road we have in Nigeria.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
So instead of them to build that road and maintain that road, for over 15 years, that road has been very bad. They didn't do it. They abandoned it, and there's other roads from from Aochi to I can't remember their names anyway. But there's so many other important roads that would need to be fixed. They didn't care about those, so they abandoned those ones and started new one. I'm not against the coastal road, but you would have repaired the one that we need most before going to another project.
All right, Mr. Popcorn. If you want to give us your final thoughts, so that we'll move forward.
Oh, you wouldn't even allow me to talk, but you allow other people to talk. Oh my God, this guy doesn't like me.
No, I just want to move forward. I know I love you, my brother. I just want to move forward with the conversation because I'm agreeing with you for the most part. And I want to have somebody who I'm disagreeing with so that we can have good conversations. But I'm agreeing with you for the most part. I'm agreeing with you for the most part. But sorry, go ahead. If you had more things you wanted to say, let's talk about it.
Yeah. You and I never argue anyway, and I would never argue with you.
Okay.
So, I know how you like. I know, yeah, but that's true because I know I'll never win you an argument, and again, I know I'll let you up.
And I'm not here to win arguments. I'm here to put my best argument out. You give me your best argument, and it's what it is. Facts. Okay. The facts will always trump opinions anyway. So yeah.
This is where reform. This is where APC reform is supposed to start from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Civil servant. That's where the population is. Civil servant.
Yep.
Our security personnel, our police, our power sector. This is where the reform is supposed to start, so that the common man will feel the impact immediately. Then by doing so, you are sending hope to the people. Right now, everybody is hopeless. By doing so, you're sending hope to the people. Yep. Look at the level of buying people in the middle way, and this is the basket of the country, the food basket of the country.
Yeah.
So what I mean, I remember. I don't know how old you are, but I remember our ECOMOG. I remember ECOMOG. What our military did in ECOMOG. I remember the late Joshua Dogonyero, what he did to Sierra Leone and the Liberia. We used to be the most powerful military in Africa. Like even United Nations always want our aid, want our help all the time, whenever they need it. So why not today? Because everything has been politicized. Look, let me tell you, there's no country will ever thrive without having a good judiciary and police in place.
True.
No economy in this world will ever thrive if you don't have a judiciary, if you don't have police, if you don't have power. You're going nowhere.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to take your time, but there are people just come here to
say like that, it makes me angry sometimes.
I know some people might also say some of the things you've said are false too. So that's why I like to allow not, call people's names. Let's just talk about the facts and keep it moving. Some people might also disagree with some things you say, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, as a citizen of Nigeria, I'm in my 50s right now. So I'm not a kid. I know what Nigeria used to be back in the days.
Yeah.
We all know the problem of Nigeria, but all we have is we lack the political will. The politicians lack the political will to tackle the problem.
Yeah.
For local government chairman to cancel, everybody knows the problem of Nigeria. But tribalism, hate, and lack of political will is the problem.
Make we leave tribalism for today. Political will is the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah,
and leadership.
That one to join, my brother. That one to join.
Absolutely, I agree.
If you go to the comment section, you see that one to join.
Make we leave comment section. If we are on the stage, forget comment section. I mean, unless you're there, then you can go back and forth with the people there. But leave comment section. It's what it is. Me when they cuss up and down, you go there. Now what for you? If they all their cuss, they worry me up. Stop. They come here now. These people don't like me. But I appreciate you, Mr. Popcorn. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you so much.
And
I do love you, my brother. I do love you. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, keep on doing what you're doing, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Before we continue, make I read some chats here. Mr. Kulata, I need to blow horn for you, Mr. Kulata. Thank you so much, Mr. Kulata from YouTube. YouTube, we have a lot of traction today. And Mr. Kulata, thank you again for the $2. You said Lagos Ibadan is not bad. It was rebuilt recently. Yeah, I think there is a major infrastructural projects going on in Nigeria. So, and I agree with Mr. Kulata. I don't know if it's Mr. They call him Mr. But Kulata, I agree with Kulata's scorecard. Infrastructure is doing really well in Nigeria under Tinubu's government. There's a lot of projects going on. You have to be really blind and to hear to not really see or know what's going on in the infrastructural space in Nigeria. He's doing a good job in that regard. But there are other areas like agriculture. If our guy put money inside there, we'll go see the benefit. No be small, we'll go see the dividend. No be small thing. But hey, thank you so much, Kulata, for the $2. Thank you so much. All right, let's read some chats here on TikTok. And by the way, if you're on YouTube and you want to join the conversation, feel free to join us on TikTok at the Bia Paulo Podcast. Same as Facebook. If you're on Facebook and you want to join us and you want to have the conversation, feel free to join us at the Bia Paulo Podcast on TikTok. All right, Man of Lagos says Uncle K. All right, let me see. Dr. Tao says he has used emotion to trap you. You are giving more time. No, I'm not necessarily giving more time. The time is all right. Maybe you catch me with that one. I agree with you, Mr. Ta. You catch me for that one. Anyway, Man of Logo says even in power, NMPC, Shell, and Seplat are not generating enough gas to distribute to the plants. Yeah. And this thing you talk now, it's something that I've spoken on in Abia State, where they are currently doing power. The power sector is kind of they're kind of revolutionizing the power sector. OT, shout out to OT on that one, right? I've said that they shouldn't depend 100% on the gas powered plants because it's not very efficient. You can have a hybrid system. Either use maybe like Enugu now. Shout out to and I always give this guy a hard time, right? Wait me name the Enugu governor, Peter Mba. I always give him a hard time, right? But shout out to that guy, man. He's looking into power now generation with coal. You cannot have coal and go and be looking at gas, right? So shout out to that guy. Obviously, it tells me that these people didn't get sense for their head. They're not just all crazy, right? They get sense for their head. Trying to use coal to power the plants. They have water. They have coal. What else do you want to power a plant, right? What else do you want to power a plant? But anyway, yeah, definitely agree with you. And thank you guys so much for being here. Let's keep liking. Let's keep sharing. Make a shout out some people who don't here since. Before we get back to Facebook. Mr. OK or OK, I don't know. Thank you so much for being here. Anonymous, thank you for being here. Dr. Tao, thank you. Popcorn, AJ, NYC, PCTV, All Opinion Matters. We're going to get to you in a moment. Adachieze. Thank you so much for being here. Adachieze, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Etan Lag, thank you for being here. Uncle K, Juju Zion, thank you for being here. Man of Lagos, make I bring this thing come here so that I know go to stretch or I know go to lean. Let me see. K Granny, Abe Olaitan, Christopher A. Ubog. We're going to get to you in a moment. I don't pass that my 3-hour mark. I don't pass them already. I'm approaching 4 hours. I don't think I'll be able to bring any new guests up because I don't pass my limit so that I'll still be in focus here talking to you guys. And I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much. Abe Olaitan, K Granny, Nigerian guy, Minister of Violence, Uncle Sumbu, Sami Muyi, Wamax TV, Caroline, Adedoyin Badero, Craft Mayowa Ilesu, thank you for being here. Sahid Balo, Anthony, my brother, thank you for being here. Tochi, Ambassador Tony Jababa. Radio Real Estate, make una check her out. She they sell real estate. TJ Baba, Omo Benji1, Samek, Akosa Edose, and all the other beautiful people with there. And shout out to Mr. Kulata. Shout out to Mr. Kulata from YouTube. Thank you so much for all the gifts today. I appreciate you. All right. Joseph say, oh boy, go and look for a job. Maybe I go change my name to Kachi, go and look for a job. I go change my name. You get one guy, shout out to Parker. Parker and one American debate, I don't know what, podcaster I'll call him. Podcaster. They change your name to Parker get a job. Maybe I go change my own name to Kachi go get a job. Oh boy, go and look for a job. I get job, oh my brother. I get job, oh my brother. I get job. No reason I'm Anyway, hey, let's get back to the show. Mr. IK Charles, if you want to unmute yourself, please.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. I've been listening and I've been a bit. I don't want to get emotional. Let me just talk calmly.
Please be calm. Servant. Please be calm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a civil servant. I live in Abuja here.
All right.
And I just wanted to argue against some points. They've raised a lot of points.
Yeah.
For example, you were talking about infrastructure, that he's done a lot of infrastructure, this and that. We were all here, or many of us were online when we saw Tinubu's ministers one by one coming to complain that their capital votes, their capital budgets have not been released to them. Some of them 1%, some of them 10%. So these projects or these infrastructure projects that you're talking about, where is the money coming from that they're using to do infrastructure projects? Is it not from their budget allocations? We are in a situation where 3 years budgets are running. None of them have gone more than 30%. And we are saying projects are going on. What they do, what I noticed that they've done is that they've awarded a lot of projects. Of course, the processes are not transparent. A lot of projects. Most of the projects on paper, they are ongoing. But if you go on ground, they will do small, they will stop. They will do small, they will stop. Then the ones where they are supposed to really save money from and use to do the others. For example, Lagos-Calabar Expressway. Why are they borrowing money? Why are we using federal government money to do it?
Whose money should they use to do it?
When they did Lekki-Ekpe Expressway, it was concessioned.
Okay, but let's stay on the Lagos-Calabar Expressway. Whose money should they use to do it, if not the federal government's money?
They should have done PPP, public-private partnership, with a private enterprise. The company that is doing it now.
That's one way, though. That's one way. They say there are so many ways to skin a cat, right?
15 trillion. That was the initial budget, from what I heard, to do that route. That is not, it is good, but it is not essential.
I see what you're saying.
If you try to travel from Abuja now to Lagos by road, you will fall sick by the time you get to Lagos. Let me not go from Lagos, from Abuja here to Lokoja. During festive periods, you will sleep on the road. They've been in power for 3 years. They've not been able to fix Lagos to Lokoja. So what are we talking about? You are doing 700 kilometers, Lagos to Calabar. In 3 years, what they are going to commission this year is 47 kilometers out of 700 plus. So when are they going to complete it exactly?
Say that again. You said they've commissioned what? 47 kilometers?
They commissioned 30 kilometers last year.
30 kilometers, okay.
They commissioned 30. This year, they are supposed to commission 47 and put a toll gate.
So the 47 is it? The 47 is it 1 second. The 47, is it in total or a new 47 in addition to the 30?
In total, in addition to the 30. In addition to the 30.
So in total, it's going to be 77 kilometers. Is that what you're saying?
It's supposed to be 740 something kilometers in total.
But their projection is 77 kilometers, and that's like 10%.
No, it's not 77, 47. That is what this May 29th or May whatever, they are going to launch 47 kilometers. Then they will put a toll gate there.
Let me see.
That's the plan. So when are they going to complete 700 kilometers? Meanwhile, they borrowed billions in dollars for this so-called infrastructure project. So they are not doing the core thing that they are supposed to be doing. You've removed money. Okay, as I said, I'm a civil servant. In the last 3 years, since 2023, from 2023, we stopped going to the office every day. We were going to the office 3 times a week. That was the unofficial arrangement because people could not afford to come to work. Since this year,
and let me cut you short, and please hold your thoughts on your civil service. Please hold that thought, please. And I'm going to corroborate it anyway. It's not like I doubted what you were saying. I was going to take your word for it, but I just wanted to check. As of May 2026, the first section of the 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar, this is from Google, and it's from Wikipedia. The 700-kilometer Lagos to Calabar coastal highway spanning approximately 47.47 kilometers from Ahmadu Bello Way to Eleko in Lagos is nearing 100%. So 48 kilometers of 700 kilometers has only been completed.
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said. I'm only corroborating what you said. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, when you put these things into perspective, then it kind of, it's now, I see what you're saying.
Just think about it and look at the amount of money they borrowed so far. The same thing for the Sokoto, is it Sokoto to Abuja or something? They are borrowing billions to do those roads. Take that money, fix Lagos to Abuja, fix Lagos to the east, fix Lagos to the north, fix all those roads that will really impact people's lives. Look at agriculture. When he came into power, he said, I remember he said he was declaring a state of emergency.
And by the way, this is from Lagos to Lagos. This is from Ahmadu Bello Way, which my best guess is from Lagos.
It's still within
to Eleko is still in Lagos. So this is from Lagos to Lagos. When you put this into perspective, then it's really crazy to think about.
That's just so when they say he's doing infrastructure, it makes me go like mad. Like, what are these people talking about?
I see.
Look at the education that you people talked about. He has done Nail Fund, he has done this, and he has given 1.5 million people loans. Excuse me. Before 2023, many of those 1.5 million people did not need loans. What was the cost of tuition in Unilag? What was the cost of tuition in University of Ibadan? I schooled in the University of Ibadan. Probably if I was a student now, I would not be able to afford it. Such loans are supposed to target the poorest of the poor. But you don't bring people into poverty and then give them loan and then say you have solved the education problem. Is the quality of education improved?
Yeah. This is a good perspective.
The question. Has the quality of education improved?
This is a good perspective, absolutely.
Where's the infrastructure that he has put into education? When Obasanjo came into power, we saw lecturers move from their 504s to better cars. We saw them going for exchange programs, students going for exchange programs abroad. That is improvement in quality of education.
Yeah.
Has that happened since he entered? So they be telling me Nail Fund. What has the Nail Fund done for the average student? What was the cost of schooling back then? And what is it now? Anytime the teachers want to go on strike, they blackmail their leaders. They go back, ask them. Many of them are angry. That's why they've not gone on strike. They say there has been no strike. That's the same way they are blackmailing NLC and the leader. We've not been able to go on strike. Let me tell you, they said they were going to give us wage award.
I don't know about the blackmailing of teachers and for not going on strike. I don't know about that. I
wish you could ask a teacher. I wish you could ask any of them. I wish any of them could come on live and
blackmailing them in what regard, though? Like if you go on strike, you lose your job or what?
Things like that. Now.
So are you saying that are you saying like the demands? Are you saying like teachers are not being paid salary and they're still working? Like teachers are not being paid their salary and they want to strike because they
First
are
of
being
all,
owed salary and they are blackmailing them to go back to class. Is that what you're saying?
several times they have complained about their salaries, they've complained about allowances, they've complained about many of those things. At the last point, at the last minute, when they want to go on strike, you will see one intervention or the other overnight, they will now stop. But I can bet it with you, if you call or ask any of them, okay, let me not speak about it. Let me speak about my own sector where I am as a core civil
And
servant.
please, make you know before my show where they will come. I beg, 1 second. I beg, if you want I hope this is your Bonner account because we know of the case of the guy where do some expose on military people, and we know his fate right now. Free that guy, please. If you know his name, let me know in the chat. Make I shout out that guy. I don't want this to be the show. All right, Ibla will go end the show here self with you. I don't want to get. I don't want you to get in trouble.
Let me not talk. Okay, I will not.
Please avoid personal stuff where fit lead you to anything. I beg, please.
I get you, but I'm just trying to say that if you rate his administration, if I start to break down all the sectors one by one, at the top of my head, for example, in agriculture. I can list ideas that he could have implemented that would have impacted both the farmers and everybody in general.
And it's crazy because nobody's paying you to think about these things off the top of your head. But they're paying these people, agricultural minister, top dollar, and they cannot think about these things. Isn't that something?
It's crazy. Like, I don't even care where the man comes from or what it is. It just come in and bring in some policies that will affect the people positively. If in 3 years, people are crying seriously that, look at, we don't have money in our pockets to spend. Things are tough. So what magic does he want to do in his second term that we've not seen now? If you are doing reforms, you're supposed to have short-term, medium-term, and long-term reforms. These things they are talking about, this and that, these are long-term reforms. You know, tell me what you are going to do in the short term. What are you going to achieve in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years that is going to affect me positively? If you cannot tell me that, then what the heck are you doing there? You know, so it's just very annoying. There's so much to talk about. I can even start talking till tomorrow. But please, nobody should gaslight us and tell me he has tried in this, he has tried in that. Education, he has done this, he has education. A health ministry, you released 1% of their budget, and you say you've improved. Where is it exactly that you have improved? All the money that he has saved, he's saying, okay, he has given it to state government, but the federal government retained some. What is being done with the federal government share? The man has borrowed huge sums of money in 3 years. Where has all this money gone to?
Yeah, and it's crazy that you brought up the health ministry because I held a show some time ago where the health ministry, I forget the ridiculous amount, whether $25,000, now they don't release for them, like for 2025, the whole of 2025. Something about around maybe $25,000. Health ministry, $25,000.
It's 36 million naira or something like that. How much did they say? Just 36. I'm telling you, where I work, they've not released any money. We can't do any project. So you just come to the office and you go home. That's the truth. So it's just crazy. Like when they say they've done this, they've done this, they've done that. They are not doing anything. They're just there speaking English. And the most painful part is you say that we, the citizens, should bear the pains for now. Very soon things will change. But those who are in power, they are not bearing any pain. I went to a petrol station somewhere in Abuja to buy fuel, and somebody came to get fuel with a voucher. He's a senior government official. They just came, they got their fuel, and they left in their personal car. So I was asking, how can you be telling us to save, and some people are still getting free fuel? This fuel that is very expensive for us to get.
Isn't that something?
Understand? So how are you saving the money? How exactly are you saving the money? You know, so let me not talk more than that, as you say, before they
absolutely. I almost wanted to end this thing self. I don't want you to get in any trouble. I don't want maybe because of my show person get in trouble. Please, we don't want that. Let's keep personal stuff personal. But thank you for sharing these, and you saying these things now come make me they think even deeper. Like the infrastructure. I'm seeing with the city coastal road now where they build, but when you get into the nitty gritty of it, it's like the project is for 770 kilometers, and the total you've done so far is 47 kilometers, and this is 3 years. When will you get, if it took you 3 years to go less than 10%, when will the other one be completed? Or is your actual plan to just do it from Lagos to Lagos? Is that your actual plan? Anyway,
it's just crazy.
It's very interesting. But thank you, Mr. Charles. I appreciate you for joining. Thank you so much. All right. But yeah, yeah, and I now I see why Kulata from Facebook rated. Let me read that his rating, his scorecard again. Now I see why you rate the infrastructure B. Now I agree with you. Even though I was saying you are being conservative, right? But now, Mr. Kulata, thank you again for the $5 on that scorecard, right? I see why you brought it to B. And if I want to even rate that thing now, I go bring it down even further, right? But I see why you brought that infrastructure to B, right? I see it for sure. But anyway, hey, it's what it is. We're just here to to criticize our government objectively, though. Objectively, with objective, arguments and stuff, right? We're not here to curse anybody or yell at anybody. It's just what it is, right? Anyway, let's keep this conversation going and keep liking. By the way, we have 50K likes right now. Nona, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's keep liking and sharing and get more people to join the show. Hopefully, we have another hour in the gas, right? To have the conversation. Otherwise, when the eye don't do as if you won't close, we'll go close and for real and end the show. But I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Let's read some chats before we move forward. Let's read some chats. Just give me 1 second. Make I look Facebook. All right, Facebook. I see you guys. I greet you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Also, YouTube, I greet you guys as well. Thank you so much for being here. Olatunji Dixon, he says, the fuel matter is all over the world. My brother, now fuel subsidy costs our own. The hike in price for this in a fuel subsidy removal and cost our own first before the all over the world own happen. First of all, now the fuel subsidy way Tinubu remove. Olatunji Dixon, thank you though for being here. Rima Integral, he says, I'm not sure you know how government is run. Does the money from subsidy belong to the federal government? I don't know where I want from the answer you, but thank you, Rima Integral, for being here. Shwaib Remy Ladan says distributing it to other sub-Saharan sub-nationals is inside the constitution. This is a simple test of... All right, make we skip that one because it's a little bit too long. But Shwaib Remy, thank you for being here. Olushola Kuponi says, please, sir, how do I want him to go about the subsidy? How do you want him to go about how do you want him to go about the subsidy? Instead of you to commend Tinubu for his courage hey man, you can commend him for the courage, but you can also criticize him on not planning well on that courage. You can't just wake up one morning and remove subsidy just because you have the courage. People are going to suffer because of that subsidy removal. You don't think about the people, you talk about courage. I can commend him about the courage, and I can also criticize him for not being strategic about it. Why can't I do both? Why can't I commend him for courage and criticize him for not being strategic about it? Why do you feel a type of way about me criticizing the way you went about it? Anyway, Usman S. Titilayo Apeke says, Mr. Kachi, what do you want? What do you want Tinubu to do for governor failed to do their part in various states? I don't know the specific conversation you're referring to because I think context matters in that that chat you left there. But thank you though for being here. I appreciate you. Francis Tunde says you can't afford a car in Canada with minimum wage. That will also affect your credit score performance, which determines. So okay. Make we not even argue that one. Anyway, Oyebanji Omole, he says, you mentioned the bag of rice. It's interesting that at some point a bag of rice was over 100K and the minimum wage was around 30K. It's also interesting that during that period, the APC government, they in power, right? It's very interesting. Saying Buhari, and Tinubu say he go come take over, continue what Buhari do, right? So it's very interesting. Anyway, Shola Olatunde says Tinubu is the best president this country ever produced, followed by Obasanjo. Time shall tell. Okay, I think Obasanjo is the best that Nigeria ever produced. I don't know about Tinubu being the best. I don't know about that one. But let us go back to the show. Let us get back to the show. All right. All opinion matters. You dropped. I think. All right. Anyway, we'll go bring you back up now. But let's go to Mr. Christopher Ubogu. Mr. Christopher Ubogu, if you want to unmute yourself, please.
Catching one name.
One name Mado. One name Mado. One name Mado.
Go and look for job.
Nah.
Go and get job.
Kachi get the job. Kachi get the job. Nah, today na Sunday now. Na church we dey go Sunday now. Sunday is a day of rest now. Now, wow, if I don't work Monday to Saturday, make I use Sunday. Do TikTok now. Anyway.
My brother, good evening, Nigerians. Anyway, I want to appreciate everyone.
Yep.
According to one of our brothers here, all opinions matter. So,
yep.
So everybody with his own kettle, every aboki with his own kettle.
Yep.
However, all of us are interested in this baby or mother or grandmother called Nigeria.
Yep.
Nigeria is the life we live.
Absolutely.
It's the air we breathe.
Absolutely.
And in Nigeria, all of us stand, whether we are abroad or home.
Absolutely.
We are, interested to see our nation drive, reposition, and take her proper place in Africa and in the world at large. Only that we
make we leave the taking our position. Make we take position for Nigeria first. Leave the African world. Make we take position for Nigeria first. Why hear you?
Yeah, we believe that some people could do better than others.
Yeah.
However, I want to start with president's decision. Let's start with subsidy. Subsidy. In 2023 budget, the Buhari administration made provision for subsidy to be terminated in the month of June. Is it June? Yes, June. In the month of June. After June, there was no provision for subsidy because there is nowhere Nigeria will source the money from to keep maintaining subsidy. And as soon as a man is elected a president of Nigeria or a governor, every security information comes to his table, only that he will not act. I believe that Mr. President acted based on the information on his disposal, knowing too well that we were almost done and gone. How much was our foreign reserve and how much was the net? So we are reacting emotionally on issue that we don't have control over. The decision to take off that, to implement, not even take off, to implement the subsidy removal was the right decision to make.
And I think most people agree with that. I think even myself, I agree with that. But what most people would also say is, when you remove it, how about the effect of the removal? Consider that's what me I'm arguing. Why consider the effect on people? That's my argument. I think removal of first subsidy was a good idea and strategy. I think so.
Thank you, sir. Now, the next thing he did was to actually remove subsidy on the naira, which is why the price of commodities, this went higher, and so forth and so on. Now, since then, we can see some improvement in and out, that even the common man are beginning to see little changes. I mean, from what it were in 2023, immediately after the removal of the subsidy. Now, before then, more than 23 states we aren't, paying salaries. In fact, they were sourcing for money through loan to pay salaries.
Was the federal government
Most
paying
of
them, though? Was the federal government giving them any money at all?
Before then?
No, when they were owing salaries, was the federal government giving them any money at all?
The money was not enough.
Okay. If you run a company, if you run company and you see say your revenue don't they reduce, what would you do? Me, I go begin the layoff so that I no go owe people salary. That is what most people would do. Most people who get sense go do. So why are you, and especially you can start doing an audit to see, okay, which people are productive, which people are not very productive, which people can take on more tasks. That's what I would do. You go do audit and lay people off. It's what it is. It's what it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In Nigeria, unfortunately, that will not work. You can see a civil servant now who just finished making submission. You and I know that most of the people in service in the civil service commission has no business being there. But you can't let them off because
why can't you? Group. Why can't you?
Come on. They will automatically shut down the nation.
Nah.
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So that apart, let's talk more about let me go towards infrastructure. Somebody here talked about Nigeria, that the president should have gone into, building of refineries and state building of refineries. And most people that held this view never lived in Nigeria.
1 second. We'll just hold that thought. Make I just bring us back to because I'm thinking like you're saying, you say you want to lay people off. Say it cannot happen. I don't know why you say it will not happen, but maybe laying people off is very harsh, right? But here is a better idea. Give them a package of, say, say you don't approach your retirement. Let's give you X amount of money and you just retire now and we don't have any obligations to you. You find way to reduce. When I say layoff, it's kind of extreme, right? But regardless, it's not still layoff. But you need to reduce it. Find people that are, there has to be a way. This is anybody that has a business to run would think this way. But when you say you cannot, then how do you run a business like that if you're running in deficit? It doesn't make sense to me.
The government cannot do that because...
Please stop saying they cannot do that. We don't have smart people in government. That's what you're saying.
It has not worked in Nigeria.
Inadvertently, you're saying we don't have smart people that cannot think out of the box and say, okay, we are running short of cash. What can we do with the small money we get? Then we don't have smart people that are in government.
Do you know the power of unionism? The union?
Hey, I understand the power of union. However, there has to be a way around it. There has to be negotiations around it. There has to be.
Well, one of the ways is what the government did, making sure that subsidy go, and governments, are looking for a means through tax reform to make sure that our earning appreciates, so that we will have enough money to actually run the nation. Of course, people come here and talk about UK, talk about US, and talk about Canada. But they didn't put into consideration how many people are in Canada. How many are there? They didn't
about
put
50
into
million.
consideration. Come on, we are 230 million people
in Canada.
No, I mean Nigeria. We are 230 million people. Why Canada is 55 million?
Yeah, Canada is about 50 million ish. Yeah.
Thank you. Our annual budget as at this year, I think it should be between maybe 35 to 40 billion dollars. Our budget. Why Canada is hitting 200 and above billion. And people are talking about comparing those nations with ours. Those nations with ours is not possible. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, sir, most people come here and say that Tinubu should have stayed, before he removed subsidy, he should have made sure that we build refineries and so forth and so on. In Canada, they have 18 refineries. None of those refineries were owned by the government. It is private investors driven.
Yeah.
US has over, I think, 100 or 200 refineries.
Yep.
None of them is owned by the government.
Yep.
It is private, investors driven.
And guess what? Fun fact about the US refineries. US refineries no fit, even though the US has a ton amount of crude oil, but their refineries cannot process their own crude oil. The US has to import crude oil from other because of the way their refineries are, what the refinery can process. But yeah.
Now, compare and contrast. What the government need is to create enabling environment.
Yeah.
Starts with number one, providing security. That is where I still fought the president of Nigeria. He is doing some, but he has not done up to my expectation.
Yep.
Bear that in mind. That is, government need to provide security, number one. Provide infrastructure, which is this government is absolutely doing excellent. The last person that spoke before me drew our attention to Lokoja, Abuja, and he said, why didn't Mr. President fix this Lokoja, Abuja? As if Lokoja, Abuja was awarded yesterday. Lokoja, Abuja Road was awarded, if I'm not mistaken, 2002. As at that time, Tony Aneni was the Minister of Works under Obasanjo. Check how many years it is. What is the kilometer? Yet nobody cried. But they want Tinubu to do magic and fix the entire road infrastructure in 2 days. Things are not done in that manner. Sir, there is massive road infrastructure going on. I am from the southeast. As of today, the Enugu-Onitsha federal highway is seriously under construction, and in the next few months, it will be completed. That project started either 2007 or under Jonathan or so. As I talk to you, the second Niger Bridge connecting road, it has commenced from Asaba and from Obunike end. The job is massively ongoing. As I talk to you about Port Harcourt Express, it is ongoing. All thanks to Federal Republic of Nigerian President and Minister of Works. As I talk to you, Enugu Abakaliki is ongoing. As I talk to you, Abakaliki Ogoja is ongoing. Sir, as I talk to you, Afibo Okigwe is ongoing. In fact, that project is being sponsored by Dangote through tax relief or something like that. The job is ongoing, and people stay where they are and say the government has done nothing in the road infrastructure. Even in that coastal road, there is the Calabar end has begun. The Edo end has begun. Is it that we just wish to make sure that the man we don't like, we try everything possible to talk him down? Look let me tell you, sir. Look, let me tell you, sir. When people began to project their own candidates and begin to project them, I compare and contrast for goodness sake. For goodness sake.
For today's show, we're not going to compare and contrast. Make we stick to the man. And it's a good thing you're pointing out these other road projects, which obviously are ongoing and some of them are almost complete. It's a good thing you're pointing them out, which it's good. Again, infrastructure. I've also admitted here that he's doing well in infrastructure. But when I looked at the only completed one for that coastal highway, that was my fault. I forgot that there were other areas, other roads that he's also working on in, like you mentioned, Enugu-Onitsha Express Road, Port Harcourt Road, a whole other roads that you mentioned. I forgot in that regard. So I take my own on that one and I say, it's what it is. But make we not compare and contrast anybody. But if you want to, so in your opinion, you're saying this first term is a good one. Do you have a rate? Like if you were to score him over 100, what would be that score for you?
If he's over 100, I will give him 60%.
60%, okay. And that's a fair score.
Yes.
That's a fair score.
Yeah, I will give him 60%. 60.
That's a fair score.
My brother.
Yeah.
I live in Nigeria. I don't live in UK. I'm equally a father, even that who has more burden than most people who have spoken here. I have 4 biological children, and I have extra 3 that live with me. And they are all in school. Not one boy. Yeah, they are all in school. And guess what? None of them is in public school except those in university. So you will know I pay through my nose. Yeah? I don't have money in my pocket as of today. But
you need to get a job. You need to get a job.
My brother, I don't regret it because I see where Nigeria is going.
Yep.
Yeah. I see the destiny. In fact, whosoever that wins is not my concern. My concern is, please, nobody should tamper with the reforms that has been initiated.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is my major demand.
Yep.
Don't tamper with this reform. This is what will take Nigeria out of mess. We should have started this thing many years ago. Yeah. Some of us actually travel. We know how nations are run. Yes, we travel because some of them who talk here, they feel that we don't travel. And for your information, I am not a card carrier member of any political party.
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. We're not here to castigate you based on your party. We're not here to do that.
They begin to call me names.
It's okay.
I am not a member of any political party.
Not be me, then they call names here any day. The names know they do anything for body now. They do anything.
In summary, my brother,
yeah,
I will vote Mr. President again.
All right.
For few reasons. Number one, for him to complete the reforms in the police so that there will be state police. State police will take care of most of the insecurities in Nigeria. That's number one. Number two,
you go give us 3 so that we'll go move forward. You go give us only 3 so that we'll go move forward. Yeah.
Only 3. Okay. Yeah. That's number one. Yep. Number two is the continuation of the tax reform.
Okay.
The wealthy need to pay more tax so that the poor could breathe. Then in my last is that there must be a program that both the local government, the state government can do what? Can collaborate with the federal government so that Nigeria could be shaping towards greatness. As of today, some of the states and local government are disconnected from the program of the government. Look, sir, if the states that receive more money now than ever, if they have invested that money where it should be invested, which is to start with secondary education, which is on the shoulder of the federal of the state government. If they invested such money, so much money in rebuilding schools, training teachers, employing teachers, most of us will withdraw our children from private schools and send them to public schools. What does it mean? It means we save more money. Do you think we are going through pain, paying 250,000 every time? Yeah, we are going through pain. But if the states had done their own, we won't spend that money. That's number one. Number two, sir, if the local government collaborate and they invest in primary education, most people will be taken off poverty. If you must take citizens away from poverty, you must give them access to education. And the most important education is primary and secondary education.
Absolutely.
I pray that Nigeria will rise. We will rise.
Absolutely.
And we will never be the same. Thank you, Kachi. You are a wonderful guy. I love you. I believe you are from my state, Imo State, isn't it?
No, I'm Moyabia.
Stop Moyabia.
No, my mom Moya. My mom na Imo Uma. Oh, where Uma?
Now, let me shock you, Kachi.
Yeah.
Do you know that federal government is building housing estate in Abia State, over 1,000 units?
I didn't know about that.
8,000 or 10,000. Fact check it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Christopher. I appreciate you for joining.
Can I please take my time, please? I went down and I had to come back.
You go wait now. You know, say we know like when you are mute like this, begin they take time. You go wait, make we address our guests, finish, then address. But I was gonna bring you up anyway. I know you dropped. I don't know why you dropped. Maybe it was a network issue. But thank you for re-requesting. I appreciate you. And thank you, Mr. Christopher, as well. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for sharing those thoughts. And yes, I definitely agree. Tinubu, they do infrastructure. You know, now that 40 kilometers, and throw me off. I say, this is 40 kilometers everywhere you want to finish them. But hey, man, it's what it is. You know, sometimes we get carried away, but it's what it is. It's definitely. I'll take my scorecard back. I'll take it. Leave it at B. Let's leave it at B. B is good for him for infrastructure. And shout out to Mr. Kaluta. Thank you. Shout out to that. Shout out to you on that, on sharing that scorecard. I'll leave it at B. He's doing decently well on, you know, in terms of infrastructure. So it's what it is. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Christopher, for reminding me of the projects ongoing and almost completed by the Tinubu administration. Thank you so much. All right, make we move forward. Dr. Tao, I see you next, but All Opinion Matters was supposed to be even before Mr. Christopher. However, I don't know if he had a network issue, but he dropped and we had to bring him back. So we're going to skip you just for one moment and then we'll come back to you once we're done having a conversation with Mr. All Opinion Matter. All right. All Opinion Matter, if you want to mute yourself so that we go. Thank you, Dr. Tao, for understanding. Appreciate it. All right. All Opinion Matter, if you want to unmute yourself. And thank you for joining.
All right, thank you so much, Rose. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bao, for understanding. I go straight to the topic, which is good first time or failed promises. It's good first time for me, and I'm going to explain why. So first is that it would be me living in denial for me to say people are not suffering. Do you understand what I mean? And someone cannot say, oh, I am feeling this government, I'm at the receiving end of the policies, and you say, oh, shut up, you're not at the receiving end. You have to say, oh, where is the empathy?
Yeah.
This is why you are at the receiving end of it. So I am not going to come and then say, oh, what you are feeling is not what you are feeling. What I'm telling you to feel is what you should feel.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm trying to say is that let's understand why we are at this stage. Let's understand the options that we have, which you don't want us to go to today, if we don't want to move forward.
Make we leave the options. Make we leave the options for now. We're going to talk about the options another day, but not today.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I just wanted to mention that I'm not going deep into that.
Appreciate that.
So why we are here in this stage is first, we are talking about subsidy removal. People forget that the Petroleum Industrial Bill that was passed, that became the Petroleum Industrial Act, was in 2023. As a matter of fact, what Buhari did was illegal for him to subsidize from January 2023 to June 2023. The only reason why he did that was because an election was upcoming. So it was illegal. So when he became president, he was faced with two things: use ways and means to find a way to cover for the next 6 months and plan, or make a decision there and then. And he all made the decision, and we all know what it is.
Yeah.
See, the number two is the fact that Nigerians were talking about the dollar, and the dollar being pegged at the international market. I'll call it the subsidization of the naira, which means that you are making the naira to perform because you are pegging the naira at the international market and not the free flow of market price. For you to bring down the dollar in terms of the ratio, you need to have more dollar coming, and that's how you can bring back down the rate of the dollar to the naira. But however, that's never the biggest thing, because the Chinese, the Japan, the South Korean won is about 30,000 or thereabout. It's almost the same value with the naira, but you can't say the South Koreans are poor. What matters is affordability. People who have the money, do they have the money in their pocket? Can they use their money to purchase these items? So I'm not going to talk about the ratio of naira to dollar because it's inconsequential.
It is though. It's very consequential, because the cost of dollar is directly the cost of dollar in naira is directly related. I don't the time my tongue no one respect itself. Anyway, it's directly related to the cost of living, or the cost of food in Nigeria, because most of our foods are imported. We need to produce our food. So if most of our foods are imported in dollars, what do you think is going to happen to the cost of food in Nigeria? So why do you say it's inconsequential? It's definitely consequential.
Let me now say, let's say an average making a meal is about $20, right?
Okay.
Which is going to be 1,350 times 20, which is about 27,000. If you have the 27,000 to put down without stress to be able to afford that meal, then it's not an issue. The problem today is that Nigerians do not have the affordability for the rise in the price of the items.
So is that not a problem? Is that not, doesn't that make it consequential?
No. What I'm trying to say is that the value of the dollar in itself is inconsequential, but the affordability of Nigerians, which is you having the money to be able to purchase it at any price that it is, it's what matters.
I see what you're saying. So the affordability is the problem.
Yes.
Not actually the price of the. I see the point you're making there. Yeah.
Chinese yuan is also like the value of Nigerian naira.
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
The South Korean, I know for sure. South Korean,
okay.
But however, the South Koreans are not in a dismal prisma like we are, because they have more money in the pocket averagely.
Yeah, but for us, it's a problem for us though. We can all, and I see your argument. I definitely see you, and I understand your argument. However, if the dollar is 400 naira, right, cost of food will be cheap in Nigeria now. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it will be. So there are two ways to the argument. Right? We want the cost of dollar to be cheap,
but
not at the subsidized rate.
Not at the subsidized rate. And it goes back to what you were saying, that the only way to bring the dollar down is to bring a lot of dollar into the country. And this is what I don't know how long you've been here, but I've said it before. Why didn't the economic advisor of Tinubu plan around these things?
Let me now tell you why now.
All right,
I know why. One is that crude oil is our major source of dollar.
All right. And again, it takes me back to the question. Since the economic advisor knows that crude oil is our major source of income, why didn't they plan around it? What else can we do outside of this crude oil to bring in more dollar into the economy? Right?
Yes. There is planning around it. Government tried to do every other sector by saying you're buying machinery for agriculture. Even Buhari himself tried to close border to support rice farmers.
Okay.
We need to understand the country we live in, and the context matters. The difference between us, we can compare ourselves with Russia, with China, with USA as much as possible, but this tribalism and regionalism that we have has an issue. What do I mean? If you want to build a bridge, because there are so many waterways...
you're saying all these things without mentioning manufacturing, and it's interesting.
I will tell you
You're
why.
saying
Now,
everything. You're just. I don't know whether you're intentionally skipping the
I'm
manufacturing side.
intentionally skipping manufacturing because manufacturing requires so many things. Let me tell you first now.
Okay,
If
let's
you
hear
want to
it.
build, okay, for instance, now people say build refinery. You cannot build refinery. I do not even agree to build refinery because every time you want to build refinery, the first question is where do you situate it? The reason why we have refinery in Kaduna today is that because once you have a refinery in the south, the north is asking you to give a refinery. We are doing things because there are so many things that is attached to us. If you go to build a bridge in Calabar, like I was saying, you have to build a bridge in Gombe, even though it's an interland. We are not doing this on basis of need. We are doing it on basis of want. We are doing it because to balance the structure called Nigeria, you have to do north and south. That is why we have to leave it to private.
But Tinubu is someone that is touted. Tinubu is someone that is touted as someone who has courage. So why is he not doing something in the best interest of Nigeria?
We are talking about everything that is in the best interest of Nigeria. Everything. Having a refinery, even in Kaduna, you cannot argue that it's not the best interest of Nigeria.
Not necessarily. I can argue that. I can argue that it's not in the best interest of Nigeria.
No, because the difference between want and need lies on the people, and they are the ones that are going to interpret it for you. But you, like for instance, now you can talk. I can buy a Rolls Royce and you say, "Oh, that's not your need, that's your want." But my want and my need is not what you interpret for me.
All right.
It's a very, very thin line.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Arguments are around it. I want us to quickly leave that one so I can monopolize the mic. I talk about other parts of the economy.
Absolutely.
See, we have a very good macroeconomics now. Our microeconomics is bad, right? And people say there's no money in the hands of the people. Everywhere around the world, the biggest spender is the government, which we have. People usually think that just because federal government has reduced itself by saying, okay, subsidy money is gone, it has put the money in federation account, means that federal government has to still be the biggest spender. No, government includes the state and the local. In my own local government, really, where I come from, they bag rice, beans, small, and they're selling it half the price. Government is selling it half the price for citizens. You cannot buy one full bag, but that's Derika, I got they used to call it. They will put it in a bag, they're tying it together. If you come, you buy it half the price you buy it in the market from government. I'm saying that is a form of subsidy, right? Yeah. Subsidy in itself should not always be federal. When federal removes subsidy, it puts the money back in federation account, which means that it's federal, state, and local that have it now. When you send that money to the states and local, once those state and local government are also big spenders, the microeconomy starts to pick up because those are where the people are coming from. Everywhere around the world, including the UK and all of that, when I visited, it's policies that make the microeconomies by, you have to check your heater every 1 year. So every single time you have somebody who just come and check the heater and they collect £100. You have to do your roof at every single time. You have to do soil test. You have to do this. So all this enables all those small companies to form around every locality. And those policies inform them to have money in their hand. This is what we are going to get to in Nigeria with having a good macroeconomics before we go to microeconomics. Microeconomics is going to come later. But the macroeconomics have to be sorted first, which includes government having been the biggest spender and then the large companies having to push through in Nigeria.
And this is the reason why when I say speak small English, you get reason because the environment I'm trying to create here is for everybody to be carried along, right? And I understand microeconomics is more of individuals, around individuals, and macro is the whole thing at large, the national, the country's economy. So if you I already explained this somewhat, but it's okay to use those terminologies, but we know they for we know they for Arise TV where the audience might be very sophisticated. Hey, I'm not saying my audience is not sophisticated. That's not what I'm saying. Hey, I'm sorry, man. That's not what I mean. But hey, it's the Beer Parlor podcast for a reason, right? I want everybody to be carried along, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I don't mean I'm like that, but make we they bring the English down, But I hear you. For the microeconomics to be to get better, the macro has to start doing well first before the micro, gets impacted. But I hear you.
Also, these governments, what they are also doing on NELFund, people usually talk about NELFund like NELFund is education is the path to getting a job. No, education should be a fundamental human right. People should be educated not because they have a choice.
Yeah.
When I was small, the moment I was in GSS 2 and GSS 3 when Bola Ahmed Tinubu became governor, all the Southwest governors made the meeting, they adopted the Awolowo policy of free and compulsory education. The education was free and it was compulsory. You must go. Your parents must send you. So, free education is supposed to be a fundamental human right. It's just like a right to live as well. You cannot take it off. It's a fundamental. Let me just bring the English down. It's a human right that we should all have. So when you say that you are giving somebody nail fund and you are giving them without loan, which means that they have the money, but they're not paying interest on it. When they start working, if they don't start working, they don't give you money back. When they start working, they start paying you back.
But someone made an argument here, right? That it's good though. It's not a bad idea. Again, it's not a bad idea. But however, how much was tuition in schools before Tinubu came? But now you come, tuition don't go up. You can't tell us that it is solve problem for us. And if you even look at it holistically as well, how many people are even able to access the money, the fund that you're talking about, right? Meanwhile, the tuition don't go up already. And in his argument, he also pushed further and said, it shouldn't be about bringing nail fund or scholarship or grant or whatever. We understand it's interest free. We understand all of that stuff, but it should be about the quality of the education, not necessarily giving people access. And I agree with that argument, right? Because the quality of education in Nigeria is not the best, and people always say, but
let me tell.
Make I solve this TikTok puzzle, then we continue. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
All right.
Yeah, it should be fast. And yeah, some people always argue, yeah, I solved that puzzle. Anyway, some people would always argue, but hey, when Nigerians go abroad, they do well. Those things are individualistic. They are not, at large. They're not at large. The education quality in Nigeria is not the best. So, again, I was just pushing back on your nail fund.
Do you know why education quality in Nigeria is bad?
Tell us, please.
Education quality in Nigeria is bad because education sector in Nigeria is completely underfunded. We know that education sector in Nigeria is completely underfunded. We want to tell ourselves like, no, the cost of running a primary school in the UK is equal to the cost of running 3 millennium schools in Lagos.
What are millennium schools?
Millennium schools are like the 21st century schools that they build with many school compounds inside one.
I see.
MDG schools.
I see.
That they started building. So what like for instance now, right?
So you're saying the cost of running one in the UK is the cost of running 3 in Lagos?
In Lagos.
What's the argument around that?
The argument around that is that when my daughter was in year 1, they have started taking them on technical quest, on vacations, on visiting sites.
Year 1, is it university?
Culture.
I think they would talk about primary school.
Year 1 is like nursery 1 in the UK.
Yeah, okay.
They have started taking them on all of those exposures. All of those were costing the state money. And the local councils were the ones that were even funding it as at that time. So what we are saying is that the amount of money that is put into education is like reinvesting into your future.
Yep.
When Obasanjo did census in 2006, we were 140 million people, according to the people that were counted. As of today, they said that we are about 230 million. That's about 90 million difference. That's more than the population of France, UK, Canada, any country you want to call minus Russia and US. So we gained their population in 20 years. We will continue to spiral out of control if we do not continue to fund their education. So we need to leave our education, especially at the secondary level, for it to get quality, which is including the funding, and let students pay with no interest on the long term. If you continue to keep the conversation by saying that, let's reduce school fees, it will get to a stage, a university graduate in Nigeria will be equal to a secondary school graduate abroad.
So when you say let's leave the education, like and you also said the budget of whose fault is that if the budget is low? If they can find money for infrastructure, why can't they find money for education? It's not. Don't you think it's priority? Don't you think it's priority? Like their priority is kind of messed up a little bit. You don't think so?
Yes. No, it's not messed up. Now we are talking about removing subsidy, because the reason why they couldn't do it all in the past and they could not, and Nigeria has suffered a whole lot, is because we were paying for what we could not afford. And those were tied to political reasons so much that Nigerians do not focus on the right thing, which includes education. If we have spent so much money on education over the last 30, 40 years that we have been paying for subsidy, our economy will be so big today that we can now start to pay for all of these subsidies and going forward.
Are you saying subsidy in general, as far as dollar and fuel, or be subsidy in education? Which one are you referring to?
In dollar.
Okay.
In fuel as well. In fuel, more importantly. So, see, education does not need to be subsidized. Secondary and primary should be free and compulsory. It should be so much quality that anybody that leaves secondary school is a mundane part of the society. Why tertiary education is an additional knowledge that you need to go and get if you want to go and get it. If you want
it, yeah.
Yes. But what I am trying to say is that all of these policies that he is putting in place now are what is going to lead us into what a new Nigeria is going to be. When people see change, the first thing is you fight change. When you fight change, I see that you not win, then you start adjusting yourself to change. We are at this stage now where people are fighting change. Not because they are ignorant, but because the way they are feeling it in their body or in their finances as well. So we cannot say what they are feeling is wrong. But we are saying that two truths can coexist at the same time.
Absolutely. Two truths can exist, yeah?
But what I am saying is, see, let's talk about the ones that I rate him low, which includes security.
Okay.
But I also believe that economy is the solution to the insecurity we have in Nigeria. As part of this show, you talked about this insecurity we had in 2014 was different. Boko Haram took 14 local governments in Nigeria. We knew where they are. But it's now different with guerrilla warfare now. Hit and run, integrating yourself to part of society. America fought in Vietnam for 17 years, one of the longest war. The same person that ended Second World War could not undefeat ordinary Vietnam. Why? Because Vietnamese did not come out as a conventional war. They were doing guerrilla warfare. It was very difficult. But how we can fish it out is that societies are, what I am also blaming government is that communities are cooperating with these people because the people are giving economic options that the local government and federal state government was not providing before. If we give economic opportunities to these people and everybody knows the right thing, we have our conscience. If they are able to feed, they will not sabotage the whole process. So I believe economics is a very good solution towards ending the type of insecurity we have now, unlike the conventional war we were fighting in 2014.
Okay.
So it is important that we know that everything we need to do is surrounding our economics. If we do not get the economics right now, I want to be in the Banana Republic that is running socialism, we are not going to get anywhere. I don't want to talk about that part because we don't want to talk about other candidates, including what they're going to do on insecurity. But I am saying that Nigeria as a project, everything we are doing now should have been done in 1960.
Absolutely.
Because we didn't do it in 1960, we are taking the wrong turn. We have taken the wrong turn now, and it's very difficult for us to get it right back. And we have now had so many layers on top of it. Tribalism, religion, sectionalism, all of that has now added on top of it. See, we can talk about so many things that we want to talk about. That's why we need government input on so many things to remove. Just do fiscal policies and manage the law. You will see that our economy will start pulling out away from government. Government will only be affecting our stock market up and down. But when it comes to our production, our ability to purchase, it will move away from government. So many things that we have tied to government. That's why I agree with this government because it's doing local government autonomy. So for me to wrap up now, local government autonomy, people think it's just about local government financial disbursement. No, autonomy is full-blown topic on its own. Why? Because today, Oyo state government, for instance, now is fighting the federal government. Either because he disagrees politically or something. Is there any local government in Oyo State that can fight Oyo State governor? That is where local government autonomy should come out to come and play. There should be political properties within the state that is fighting the governor, that is disagreeing with them. That is what local government autonomy really means. It's not just about let's pay local government their money. Local government their money, states will still come and collect it from their hand. But if you fight the full local government autonomy, which this government is fighting for and has gone to court for, it would allow the local government in itself to be a standalone unit. Me, I want more money to come to the local government because me and my local government chairman, he does not have immunity. If he does budget this year, we can assess the budget and ask him question. If I want to ask my state government, they say you have immunity, I should wait for 8 years for him to finish. When do I want to wait for? So
all right,
that is why
Mr. All Opinion Matter, if you want to just round up on this note so that we'll go move forward.
So that's why I support this government. One right on that one. So there are so many parts of this government that we should look at as policies. However, I don't blame people that are criticizing them because they have to be opposition. An opposition have to look at those points and
But it's
frame it
not
in a way that they want
necessarily.
to
You
frame
don't
it.
have to be an opposition to criticize the government. If you're not feeling these policies, positively on your belly, your bank account, you can criticize too. It's not necessarily about opposition, right?
But you do know that sometimes you understand the policy and you understand why. You say that this is necessary for the country, and you do not complain
but someone
about
like
it.
me, I do understand these policies and everything you've said, right? You've said, local government autonomy. I agree with a lot of these policies. I hope you understand that as well. I agree with a lot of all these policies, right? But there are some, especially the subsidy. I believe that there could have been better ways to implement them, which they didn't do. And that's where I'm faulting them. Because they didn't do these things that I believe they could have done, that's why the people that are complaining. They're not feeling it well. They know they feel them well. It's just what it is. And you cannot just blanket everybody and say it's because they're opposition. It's not true.
No, I did not say that everybody is opposition.
Yeah, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. Sorry.
What I said was that opposition can say these things, but however, my comments or the reason why I'm here to express my view is for average Nigerians who just want to understand what's happening to them.
Absolutely.
Because there's nothing I can say that will change minds of opposition. Opposition is supposed to exist. You know what I'm trying to say?
For sure.
So I finalized my 30 seconds on the points you mentioned on subsidy. See, we can look at subsidy in two ways. Let's look at it logically now. Logically, subsidy is government paying something on your behalf.
Absolutely.
The price of something, we know it, but government is paying a part of it on your behalf.
Yep.
So, since 1970, the Nigerian government have been paying for subsidy, which means that federal government, for our energy need, government cannot meet it. We now have PMS. We are buying PMS and generator on our own. Government is paying us a certain part to fuel our cars and to buy fuel for our generators. Chikina, that's what subsidy is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now government have removed it, right? But when government removed it, they put the money back in federation account with a sharing formula. Which means that now there is no subsidy on fuel, because subsidy on fuel is not even fair in the first place. Me, I live in Lagos. I use averagely 20 liters per day. I drive car to my work, and then I fuel my generator when I get back home. Every person in Ibarapa in Oyo State just uses bicycle to work, to farm and back. It doesn't need fuel. It's only when he wants to sell his goods that he needs fuel for. How is it fair on that person when I'm using 20 liters and using an average of 2 liters? So it's not even fair. But however, now we have 774 local governments in Nigeria. Money has gone to federation account back. Each local government now have the money. What stops Cross River, all one local government in Cross River, for providing fishing net and other things for fish farmers that are there? What stops the person in Gombe for providing mechanisms to support rice farmers that are there? What stops somebody in Lagos for providing food storage, where every aboki that is coming with trailer of tomato, you buy everything and make sure they don't have any loss, and they go back with their trailers and you resell to us in Lagos? Like, that is subsidy now. And that's what subsidy should be. Each local government, because we are unique, should pay subsidy in its own right. And that's where we have to get to.
Absolutely.
But if you do not unpack the subsidy at the federal level, which cabals have always taken over a longer period of time, we would not get to what actually subsidy should be. It is better for local governments, several local governments, to spend that money than one federal government to spend the money.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. All Opinion Matters. And it's always a pleasure having these conversations with you. You're a very smart guy, obviously. So it's very interesting. And thank you for always coming back to have these type of conversations on the Beer Palace Show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The people requesting, unfortunately, I don't pass 4 hours. We don't approach 5 hours now. I'm trying to round up. So we have 3 guests on here. We'll go through the three guests, and then we'll call it a day for today. But I appreciate everybody that's been here today. I appreciate all the gifters. I appreciate all the gifters on YouTube as well. Thank you guys so much. Also, the people on Facebook, I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you. Make we get back to the show. We have Dr. Tao. Dr. Tao, if you want to unmute yourself, please. Let us hear your thoughts on the topic. Tinubu 2027, good first term or failed promises? Versus as well.
All right,
because it could be versus, right? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right. So I would give a summary of what I thought about the good first term versus failed promise. Myself, I would say a good first term because I had not expected much. I mean, this government is a government that I'd never expected them to do anything at all. You know, so I'm going to give them a plus for doing something. You know, so assuming I'd expected much from them, and they do what they've done now, I wouldn't have given them. Probably I would have given them like 30% or you know, or 40%. But for them doing this little that they've done, I mean, and when I was not expecting them to do anything at all, so that's why I will say, okay, it's actually a good first term. Even with that, I'll still give them 55%.
Okay.
Yeah, you talked about subsidy removal. So I just want to point out some things, right? The government did not do well with the things to cushion the effect of the subsidy removal.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Everybody agreed that it's a good thing that subsidy should be removed. Even the other people that are contesting against the Nigerian president also agreed. They said even if they get to power, they too they are going to remove subsidy because that is something that they are also using to buy people, to tell, oh, I'm going to remove subsidy, and that's why so many people really supported them. So if they actually be the one in power too, they also have removed.
But maybe they would have done it differently. Maybe they would have done it differently.
Yeah,
this cushioning effect would they talk. Maybe then for cushion and for the citizens, that would have been different.
Okay,
maybe.
Yeah. So the Tinubu government actually did some cushioning effects, which we are still seeing, though they are not just enough, right? They are not just enough. Like, it's not translating well. But I can tell you that literally, when the subsidy was removed, the way everybody felt the hardship was so much that after like 2 months, 3 months, everything was reduced. We felt it. We know that, oh, this thing has been reduced. So that means that that subsidy has an impact. I'll give you an example. When the thing was so much that time, and you know, everybody was like, oh, if you are traveling, if you are going somewhere, everybody was increasing the cost of transport, the cost of whatever you want to buy. So the first thing that the government did was to make sure that they pay workers, I mean, their public workers. So as they pay, this translates directly into other people that are doing businesses. So, and this actually cushioned that effect. And we are still feeling the effect now because the first thing they did was to give 35,000 for the first 6 months. And every other country will do the same. Like, there are two major ways. And I'm not into economics, I'm a physician. So I think there are two ways that I know government can develop their country. And number one, the harsh way where everybody will feel it, you know, and the soft way. So as they are doing the harsh way, that's going to be a long term, that we're going to feel the impact in the long term. So they will also do something that, I mean, a short term, we're going to feel the impact, which is the cushioning effect that we're talking about. So other things that government did was cash transfer to households. So I can remember that 8,000 naira monthly was transferred to millions of households then. So I knew some people that actually collected, that got this money.
Yeah.
And even 25,000 naira monthly was also given. These were also to cushion. Then these CNG buses and transport programs that the government did, you know, it's a way to also cushion it, because transport was so, everybody was increasing the transport fare. You can't even move from one place to the other.
Yep.
So what the government did was they are trying to, like, they give buses, I don't know, they give those CNG buses at a lower price, whatever, so that people can have access to them. Then also student loan too. Student loan is another way to cushion that effect, because if I'm earning 150,000 naira per month, everything is expensive. Now, my son is in high institution. He can access loan. So that means I will still be left with my 150. I don't have to remove from me to pay school fees. So that has cushioned that effect. So if I go to my local government where they are sharing, where they say, oh, you should come and, like there's someone that talked about where they sell rice at a cheaper rate. Instead of selling at 80,000 that time, they sell at 50,000. So now I can decide to like go and buy that of the 50,000 naira. That's one way that the government has also cushioned that effect. I'm not saying it's enough, right?
I
I'm
hear
not
you.
saying it's enough,
I hear you.
but the government did their part in that. The same thing, SMEs for agricultures, they do it even till now. If you want to get loan for your business, small businesses, existing businesses, government are still doing it, and you can still access loan till now from government. So even market women too, they get loans too. So these are just areas that I just wanted to come in. Then about failed promises, power supply, it's a no, like it's not a good one. Insecurity
Yep.
too is not something that we can write home about. But the president is actually, I mean, I won't say he's trying, but there's something that I wanted to mention, which is state police. You know, we're talking about it, and nobody actually talk about this. Like, it's not carrying the momentum that this should have carried. You know, probably maybe would have things. Maybe the government would have made this thing into. I don't know how they do their stuff there, right? But I believe that if we, instead of going against state police, if Nigerians, even we want to protest just for government to make sure that they give state police to the state, I think this will be done. But instead, we protest, we do things that is not necessary. We don't do what we are meant to do, what we needed to do. So because the government cannot do things alone, they need.
And I agree with you. I think the state police would definitely help with curbing security in Nigeria at large, because the federal government should not be tasked with like, we could not misquote me on this one, but it shouldn't be the primary duty of the federal government to police each state. The primary duty of the federal government should be to police the borders of the country so that to avoid invasion. That's what the federal government should be about. But state police, now them suppose, they police the state, make sure state security there at a very minimal and all that good stuff. But yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. So that could have gone a long way. So what I would just say is that sometimes when federal government throws something in the open, it's just they just wanted us to give them some backing so that this can be carried out in the houses and senates. So that things can be done.
Yeah.
So, but the government is not even seeing enough. For example, when they were talking about credit card, a lot of Nigerians were going against it. And this is not done somewhere.
Are there credit cards in Nigeria right now? Are there credit cards in Nigeria? Well, I don't know.
Yes, when the government talked about it then.
I'm talking about now. Does credit card system exist in Nigeria right now?
No. I think I can't. I knew the government raised it. It was insult. It met with insult.
I see.
Tinubu was doing this. Tinubu was doing that, and I knew the impact what this credit card can do.
Yeah.
If you are out of money, it can even save you for 2-3 days.
Yeah.
Till you are able to. But Nigerians, we always go against all these things. Look at Amotekun. We went against it. I don't want to talk much. A lot of people have talked, and they really contributed to
the topic.
To what's happening. So thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate it.
I really appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Tao, for joining. Thank you for your patience as well. I appreciate you. All right, make we bring Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony, thank you for joining. Make we hear your thoughts on the topic.
How you doing, my brother?
I greet you, my brother. Long time no see. I never do that debate show in a minute, man.
Hey, I'm still enjoying my belt, so let them fight within themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing these wonderful topics up. You understand what I mean? It's time for us to start reviewing the administration, and as well, maybe in the nearest future, we'll be able to review the performance of the opposition in this current administration. Is very important because people need to know understand and ask a question about 2027 from everybody participating in that arena is very, very important. I've listened to so many people here. They have made a wonderful submission. You understand what I mean? And they have listed a lot of things. You see, one thing that we need to understand here, it's not about the first term, try to grade the administration. Is about the expectation, because if you ask millions of people in Nigeria today before the election, everybody have their own expectation for whoever win the election in 2023, right? And when you set up your own expectation for the different candidate, and after winning, and you elect them to office, and you start reviewing their performance and things like that, and you start marking your checklist. Okay, he was able to do this, he was able to do that. Government is not about promising you something 10 things and you're expecting all the 10 things to be delivered within the 4 years, right? It never happened anywhere in the world. You understand what I mean? There's something called campaign promises, and there's something that's achievable within 3 to 4 years in any country. So, but in order for us to understand all these things, my wonderful brother, we have to understand that the presidency set a direction, which number one, it's called economy policy, security strategy, and major reform as well. And let's look at this for current administration before we judge and scrutinize the administration. You understand what I mean? We have to look at where we are and what is reform. That is what people need to understand, right? Before you can think of reform, that means there's something wrong. You understand? Something is wrong before you can think of reform. You understand what I mean? That means there's something is not well. And you have to reform it. It's either through policy and structural reform. And this is why this administration have to take that approach. And you look at Nigeria before, right? I said something and I always repeat it. We're living an artificial, we have what they call artificial economy. And before, in 1960, right? You look at the southeast of the Nigeria, focus on the palm oil, and you look at the northern groundnut, and you look at the south with the cocoa, right? But something collapsed going to the 70s, right? When we joined OPEC in the 70s, and we all focus on the crude oil. So that crude oil actually spoiled Nigeria. You understand what I mean? We're not looking at the area of our own agriculture that was actually performing well in the 70s in the world. You understand? So everything started collapsing since 70s. So we get to the Fourth Republic. I think you're one of the people that say Obasanjo really did well, right? In 1999. You know what we should have done in 1999 is to build a perfect infrastructure for this country, because this country is a big country and it's a big market with a big population as well, right? But without a good structure and a good infrastructure, we cannot move. And we talk about security, right? Remember something, security requires capital, money. Without having a good economy, right? You cannot tackle issue of security, because you need money. You need money. You understand? You need money. That's it. So this is why this administration, when he came in, right? He looked at the fiscal deficit. Look at the fiscal deficit, right? And he's like, okay, it was 6-point-something%, even up to 7%, right? He said, we need to reduce this. And thanks to Minister Wale Edu, was able to tackle that issue within 1 to 2 years and reduce the deficit to 3-point-something%. As it stands today, and we can see the monetary policy and the fiscal policy working ends to ends in Nigeria. And we look at the Minister of Work. I'm giving you this so that when we want to score them, we now look, before you score somebody, right, you look at where we're coming from. You understand?
Yeah.
Where was our Nigerian economy before this current administration? Our economy is in a stage of calamity. You understand? So it's just like somebody that got hit, not by a car, not by G-Wagon. It was hit by trailer. And he survived that that instead they rush him to the theater and they start performing surgery on that person. And we cannot say, oh, let's stop the surgery halfway. You understand what I mean? This is the reform there. We have to continue because we're in the right path. We're seeing progress at this current stage. But can we do more? Can we push more? Absolutely, we can push more for our own country.
Yeah,
we can push more. When look at the area, what are the things affecting us in Nigeria as it stands? Yes, absolutely, we have been challenges in the area of security, a serious challenges, which is not the administration is sitting back, but we have to look at our capital. What are we generating as well? And we look at how the military and the government procure this machinery. You're approaching the likes of United States today, right? You're approaching them today and you're asking them for machinery and they're giving you 4 to 5 years. They would have mined all our citizens finished now before we can get something.
Before I arrive, yep.
Yeah, now, so what this administration did is to look outside think outside the box and say, okay, let's approach another country that will not give us all these strict laws that we can't use this machine here. Why are we buying it? Why are you selling it to us? If you're telling us that we cannot use it, you understand what I mean? So we approach like of Italy and we approach like of Turkey and things like that. And they were able to deliver the first phase of this to us, right? And now we can tackle some of our armed forces is doing, and I give kudos to them, is we need to continue to praise them because without them, we would have finished in Nigeria, to be honest. So we can see the effort, but we need to push more. We need to push more and look at the welfare of these people and try to encourage them to continue to fight for us at the world front. You understand? Because they put in their own family at home and they're securing the Nigerians and securing our border, even in fighting internal WAR in our own country. You know, it's not easy job for all these military men. That is why I always praise them every single day. But the president has like, okay, if we're bringing all this machinery in now, why can't we now start creating our own? And that is exactly what gave birth to DICOM. Give birth to DICOM, and DICOM have produced a lot of ammunition right now, right? 1,000 ammunition has been tested at the war front in Nigeria as it stands today. From Nigeria, this was built by Nigerians. We have the people with intelligence. We have the people.
I saw this. I don't know if it's this DICOM, but there's a company that is currently producing drones and military equipment. I forget the name of that company. But Nigerians.
Nigerians, and they just even created this.
Terra. Someone said Terra. I believe maybe Terra. It could be Terra.
Terra. Yeah. Terra is doing fantastic well with 2 young Nigerians. At the back of this company right now. You can see what happened in the past. Why am I saying this to you? All these people exist in Nigeria before, but we're not seeing government try to empower them. You understand what I mean? But we're seeing the young people now, the government is empowering them to try to create what we have been missing in our own country. And we don't have all the money right now, right? But we're looking at the critical area in our own nation. That's lead me to infrastructure. I listened to one young man earlier here. You understand what I mean? I was typing to him, I'm like, oh, my brother, don't jump into conclusion here. You know, you listen to people that have the information. Number one, he said 15 trillion naira, right? Is for Lagos to Calabar Coastal Highway. But he doesn't understand that this is through PPP Act, which is the ITEC actually taking 70% of this project, and the federal government is taking 30% of the project. And again, it raised a question that doesn't, even if you ask a kindergarten student, if you make that kind of comment in front of kindergarten student, and they will be laughing at you. There's something. What is the definition of completed? You understand what I mean? In progress is different from completed project. You understand what I mean? The question that you should ask, this project is divided into different phrases. You understand what I mean? And now we have other phrases continue to progress. The Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Ondo State, Ogun State right now, Lagos to Ondo State. There's been a construction going on there. We've seen progress every single day. You understand? So all these phrases we now meet and join together when they get. So we're seeing progress there. Keep in mind, this is the private sectors is investing in this, right? They don't want to waste their own money. If you give it to the federal government, even me, I will come on this platform. If the federal government said, no, we're the one carry out the 15 trillion, I will be the first person to tell you that it will be a failed project. You understand? It will be a free project. There's nowhere in the world that the federal government will invest a huge money on a project. You understand? It's important. Go and look at, go to India. Go and look at the new coastal highway that was constructed in India 3 years ago, right? Go and look at the people that construct that coastal highway. You understand what I mean? So we can see you have to find a way to use the business people, the private sectors. He did the same thing in Lagos State. When he was a governor in Lagos State, he removed the burden from the government and bring the private investors in, and they were able to deliver this kind of project. Eco Atlantic, we're talking about Al Lekki and all these places were done by the private investors. You understand?
Yeah.
So, and that moved me to another thing. When we talk about our electricity, yes, it's a wonderful thing that you talk about Enugu State. You understand? We cannot have a coal in Nigeria, and we're still talking about nonsense, hydro, electricity, you understand what I mean, or gas industry. Like even God bless us with sun. You understand what I mean? And we should take advantage of a solar mini grid, which this administration actually passed. Go to section 163 of the Electricity Act of 2023. You can read the process out. Even you, if you have money right now, right, all you need to do, if you're generating more than 1,000 megawatt right by yourself, you just need a license. You understand what I mean? You can sell energy to your own neighbor, your own community. So when he said, I will provide you an electricity, right? Remember what I said at the beginning of this submission. I said our government makes policy. You understand? They construct policy. That is what government does. Government will not come and build you themselves and say, okay, get this power plant. You understand? Because it costs money. It costs a lot of money. We need an investment of over $100 billion when it comes to electricity in Nigeria. But when I gave my own recommendation, I'm like, in a place like, if we look at all Nigerians, we all have cities, good cities in Nigeria, right? Yeah. People can afford energy there in the city. But what happened to the people living in the village? You understand why? Because the investors will not charge you. They will charge you the same thing that they're charging in city. If you're using the same electricity, they don't care. They just bring your bills to you, pay it. And if you don't pay, they will cut it off. Yep. But what can we do? And this is why I like the policy of the mini grid that this current administration actually initiated last year, which is helping a lot of people. Look at Abia State today. Look at Lagos State today. Look at Ogun State. Look at Zamfara State. Federal government even helps Zamfara State with billions of naira to be able to build their own power. And so, you see, Mr. Akechi,
but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't hold him accountable though for his campaign promise. And I know all opinion. I forget who he was, but someone said, I forget who he was, but he said campaign promise is different from the actual policies or whatever, right? Or agenda. If you say, if I don't solve power problem in 4 years, don't vote me again. That's a very categorical statement, right?
No. To be honest, right? In politics, we call something campaign promises. You understand what I mean? But it can be used against you. You understand what I mean? Can be used against you. If you give me a mic right now and tell me that I should run for National Assembly, I'm telling you for the fact that 60% of what I'm telling you, I cannot deliver it in 4 years. You understand what I mean? It depends on the resources that's available. You understand what I mean? But what you need to do, and what this government is doing, is to be able to bring a foreign direct investors into our own country. And what does that do? We have foreign FDI and we have direct investment. You understand? What does that do? That actually reduces unemployment in Nigeria. And when you reduce unemployment, what does it do again? You reduce poverty rates in the country. But we have to be ready mentally in Nigeria. We must be ready mentally. And this is what this current administration is doing when it comes to technical school, technical education. It's not just about we need doctors, we need lawyers, we need all these people. But what happened to all other things that we need in the country? Look at Money Point right now, right? Money Point is looking for 500 coding. They can find it in our country now.
I don't know if we want to even go there. I don't know that Nigerians don't have that expertise, and that's not even a conversation. But
yeah,
I know I wouldn't say I know, but I believe that Nigerians have the skills in that regard.
Do you want me to tell you something? Sorry,
let's
my
hear
brother.
it. Yeah,
my older brother, when he came to Canada, he said he studied computer engineering in Nigeria. My brother came here, cannot even operate.
I understand. I understand. I understand that idea. And we've talked about education too, how we think all of us have collectively agreed that equality should improve. However, there are Nigerians in Nigeria that work for international companies in Nigeria. So is it not still true that most international companies, when they recruit you, you undergo training? It's not like crazy. It's not a crazy thought that they hire somebody and train the person. It happens all over the world. So you can hire somebody that you know has the potential to do this thing that you want them to do and train the person on the job. It happens.
You see, my brother, you see, when you see what when we talk about the job needed, right? The expert that people, we look at the country right now, look at the world right now, what is moving into technology. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you look at our own country right now, you see somebody want to go and study commerce, want to go and study Yoruba, education and all these things, right? And those kind of, we need to understand something. Nigeria is a big market.
Yeah.
Is a big market. You will start seeing investors coming into the country. That is why the government is trying to prepare them. And China did the same thing. They did the same thing to prepare these people, not just in a normal education, but in a technical education. You understand what I mean? And that is the reason why China is competing as the competing with US right now when it comes to global economy in the world right now. So to round up with this, I don't actually grade people. I look at progress. You understand?
Okay.
If I look at President Muhammadu Buhari in 2023, where Muhammadu Buhari, you might say it's the APC. My brother, I'm not APC. I support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and I support the progress of my own nation. You understand what I mean? So,
absolutely.
And I look at what happened under President Muhammadu Buhari. You understand what I mean? It's a disaster.
It is.
But now we're seeing progress, but we need to do more in the area of security. We need to do more.
And just to correct you, I wouldn't say it's APC. I wouldn't say it's APC. I wouldn't say it's still APC. No.
Don't we say it's the APC? You understand?
No, it's Buhari. I've said it so many times. Yeah, I think Buhari was the worst thing that happened to Nigeria. I didn't say APC is the worst. It's Buhari. Buhari spoiled our country. I think everybody would agree with. Most people would agree with that one. Yeah.
It was really. You see, if we have to talk about Buhari, we will not live here today. More. We still continue to rest in peace.
Absolutely.
It's done. You understand what I mean? We need to start looking forward in life right now. How can our country progress? You understand what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I've been seeing the progress under this administration, but this is from my own view. You understand what I mean? But every other people have their own expectation that they live for the current administration. It might be in the area of security. People might say, okay, in my community right now, I cannot go in front of people that get their children were fine and things that I talk about economy to them. You understand what I mean?
But if you want to help me and just round up on that note so that we'll go move forward.
Yes. So we'll continue to progress. May God continue to bless our own nation. You understand? We will get there one day by the grace of Almighty God. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you again, Mr. Anthony. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to our last guest for today. Miss BC, thank you so much for joining, for coming back again to the. I know you're always there anyway, but for requesting on, to speak today again, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, if you want to unmute yourself, make we talk about this one. Tinubu 2027, good first term or failed promises? Miss BC, are you there? All right, I don't know if she did there, but make her just read some chats here real quick, and maybe we'll call it a day if she's not there. We'll see. Let's see. Lady Maris E says Buhari was better. CJ Okonkwo from YouTube, he says $100 billion for electricity. My brother, if you do the math, no be smart, 1 megawatt, I believe, international study anyway, 1 megawatt to produce or to generate 1 megawatt, 1 1 megawatt, yeah, 1 megawatt of electricity, you need at least $1 million. You can Google this one. This one, na public, you can Google it, right? So if you now do how much megawatt does Nigeria need, right? Whatever that number is, multiply it by that $1 million and see what we're working with. I don't know if it's 100 billion. I know Mr. Anthony mentioned 100 billion. I don't know if that's the number, but this is just generation. You've not transmitted yet. You've not distributed yet, right? So it's very expensive. It is very expensive. I don't know if it's 100 billion again, but it's very expensive for sure. But thank you, Mr. CJ Okonkwo from YouTube, and thank you so much for being here all through the show. I appreciate you. Make we see another person. F Money on YouTube says, total failure. I thought the road thing would have been something he could brag on. Intelligent young man. All right. King of IB says, the road does not just start from Lagos. The work is ongoing from Calabar to Lagos. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. T. Davidson says, I have my perspective on education, governance, and policy. All right. Feel free for requests, but we don't come to the end of the show anyway. Who else is here? Jesse Michael on YouTube, he says, send my chat at Emmy Culture. All right, I don't know who you're referring to. All right. But anyway, thank you. I saw a lot of traction today from YouTube. I appreciate you guys. We're now waiting with on the fine scenes, so you guys are here now. Thank you guys for joining from YouTube. And on Facebook as well, we have Kamal Lamidi. He says, presidential system of governance is too expensive to run. It needs to be modified to size the wallet. All right. Olatunji Dixon says, Nigeria government holds a lot of debt before Tinubu came in. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Miss Bisi, are you there before we call him a day? All right, I doubt Miss BC is there, so we'll go drop him and use that opportunity to run because we just hit 5 hours. We're at 5 hours and 5 minutes, so it's been a long show, and I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Thank you, guys. Da King Sam, I see you requesting, but we're not going to bring you up today because we've exhausted the time we have today. Make a just shout out the people who are here so far. We have Mr. A-Town Lag. We have Anonymous. Adachieze. Adachieze. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. NYC PC TV, AJ, Paparazzi One. Thank you so much for being here. Uncle K, Dapper Babs, Segsa Bays, Noralox Hair, Abe, Olaitan, K Granny, The King Sam, Lady Maris E, Follow. Thank you so much for being here. CEO Coded and all the other beautiful people who are here. I appreciate all of you guys. Until next time, I don't know when that next time is going to be, but until next time, I'll see you guys. My name is Kachi, and this is the Beer Parlor Show. Peace.